Israel? Israel number one. No politic here. Why you no love Israel? Oh, you hate it? I'm Israel high. 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 You have forgotten to say I'm Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. I'm Israel high. 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 Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. 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 Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7. You are Hamas. No politics here. 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 What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is Hasan. Our broadcast coming to you live from sunny Los Angeles, California. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Thirsty Thursday, folks. That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Thirsty Thursday. Folks, we are live. We're alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one, because today is going to be a fantastic day regardless. It's Thursday, October 16th, 2025, 67 degrees and sunny here in Los Angeles, California. It actually was a quite cold morning here in Los Angeles, California, even though it was a sunny morning in Los Angeles, California. We are live, we're alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one regardless. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you all about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi October, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's precisely what I'm going to do. Is the day looking good in terms of news? No, there is never any good news. Let's be real. There's never any good news in the world. It's only bad news for the most part. And let's be real. When has there been good news? He can't make the baby boomer lead jokes. His protein's full of this stuff. Actually, the lead contents of the protein is the soy protein, or it's the vegan protein. I use whey. So from what I understand, the vegan ones have more lead content. It's plant proteins that have the lead content, unfortunately, lead contamination, whereas the whey ones don't, as far as we know. So actually, I can still, and also plus I can still make those lead jokes regardless. Anyway, so folks. Personal news-wise, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi October, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So, oh my God, that's precisely what I'm gonna do. Last night, I was at the Hollywood Reporter's Top 50 Most Influential Dinner. Okay, we went to a sushi restaurant. Okay, we went to a sushi restaurant. And I was on a panel with a bunch of other people. Drew Afuelo was one of the panelists. You might know her. There were some other comics on there as well. And we talked about, digital media, the landscape, how it's different than traditional, what the ups and downs are, what the ins and outs are. Did you eat the fish? No, I did not. I did eat the Wagyu, though. They finally brought out the Wagyu, and I had some of that. But it was a great experience overall. It was a fun, fantastic experience overall.
Your no seafood ass was in a sushi restaurant. Yeah, well, you gotta pay the piper. You gotta fucking do those things. But yeah, I was one of the top 50. Was Caleb Heron there? No. But that's what I did. I ended the broadcast and I went and I did the rounds. I did a little bit of ass slapping, a little bit of handshaking. You know? Isn't TwitchCon taking place now? Yes, but I'm obviously not going to TwitchCon as I talked about already. So is the audio skipping for anybody else? Who knows? Kaya has reached out to us at the Doggo Neglect Association. She told us she's being tormented by not getting enough treats and has asked us to come after you. I know. She set up this entire thing herself. She was like, I'm gonna Yelp on stream so that he gives me more treats. But in any case, we're back. We're live. We're alive. There's so much going on. Are you doing TwitchCon next year? That's too soon to tell, don't you think? In any case, bro, victim blaming isn't cool. I know. What the hell is this? You're so dumb. I thought, God damn, that's dumb as fuck. That is dumb as hell. Am I the only one who doesn't find the situation funny? I'm just really worried for the dog. Yeah, that's it. The memes have been pretty fucking excellent so far. You're gonna miss Gavin Newscomb at TwitchCon? I know, he's too busy doing TwitchCon to come on the pod. In any case, where was I? Yeah, we got Graham Platner. We'll be talking about that too. But Zoran Mamdani, so much to talk about, so much to cover. AOC and Bernard did a town hall last night. We didn't even get to actually cover that. Mitch the Turtle almost fell. I mean, he did fall, but like he almost, perished. So that was pretty crazy. Yeah, Oomph is popping off on the timeline. My queen. Yeah, there's a lot to cover. But as far as personal news goes, I went out and I socialized last night. with a bunch of other content creators, with a bunch of like media people. And then after that, I came back home, passed out, woke up. Instead of actually working out this week, this is my second non-workout morning. Instead of working out, I had to touch grass and touch trees and take photos. There's another profile coming out that was set up a long time ago. So, yeah, I had to do a photo shoot for that. Did anyone bring up the Collargate at the dinner? Yeah, they did. In the sense that they were horrified about how aggressively this was being pushed. Like, because most of the people that were, there have also been around me and Kaya, so they already are aware of the reality of the situation as opposed to the internet narrative. Like, most content creators' biggest fear is basically being blasted into oblivion for something that they actually have done, but something that they have not done. It's like an even more horrifying situation. But in any case, it is what it is. It's probably going to be bad too. They're pushing new clips. I know. It's bad every day. I think at a certain point, people are going to probably realize like, this is psychotic. Like this has been an extended thing. Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, you're acting as though like you're running around being like he's shooting dogs with regular frequency. I'm a new viewer because of it. Nice. If you stop talking about it, maybe chatters, that's pretty crazy. If you think that it's my not talking about it is going to be you are now a lolcow. Okay. Sure. Anyway. In any case, where were we? Where were we? Oh, sorry, it's true. Like, the person who's saying that literally has this 21 month subscriber, has this as their PFP. Drag it like the low taper fade meme. That's what I'm going to do. I need to do at least for the fans, for Kaya fans, rejoice. For Kaya fans, you can rejoice. You will get additional Kaya content as a consequence of this. You'll get a day in the life of Kaya as well. You never show up on my page no more. Sus. Yes, still a watcher. Sorry, true. Okay, well. No one roasts you like your fans? Nah. It's not. My fans are often my biggest ops. Most of the shit that used to be memes in this community have then led to unironic. Zoran Canvasser here, you got brought up after we finished door knocking at H8. Someone said you were low-key canceled. Myself and another HasanAbi head were like, nah, we let the group know how much you love Kaya. Listen. I don't know what else to say about this stuff. I don't know. It's just, please. Like, I need to do my job. Okay. There are a lot of adults in here, and there are a lot of young people in here as well that want to hear about the news. Okay. They want to hear about what's going on. Defending your favorite streamers, not advocacy or organizing. Please refocus, chatters. It's just, it's utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. I know it sounds like it's the most consequential thing that's ever happened in the history of mankind, and people are really dragging it over and over again. But please, for the love of God, like, it's going to be all right. Okay. You know the truth. It doesn't matter. Like, what do you want me to do? At this stage, we have entered a new era on the internet. I've been an active watcher now, and I'm honestly disgusted. I've honestly been watching you for a while, and you kind of disappointed me. What do you mean? I got to stop reading this stuff. Anyway, people like to be a part of something larger. People like to be a part of a larger movement, okay? People like to be a part of a larger movement, and very clearly this is like a big thing that all the normies have gotten on board with. It is what it is. There's nothing I can do about it. There's not really anything I can do about it other than just keep doing what I'm doing, and hopefully people will realize that there's no accuracy or veracity to the claims being made. Anyway, so where was I? Oh, personal news wise, as far as everything else that's going on, I had to do a profile photo shoot thing. And other than that, we got a big day ahead of us because there's so much going on in the world. Obviously, the administration is still actively doing all of the bad things. I don't even know how to explain it beyond the fact that it is an unlimited faucet of evil, both on the domestic front. On the foreign front, we have potential war with Venezuela, potential war with Hamas, as Donald Trump this morning said, we are going to go and fight Hamas directly. After 2 days, he got the boss call. We got the Zohran Mamdani mayoral run that's taking place. There is going to be we have the mayoral debate that's happening tonight. There's a lot going on, and I am going to get to it. I'm going to cover the actual news. Okay? Pentagon press walk out without signing the loyalty pledge? Yes, we will do that as well. Hold on. Let me blast off. Okay? Did you see the new South Park? I have not. I have yet to watch the new South Park. We do watch the South Park episodes here usually when it comes out. So maybe we'll do that. All right. Where is the is the Peter Thiel episode? Nice. Hold on. Let me get this locked down. But like I said, we got a special guest in the building tonight. We got a special guest in the building tonight, Gianmarco Soresi. Gianmarco Soresi is going to be here. And that's going to be exciting. We're going to be watching the debate. The other thing is, like, I'm probably going to get destroyed on the debate as well. I suspect Andrew Cuomo is going to try to weaponize me against Zoran Mamdani. So there is that to look forward to as well. That's going to be fun. Anyway, Trump blames Hamas. New York City mayoral debate tonight at 4 p.m. Pacific. Trump wants war with Venezuela. Shutdown continued. GOP brushes off racism. Gianmarco on stream. Later. Get in now. But yeah, I'm just getting everybody geared up and ready to go for that, because that's gonna happen. And I think the crazies will then use that to be like, Hasan is finished now. Andrew Cuomo called him out while simultaneously being like, Andrew Cuomo fucking sucks, but I guess they like him now. You know what I mean? What advice would you give Zoran to neutralize any argument from Cuomo about you? I mean, Andrew Cuomo literally just went on the Impulsive podcast, which was credited with Donald Trump's victory. I don't think he has any grounds to stand on in terms of who Zoran collaborates with, let alone a prominent progressive figure, on a prominent leftist figure. Andrew Cuomo is also literally a designated rapist. Like, what are we talking about? This is the exact same dynamic that exists all the time. The more right-wing you are, the more assurances you have, the more allowance you have to be a giant piece of shit. It's just, it is what it is. It's so fucking ridiculous. Like, if you are a progressive figure, you have to have a stainless reputation. And even if you have a stainless reputation, people will find something to fucking tarnish it with. And a lot of dumb fucks in the center, a lot of normies will literally go along with it because they think, oh yeah, you're right, actually. These guys they have to be infallible. It's so crazy. But if you're right-wing, if you're aligned with like right-wing values, if you're aligned with Donald Trump, if you're aligned, if you're the more right-wing figure on any race, you have unlimited allowance. You can be a monster, okay? You can straight up be a fucking monster and people will not give a shit. Okay? That's just how it works. It's just like everybody is so predisposed with this idea that like the far left are all hypocrites. They must be faking it. They must be committed to these things because they're virtue signaling or whatever the fuck. And it's so easy to dupe a lot of people. It's so easy to dupe a lot of people on the margins. And it's never, ever, ever about policies and how to actually improve people's lives, which I think is Zoran's best quality. No matter what people throw at him, no matter what people throw in his direction, he just always takes it back to issues that he's defined by. This is something that I have consistently explained to those who would listen. You have to have well-definable policies. Okay? You have to have policies that you can be defined by and that people will recognize you over. And you have to consistently advocate for those policies and bring the conversation back to that. And then your opposition Your opposition will look silly when they turn around and go, okay, you're talking about fast and free buses as the mayor of New York, but what about Hamas? Wait, what do you mean? Gianmarco is spelled incorrectly. It's right here. What are you talking about? Am I crazy? Right-wing reactionary framing views empathy and compassion as some sort of poison and letting your guard down? Yeah. Anyway. If you pre-gamed the debate, banger from Walter Masson yesterday. Oh, dude, I know. Is it the Cuomo press conference got shut down by a Andrew Cuomo impersonator? Walter has been doing the Lord's work. He has been absolutely cooking, dude. So sorry for my ignorance, but who's Gianmarco? Gianmarco Soresi is a comedian that's been really blowing up. He has a podcast. He actually was the host of the last Zoran rally that took place. He's very funny. He's very progressive. And he is in town doing the rounds, and he's going to be on the Fear Am podcast. And before the Fear Am podcast, obviously, we finally had to link up and build and have him on the stream. He's also the gayest straight man, like even gayer than myself and Will. So we'll obviously be talking about that too. But yeah, he's been on Stavi's World. He's done a bunch of stuff. He's great. He's straight? Question mark, question mark. I think so, right? Isn't the whole bit that like he seems very gay, but he's actually straight? Isn't that like a bit? Yeah, that's what, I mean, we'll talk about all of that. We'll talk about that as well, especially because it's like that's something that I get attacked on as well. Even though, I mean, he's way gayer than me, I think. Like the way he presents himself is way gayer. You see the Zoran video? I did. It's very funny. An important announcement for the people of New York City. Let's take a look, starting with this one.
Good morning. I know some of you have expressed concerns about my age. You're worried about a 33-year-old becoming mayor of New York City. And I want you to know I hear you. That's why this weekend I'll be making a change. I'm turning 34, and I'm committing that for every single day from here on out,
Brave.
I will grow older.
Brave.
It's not something I ever wanted to do, but I know it matters to you, so I am. You can get that out of here. Let's cut to the chase. The best birthday gift you could give me is to come on out and canvass. This is the last weekend before early voting starts on Saturday, October 25th. So head to ZahranForNYC.com/birthday, sign up for a canvas.
I'm sick and tired of this guy fucking flip-flopping and constantly moderating his position, bro. I'm sick and tired of it. He promised us he would never get older. He promised us that he would remain 33. And you have him, after winning the primary, out of nowhere, all of a sudden, in an effort to concede to the establishment Democrats, coming out and saying that he's aging. It is fucked up. It is unacceptable. We have to stop this shit. We have to stop this shit. No more. No more of this. You do not have to do that. You do not have to come out and say you're aging. You don't have to do it.
Bring your friend, bring a date, bring your parents, bring anyone you know. Because the best gift is to beat Andrew Cuomo a second time. And the only way we can do that is if we do it together. So let's go knock.
Yeah. It's so crazy because, like, in the world that we live in, 33 to 34 is like a baby. Like in politics, he's like a child, right? Everyone keeps talking about how young he is. But in the other world that we live in on the internet specifically, when you're 33, you got one foot in the grave. Okay? 34, oh my God, you're dead. The way people treat me, the way Zoomers treat me online, The way Gen Alpha treats me online is like, Unc, you're dead. You're dead. Why don't you die already? Why don't you die quietly? Gen Alpha doesn't even realize that there is an age beyond 34. They don't even realize there's an age called 44, for example. There are people who are literally 44 years old, 54 years old, 64 years old. I know it sounds crazy. I know. Gen Alpha thinks there's no way. There's no way that that's real. Zoomers think there's no way that there are people out there who are 64 years old. Get the fuck out of here. You're making that shit up. It's true. It's literally true. Okay? In any case, we got a lot to cover. We got a lot to talk about. Yeah. And we're obviously going to get into it. When I turned 30, my now 5-year-old cried because she thought I was going to die. That's funny. Nice try, Unc. I'm a Zoomer, and I know people only live to 35. Yes, I am. I'm going to die soon. I'm going to die next year so that I can finally be at peace. And all my haters will probably commit suicide because they will not have anyone else to A-log every single day and obsess over, you know. One day. Should have called it Expedition 35. True. Why are 14-year-old girls adults and 35-year-old men are children of Republicans? That's actually a very good question. That's actually a really good question. For Republicans, no matter how young a girl is, they can be perceived as an adult. Obviously, they can't be perceived as an adult if they're making decisions about their own bodily autonomy, but they want to perceive young girls as adults when they are, when they are doing predatory shit to them. But then also, if you are a 35-year-old Republican, if you're a 35-year-old Republican consultant, for example, and you're posting stuff like how much you love Hitler or how much you love gas chambers, then you're a little baby. You're a child. You're a little baby child. It's like, bro, that dude's hairline owes money in taxes. Okay? You are not, like, you can't live in a world where you can make it seem like we got a 40-year-old baby. Like a 40-year-old baby that's just like simply, talking a little shit. Why can't 40-year-old babies talk a little bit of shit? It's ridiculous. Former teenage soldier. Yeah, you know what it is. You know how it works. This is how it works. Anyway, speaking of age and aging, come on, give me the Mitch McConnell clip. Obviously, I know y'all want me to watch that. Here it is. Mitch McConnell, ladies and gentlemen. Mitch McConnell in the building, looking spry. Let's take a look.
My name is Stella. I want to ask, do you support ICE taking working people off the streets and kidnapping them?
Why is he not responding to the question? I'm confused. Wait. Let's run it back. I didn't fully get it. Hold on.
My name is Stella.
I feel like there was some there that
do you support ICE taking
I feel like I feel like if you look at that, if you look at that up close, you can see it.
Do you support ICE taking working people off the streets and kidnapping them?
Oh, I don't think he perceived that he fell. He really fumbled that question. Bro, this is generational aura loss? Yeah, bro. Mitch, oh no, Mitch, you lost aura. Brother, he lost his life almost, okay? It's so crazy. My attitude on this is, if you can't trust these guys to be behind the wheel of a car, then you can't trust them to run the country. This is my argument. I said this with Dianne Feinstein back in the day. I was like, bro, she's dead. She's literally just a carcass, and people are just running her around. People are just wheeling this carcass around. It blows my mind that this is still a thing. Okay, click this before he deletes it. What did he say? I told him to shower afterwards, but he loves to just let it leak out. Now look at you, bae, slipping everywhere. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is going to be a deleted Jabuki tweet for sure. I mean, we need him to run again, dude. We need this demon to run again, honestly. Hello, this is ableist and ageist. Hello, ding, ding, ding. Hello. I am. I've told you this before. I'm ableist and ageist when it comes to politicians. Like, not ableist in the sense that, like, if you're, blind, you can't be a politician or something. But, like, if you obviously don't have your mental faculties in order, you shouldn't be in a position of power. Okay? That's it. And yes, I am absolutely ageist when it comes to politicians as well. Ageist in the direction where after you get to a certain point in your life, you obviously should not be in any position of power. You should not be in a position of power if you are incapable of operating a vehicle, for example. If I can't trust you to drive a car, why do I trust you to drive the government? I feel like that's pretty simple. And this is not like, once again, I'm not talking about like disabilities like blindness or something. Okay. I'm talking about up here. Okay. Up here. You at least have to be somewhat sharp, I think. Am I crazy? I mean, in theory, you have to be a competent person. In theory, you have to be a competent person, mentally competent. And if you are incapable of communicating, if you're like, I mean, this is beyond like, oh, he just tripped and fell, right? You can see in his eyes, like he cannot walk without assistance. He doesn't know what's going on. It's very obvious. Like this is the same shit that they did with Joe Brandon.
My name is Stella. I want to ask, do you support ICE taking working people off the streets and kidnapping them?
Bro fell, didn't even register that he fell, and went, What? The fuck are we doing? This is one of the most powerful men in this country, man. Do you understand? This is a fucking clown show. This is, bro. This literally, this kind of stuff like really pisses me off because it is so reminiscent of like monarchic structures. You know what I mean? Like this feels like we're all a bunch of medieval peasants and our divine lordship ordained by the king that got the heavens mandate that just rule over us. And it's so obvious that they're just like sloppy. They got gout, they're fucking dying. And we're over here being like, no, they deserve to rule over me. His lordship deserves to rule over me, my lord. Like, how is this any different? How is this any different? This is where we're at. This is what's going on. And we have like the only difference between the former feudal structure and monarchies is that back then society was kept together by this notion that God made the king, right? He was destined by God to rule over man. And then he would pick his lordships, he would pick his lords, and we all had to live under this structure. Nowadays, instead of God, we've fulfilled that role with the fake notion of meritocracy, where every single person is actually worthy of the position that they have, worthy of the status that they have, because they worked really hard and worked really smart for it. And there are examples of this lie Like, there are examples disproving this fucking lie every single day. Look no further than the likes of Elon Musk, for example. Elon Musk does not work at all. He tweets way too fucking much for anyone to think that he even works a little bit, right? And yet people still think he deserves it. We have to exist in this weird space where we have to believe that Elon Musk actually deserves his position, deserves his status, because otherwise we have to really reconsider whether or not meritocracy is real, whether or not capitalism has actually created a much more egalitarian world, as opposed to the previous structures of inequity, like monarchies and feudalism and lordships. Like, the people that look back throughout time at moments where, people have rose up and took out these lords, took out these kings, do not realize that we live in the exact same structure with a different patina slapped on it. That's it. We live under the exact same constructs right now. The way I see it, this is no different. This is no different than a lord who pisses and shits himself, and you look at that and you're like, well, I can tell that this guy is not all there, but what the fuck do I do? He's just an almighty, all-powerful person. Yeah, we went from the divine right of kings to the divine right of owners of capital. Conservatism was designed to preserve the aristocracy in the absence of waning monarchy. Yeah. I mean, it is that way. It is absolutely that way. Counterpoint, maybe he fell on purpose to avoid the question. Yeah, he did the Justin Trudeau. He did the Justin Trudeau method. For those of you, for the Canadians, this is a somewhat of a deep cut, I guess, because a lot of people don't remember this, but Justin Trudeau famously used to fall as a humorous bit. Like, that was his thing. He could fall well, and he would do that. And I think that's what Mitch McConnell is doing here. He learned from the best. Yeah, look, pre-French Revolution wealth inequality versus today. Top 10% wealth distribution in France. Pre-French Revolution, 1760, 1790, was this. In the United States of America now, economic inequality and wealth distribution has actually gone beyond those levels. Now, the reason why this is still not reaching the same the same anger, right? The reason why people are not as angry, on the other hand, is because the bottom 20% and, all of these other brackets, for the most part, have a level of comfort and a level of material security as a consequence of technological advancements being made and the distribution of resources is seemingly becoming more even, right? But wealth is a relative construct. You are only as poor as your neighbor is wealthy. So in that same vein, in the United States of America, the idea is that people should be very frustrated by this because all of these people are contributing to this. Without these people, this doesn't happen. Socialists look at this system and say, this needs to be distributed better. Okay? At its most simple way of understanding it, at its most reductive approach. The Majority Report, thank you for the raid. We are currently talking about our divine lordships and how the monarchy structure is not all that different from the way that wealth inequality is worked out under capitalism as well. And instead of the divine rights of kings, we now believe that it's the divine right of capital to be in a position of power because of a faulty understanding of meritocracy. The bottom 80% in pre-French Revolution France were basically subsistence farmers. Bottom 80% today include professionals and people with master degrees. Yes. I know. The difference is like these guys were unimaginably poor as opposed to these guys. Like if you compare these guys to one another, if you compare their immediate material realities, of course, the average poor person now is in a much better situation than the average peasant in France in the 1960s. Certainly. And that actually does play a role in why there aren't more uprisings. Okay? In France, Robespierre led revolution against the bourgeois. The American experiment is pure bourgeois revolution. So, did I say 1960s? I meant 1760s. I apologize. So, the thing is, I think in some ways when conservatives say, well, at least you can get like a cheap hamburger at McDonald's, like there is some truth to that. Okay? There is some truth to that because that does unironically make people more comfortable. It makes people feel as though their situation is not that bad. Now, the less burgles, the more burgles become costly, the more Americans will become more angry. That's the other thing. But ultimately, if you want to understand like why Americans seemingly are more servile despite the same levels of inequality that happen right now, worse levels of inequality than the Gilded Age, it's because the bottom 90% are nowhere near as poor in their day-to-day experiences as they were in like the early 1900s. Okay, leading into the 1920s. It's not the same level. That's it. That is the major reason. But this shouldn't stop us from trying to create a better future. Okay, this shouldn't stop us from trying to create an alternative to the ways that we exist currently, because there are still unimaginable amounts of oppression, violence, famine, deaths that don't need to exist at all. So we have to push the needle further. We have to move beyond capitalism. Okay? Yes, capitalism was better than feudalism. This is true. And also, a very famous bearded thinker agrees with this concept. His name was Carlos Marx. Okay? He wrote entire books about capitalism. He loved it so much. He wrote whole ass volumes. Okay? Imagine adding the third world to the end of the US graph. I mean, the argument in that situation is that like the wealth distribution in France 1760 in comparison to like colonies would obviously also be horrifying. Okay, technically you could make the argument that like even the peasant class was seemingly I mean, I guess the peasant class was like probably closer to the purposely kept underdeveloped colonies, but you could still make the labor aristocracy argument in that same vein as well, because imperialism is the modern iteration of colonialism. It's not like it changed. It's not like there were different methods applied in this in the modern age, and maybe it became like less directly violent, but it's still pretty fucked up. Okay, colonialism turns into imperialism. And the divine right of kings turns into the divine right of capital due to meritocracy. That is the evolution, going from the feudal constructs that we existed under monarchies to the bountiful future that capitalism created. And at the time, it was a decent evolution. My argument always is we need to evolve beyond capitalism. It's very obvious that capitalism has run its course. And if we do not advocate for an alternative, if we do not advocate for socialism, all that will remain is barbarism. That's a misconception. If you did that, you wouldn't look that much worse because inequality is so great that even at the global level, most Americans aren't doing great. The median wealth in the US is about the same as the average wealth globally. That's not entirely true. I think you're wrong about that. That's not true at all. This graph has been debunked. What do you mean? Like, my point is, yeah, that's not true for the global South. But again, that ginormous gap in those who, that ginormous gap in the global South, as opposed to like the victims, the colonial subjects versus the peasant class in the core of empire, was still ginormous. That wealth gap and the inequity still existed in that regard as well. I'm thinking of a peasant now who exhibits the same tendencies of like an American peasant currently, like an American hog right now. Back in those days, being like, well, at least, well, me lordship, I work on the stalks. I take the grain and I give it to me lordship, and me lordship protects. At least we're not living in the in one of the Orient continents, or not living in Africa. They're in a much worse predicament than myself as a peasant. That's what it is. They live in abject squalor because they are not worthy. Another way to phrase it is that about half of Americans will become richer if wealth was divided equally globally. Lenin has a piece called The Letter to the American Worker, where he said that the workers in the U.S. are exploited so much that they're one paycheck away from being lumpen proletariat. This is the biggest issue for socialists in the U.S. Yeah, I think we moved past that. We are firmly in the fucking throes of the lumpen prole. The petite bourgeois run the show here, okay? What do you think small business owners is? We live in a country that places all the emphasis on the small business owner, the petty, the small business tyrant, the petite bourgeois tyrants. Yeah, it's from a socialist perspective, yes, like every American who owns a house or a business is a mini Hitler is low-key not wrong. Like, obviously there are plenty of wonderful people who own houses and small businesses that they work on and they own and operate. But like, there are an unimaginable amount of people that lumpen proletariat is not small. No, I know. They said America is comprised almost entirely of the lumpen proles and the petite bourgeois. Small business owners and lumpen proles, two different categories that are always predisposed with reactionary, always very susceptible to reactionary sentiment. And they are living through it right now. Doors open. It's just like, that's just how it is. That's just how it works. Americans are very close to homelessness, so not much better than the global South. No, it's not true. That's not true. The rich person in the global South is closer to like maybe a middle-class American in their relative wealth. That's what I'm trying to explain. Okay? The rich person in a wealthy person in the global South is closer in their relative wealth to the middle-class American. A poor American is still better off than a poor person in Rwanda. Okay? That's it. Now, there's obviously a level beyond that, where we talk about like the global owners of capital. Like, I'm not talking about like Nigerian oil billionaires or tyrants. Okay, I'm talking about like the broad majority of relatively wealthy people living in these countries. They are still nowhere near as wealthy as the American wealthy are, okay? Your bubble is showing. Wait, what? Poor people in other countries have homes and healthcare. Terminally online are the lumps. You're talking the very extreme. Your bubble is showing. I mean, the inverse of that is also not wrong, but you're basically saying that, like, well, the peasant class worked less hours than the average American worker now. You know what I mean? So who's to say their material conditions weren't worse? Like, you have to understand, the material conditions have advanced dramatically as a consequence of technological expansion, okay? Like, for example, even though healthcare is paywalled in this goddamn country, if you consider healthcare broadly in 2025 as opposed to healthcare in, 1825, okay? At least your doctor washes their fucking hands before they operate on you, okay? Like, that's a major technological advancement. That's not directly because of capitalism, for the record. That's not because of capitalism at all. The capitalist looks at that technological achievement and says, this is only achievable due to capitalism. When in fact, capitalism is simply a distribution of power and resources, okay? That's all capitalism is an economic organization of society. We are talking about gains being made as technology progresses, as advancements are made, and throughout time it becomes more readily available, and they actually attribute that to capitalism when capitalism is not the reason why this has happened. And as a matter of fact, there's no evidence, in my estimation, beyond the evolution from feudalism towards liberal capitalist democracies. There is no evidence that capitalism has actually played a formative role in the expansion of technology, because the accumulation of resources in the hands of a select few does not actually yield better technological achievements. As a matter of fact, it actually ends up crippling innovation in many circumstances. So I would go so far as say technological achievements have taken place in spite of capitalism, due to the work of many people who just simply wanted to do right by others. Okay? There are plenty of wonderful examples of this. Obviously, you can look to China. You can look to the USSR at the time, right? In terms of all of the achievements that they made. I have to disagree with you here a bit. For instance, compare healthcare and life expectancy in the U.S. to countries like Cuba and Slovenia. No, I do think that that capitalism actually plays a negative role in people's in people's life expectancies, for sure. But yes, ultimately, this is correct. I'm pretty sure people living in a favela in Brazil have it harder than someone that is poor in America. Yes, I agree. I agree with that. I don't disagree with that. Having said that, that's because Brazil is objectively a poorer country than the United States of America. But internally, when we look at this stuff at the domestic level, when we look at wealth inequality at the domestic level, you have to remember, like, you can't be comparing yourself to like the working poor in Rwanda or the working poor in Brazil or whatever. You have to be comparing your conditions to the conditions of your neighbors, your conditions to like what America could technically achieve if we had a more egalitarian distribution of wealth and resources, if we actually focused on good governance rather than maximizing profits. Bro basically said capitalism invented medicine. Lamau, it's impossible to teach class consciousness to the average American. Who said capitalism invented medicine? I didn't see anyone doing that in this chat, but that's pretty funny. If someone thinks that, yeah. I mean, it's even the same shit as the iPhone, brother. That's what's so fucking funny about this. When motherfuckers would be like, oh, socialists, but you have an iPhone? Yeah, bro. You know who made the iPhone? Not the capitalists. Workers made the iPhone. And ironically enough, the iPhone can't even be made in the United States of America right now. It can only be made in the Communist Party of China controlled China. The fuck? Anyway, patents cripple innovation. Corporations actively stifle research that would point out risks associated with their products or services, e.g. tobacco and oil, and against the opening of patents to decentralize the development of pharmaceuticals. Yes. China controlled China. Who else will control? No, I'm saying the Communist Party controlled China. Yeah, Graham Platner is getting called out by CNN and everybody else, and it's kind of making me like him a lot more because it seems like he has a more radical approach to American politics than we previously thought he did. And, you know, we'll take a look at all of that in a little bit, but let's get started. Trump is making another Oval Office announcement. You know, that live stream is expected to be on shortly. But before we get to that, Donald Trump is threatening to strike on land in Venezuela, saying that he is going to get the CIA to attack Venezuela. Fantastic. This is what we really need right now, I think. I think we need another forever war, everybody. I was just thinking, what could we do? What could we do to really fuck up the bag? What could we do to really fuck this country? To just put it on, to ensure that it dies, okay? And there you go. Lo and behold, Donald Trump, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, he was like, you know what this country needs? Another Iraq, but this time with direct proximity. Like another Iraq on our continent, basically. Not on our continent directly, but, you know, in our backyard, as close to our backyard as possible. Fuck yeah, dude. That's awesome. The mad lad. He's doing it during a government shutdown because the Republicans are refusing to even offer or continue subsidies so that people can pay for their fucking healthcare. Their costly healthcare, mind you. Their costly healthcare that keeps expanding in cost every single year, mind you. Okay? We don't even want to offer the Band-Aid solution to the Americans so that they can at least still continue existing and continue being able to pay for their healthcare without like losing an arm and a fucking leg. Fantastic, dude. Such lunacy. It's incredible. Everything fucking sucks. Everything is dog shit. And meanwhile, people are just so oblivious to everything that's happening, with the exception of those who are in this community, obviously. But even then, there are still a significant number of people who are coming in here to be like, well, I'm here to watch you abuse your dog or whatever the fuck people think I do nowadays.
President Trump considering U.S. strikes on Venezuelan soil to combat drug cartels.
Well, I don't want to tell you exactly, but we are certainly looking at land now because we've got the sea very well under control.
The president also escalating U.S. operations against Venezuela's authoritarian leader, Nicolas Maduro. Trump confirming he's authorized covert CIA action in the country. But when asked if the agency has the authority to take out Maduro, Trump non-committal.
But I think Venezuela is feeling heat.
In a statement overnight, Venezuela accusing Trump of trying to legitimize a regime change operation to access the country's oil resources.
Would another Iraq cause incredible civil unrest, the level of Vietnam due to the deteriorated living conditions? I don't even fucking know anymore, man. I don't even know. I don't know. I feel like there is no way that America recovers from that. Okay? There is no fucking way. I don't even think there's enough appetite amongst the military to engage in this kind of fuck shit. But what do I know? Maybe I'm wrong. I do feel like there probably would be a lot more discontent. Like I feel like this guy is creating the conditions for an officer's rebellion, you know, like a thing that hasn't really happened in the United States of America in the past. It seems like it could happen. Especially with like, once I watched the Pete Hegseth, Donald Trump, like dressing down of all the generals, that's when I realized like, this is actually so psychotic. Like this will be a danger. This, I suspect, will be a danger to the the Trump administration, unlike anything else. Because I think people discount how many fucking generals are hyper libbed up, and they think that like the U.S. military represents positive values like defending democracy. A lot of people don't realize that like some of these generals, not every single one of these generals is like a general spider rapist or whatever who's just there to hawk Raytheon products on CNN. Some of those guys do unironically come from long-standing military families. They're very well read. They're huge liberals, and they think that like the American military is supposed to represent, protecting the American nation from tyrants and enemies, both foreign and domestic. So I don't think that like they're all going to be on board with like drunk rapist Pete Hegseth running around and being like, that's right, we got to listen to more podcasts and become more alpha dog. But who knows?
Sources saying they would bring up the matter at the UN Security Council today. It comes after the U.S. carried out its fifth deadly.
I mean, this is famous. Like, General Milley defends military studies of critical race theory. I want to understand white rage. This is why they belittled him. Remember, they called him Marx Milley. They said he's woke. They said he's woke and gay because he was like, I read Mao, and everyone should read Mao. It's so, like, the anti-intellectual stint that this administration has really, really pushed, I suspect is making its way through all of our institutions. But I would assume that the American military, which has at least been like, in comparison to all of the other public services that America offers that have been totally gutted, the American military is probably one of the last remaining stable institutions. Obviously, it's not. Like, people will say, what the fuck do you mean it's stable? Have you seen the barracks and the places that people live in? Like, it's in a state of dire disrepair. Like, we treat the military active duty service members like shit. Yes. But I'm saying in comparison to all of the other public services and public structures that we have, I would go so far as to say that the American military is like one of the last somewhat competent institutions in the country. And I don't think that a lot of the American generals are going to be on board with the anti-intellectualist momentum that has taken root, at least in the governance structure of the military, at least in the command structure of the military.
Strike on an alleged drug boat off the coast of Venezuela. Trump posting this video on social media, saying 6 male narco-terrorists aboard the vessel were killed in the strike.
Military has commie grocery stores, though? Yeah, they're trying to take that away, too. Donald Trump floated selling the commissary structure to a private corporation, for the record. Donald Trump wants to sell the publicly owned grocery stores that the military has to a private owner. I swear to God, they're entertaining a revolt. Like, they want like a military rebellion to take place, I think. Anyway. Yeah, I think Hegseth and Trump should do these meetings where they insult generals once a month. Do it once a week. Historically speaking, military leaders love this. Yeah. We're in a very weird place right now in the United States of America, and I do think that a lot of people are oblivious to exactly what's going on. But it is crazy that like the American military is entertaining just blowing up and not entertaining, just like straight up blowing up fishermen off the coastline of a totally sovereign nation that we have declared a foreign adversary, and claiming that we're doing that to like somehow save the Venezuelan population. And you know, like Maduro, hate Maduro, doesn't fucking matter. Ultimately, America is playing a very, very dangerous game here. Very violent, unrestrained, utterly psychotic force of evil on the planet. How else do you look at the situation and see it as anything but that? Check the tweet. He sent B-52 bombers to fly over Venezuela. Breaking, 3 B-52 bombers took off from Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana on Wednesday and flew for hours near the coast of Venezuela, according to flight tracking data, in what appears to be a major show of force by President Trump. What the fuck? Will this cause all of the pro-NATO, pro defense liberals to also say, wow, my president is being quite presidential? Is that what they're gonna say? Like, this is saber rattling, and it's beyond saber rattling. This is not like even paper tiger shit. This is just straight up like entertaining war. President of peace. I'm Trinidadian, and apparently the 2 Trinis were on this boat that they destroyed, and our insane prime minister is defending it. Oh, thank God. Wonderful. I cannot. I don't know, man. I feel like this is so crazy. And it is happening at a time when there is already unprecedented, well, not unprecedented discontent, but like tremendous discontent, right? Like, people are not happy with their day-to-day existence. Everything is getting worse rapidly at an alarming rate. Everything is shittier than it was a year prior. Okay? And all this guy is doing, all this Mad King is doing is basically, let's expand the conflict. You know what would be really good right now? A hot war in the Latin American continent. What the fuck?
The Trump administration's operation in the Caribbean first began in early September.
Has Venezuela ever done anything to deserve military offensives like this? Or is he just doing it for the love of the game? Yes, he's doing it for the love of the game. And because the administration is actually openly incompetent and doesn't even care to present like a good alternative, like, I feel like if this was being done under liberal leadership, they would at the very least constantly talk about how bad Maduro is and how the only way to bring democracy to Venezuela is by directly engaging Venezuela with conflict and with war or something. But the Trump administration straight up is like, I'm evil, I don't like people, and I want to kill Venezuelans. Like, they basically openly are like, they have a lot of oil, they have large oil reserves, I want it. And even if like Maduro were to hand it off to like fucking Chevron or some shit, I want it on my own. I want it the way I want to get it. It's just, America is a rogue state. And the difference between America always being a rogue state by definition, because it's the hegemonic superpower, and America behaving like a rogue state now, is that they've taken off the safeguards. Okay? They are completely dropping all notion that this is a valid act, a valid and necessary and just act. In the past, they would at least try to present an argument as to why this must happen. Present an argument that like the Venezuelans will welcome us as liberators, shit like that. That's not happening anymore. There's no longer even a need for the admin. They're just like, nope, this is it. We're doing it. Fuck you gonna do about it? That's the attitude. It's pretty crazy.
September, and has drawn fierce condemnation from Democratic lawmakers who say the strikes risk getting the U.S. into a full-fledged war.
There's lots of people who have been designated terrorists. That does not automatically give the authority to take lethal action.
Asked why he's striking the boats instead of using traditional Coast Guard operations where officers can verify who is on the boat, Trump saying the Coast Guard boats are too slow.
They have faster boats.
It's crazy.
Some of these boats are seriously, I mean, they're world-class speedboats. But they're not faster than missiles.
Like, no one is even asking the question, like, why? We have no business being there, okay? We have no business. We have no business overtaking the territorial coastline of a foreign adversary. Like, that's crazy. That's so insane. Like, the argument of narco-terrorism, like, combating narco-terrorism is so fucking stupid and so hollow that, like, I don't even think most people who would be on board with militarism of this sort are capable of justifying this level of belligerency.
So far, the administration has provided limited details and no evidence to prove that the 27 people killed were attempting to traffic drugs to the U.S. as they claim.
So there's a 1 in 4 chance,
It's crazy,
statistically speaking, that one of these boats may not have had any drugs on it. We will never know because they were blown to smithereens.
In a memo obtained by ABC News earlier this month, the administration told Congress that America is in a formal armed conflict and that drug cartels are deemed unlawful combatants.
Now, the Venezuelan government has repeatedly denounced the U.S. strike, saying they are, quote, a pure violation of international rights. Maduro calling them, quote, aggression all down the line. But U.S. officials accuse Maduro of facilitating drug trafficking from Venezuela, a claim he denies.
A boat in the sea and an
We have no business there, but what is Trump's business? What motivates him to do this? I think war is good for the war economy. Maybe it's Venezuela has massive oil reserves. It's not as good as like the Saudi oil, but still, this is a way to repackage the war on drugs that he's claiming he's doing, which is ironic because his administration's behavior, his administration's actions in terms of like interior removals, interior deportations, has actually restructured the entirety of the federal law enforcement apparatus to no longer focus on drug trafficking in general. That is also obviously not an apt solution for overdoses anyway. The most successful solution for overdoses was demonstrated by the previous administration, a focus on rehabilitation over incarceration for those who were addicted to drugs. Addiction being treated like an illness as opposed to being criminalized has been the most effective way to lower the number of overdoses. And yet, instead of doing that, this administration has decided we are going to go gung-ho on the apprehension and the criminalization of drugs. Meanwhile, they're not even doing that anymore. They're just using drugs as a reason to do whatever the fuck they want. They've decided that like the new meta is claiming that like drug traffickers are terrorists, narco-terrorists, and that they're combating terrorism, but on the narcotics front. They're combating narco-terrorism. That's just the way they operate now. It's I don't know. It's just like a very it's a very shittily put together argument that doesn't make any sense and can't even withstand like a little bit of scrutiny because of the reasons that I just mentioned, right? If you want to actually combat overdoses on U.S. soil, because there's a massive market for drugs here, American drug consumers want the fucking drugs. The best possible way to stop that is rehabilitation, not incarceration. The best way to stop that is by creating not a carceral structure to combat it, but instead to try to get people off these drugs, okay, and engage in harm reduction initiatives. And that has been the only successful method. It's worked in places like Portugal, obviously, with like decriminalization and the subsequent rehabilitative measures that take place. And it has worked in lowering overdose for the first time in the past couple of decades under the Biden leadership, as a matter of fact. And yet Americans refuse to reckon with that and assume that the only way to solve this problem is by fucking bludgeoning it in the head with a goddamn hammer. And the Trump administration is taking advantage of the reactionary forces in American culture and in American society to expand on this, to say, oh, it's not even just that we are going to go after the drug traffickers. We're actually going to present drug traffickers as terrorists and use that as an opportunity to do foreign intervention, foreign entanglements, forever wars, moving away from the Middle East to a certain degree and moving into the South American continent, as though we haven't fucked with Latin America as hard for many years at this point. You know, the moment that they have like a pink tide, is just we have to go back in there. We have to start doing direct military intervention. It's great.
Coming missile. This video was shared with the world by President Trump. He said the US destroyed a Venezuelan boat ferrying drugs to America. 6 people were killed. Donald Trump calls them narco-terrorists. Now he's been astonishingly open about...
We've talked about this already. I already gave you guys like the rundown a while back when this first started happening. But narco trafficking patterns are pretty clear, right? It doesn't happen. Like Venezuela is not a hub for drug trafficking. It never has been. There is no evidence whatsoever that these guys that the Trump administration is killing are actually drug traffickers in general. And even if they were drug traffickers, this is not the appropriate way to deal with that. You're supposed to apprehend them. You're supposed to, first of all, demand that Venezuela apprehend them, okay? And if they don't apprehend them, you're supposed to track them and apprehend them with your own naval vessels, and after conducting a proper investigation. There is no world where you just fucking start lasering random boats off of someone else's coastline. Like, that's fucking ridiculous. And there isn't enough evidence. There isn't enough evidence that like Venezuela has been a major drug trafficking hub in. There has never been any evidence that Venezuela has been a major drug trafficking hub. There was like one idea that was floated many, many years ago. I dove into it extensively as far as like the claim that Chavistas and his like generals were somehow operating some kind of like narco trafficking hub. But it was just like a ridiculous fucking CIA narrative that they presented that they dropped anyway because they were like, yeah, we don't really need this. Even if they were drug traffickers, it's likely that they're trafficking cocaine as opposed to deadly drugs like fentanyl. Despite Trump's claims, cocaine and marijuana are the only substantial drug shipments from Venezuela, and it is marginal as opposed to all of the other hubs. Drugs do not come into drugs do not flow into the American continent, the United States of America, inside of our borders through these kinds of random drops. They flow through regular ports of entry, okay? They come in cargo vessels. They do not come with go-fast boats. This is not like the cocaine panic, the cocaine cowboys era in Miami, okay? They come through airplanes and they come through cargo vessels. That's it. That is, of course, when they're not coming through Fort Bragg or our beautiful JSOC operations, which is, you know, our special forces that are the number one drug traffickers in America anyway, or the DEA itself, or the CIA itself. I think the reason why he's trying to fucking do this is because the reason why I think he's entertaining this is because, you know, war is, I guess, good for some of his corporate benefactors, maybe, and he can use the war as a way to I guess no longer have elections, maybe, you know what I mean? Who knows? The opportunities are endless here, like whichever way you want to use it.
The CIA's usually highly secret potential plans in Venezuela. In the Oval Office, he confirmed he has authorized the Central Intelligence Agency to conduct covert operations in the South American country.
I authorized for two reasons, really. Number one, they have emptied their prisons into the United States of America. They came in through the border. They came in because we had an open border policy. And as soon as I heard that, I said, a lot of these countries, they're not the only country, but they're the worst abuser. And they've entered they've allowed thousands and thousands of prisoners, mental institution, people from mental institutions, insane asylums, emptied out into the United States. We're bringing them back, but that's a really bad, and they did it at a level that probably not, many countries have done it, but not like Venezuela. They were down and dirty. And the other thing are drugs. We have a lot of drugs coming in from Venezuela. And a lot of the Venezuelan drugs come in through the sea, so you get to see that. But we're going to stop them by land also.
Venezuela is by no means the biggest exporter of illicit drugs in South America. And the claim it's sending prisoners...
Not even fucking close, dude. Not even close. Like, it's ridiculous. Donald Trump launched a coup attempt against Venezuela in 2019, boasting of nearly collapsing the country through sanctions and economic war. He said, we would have taken it over. We would have gotten all of that oil. This is from a 2023 speech at a Republican Party event. This has been his like major priority. I've always said he has a sympathy for authoritarian strongmen, except for Maduro. Weirdly enough, he's always hated Maduro. He's always hated Venezuela. And I guess like the primary reason for it is that someone told him that Venezuela has major natural oil reserves. And he's like, I want it. I want it bad. I want it more than anything else. And so that's what it is.
Venezuela. How about we're buying oil from Venezuela?
When I left, Venezuela was ready to collapse. We would have taken it over. We would have gotten all that oil. It would have been right next door. Venezuela. How about we're buying oil from Venezuela?
Yeah. As you guys know, the sanctions regime greatly escalated under Trump 1. Obama basically created an environment where sanctions were seen as the perfect and most appropriate measure, where you could take unilateral action against economic market competitors and things like that. And Trump was like, oh my God, this is a fantastic opportunity to do regime change all around the world, specifically in Venezuela. Now, of course, famously, in the aftermath of making the economy scream in Venezuela with this accelerated sanctions regime, there was a fuck ton of Venezuelans who obviously escaped the country due to the economic turmoil and due to the material conditions deteriorating and the Maduro regime turning around and really putting the fucking clamp on people that expressed any kind of discontent because they felt like they were being attacked from Western imperialist forces. And there is some truth to that argument, right? But what did Donald Trump do? He literally gave temporary protected status to the Venezuelans that were escaping the country. And he said, you can come here. We will protect you. We'll give you temporary protected status. This is a common practice for America in general, right? And then now he's actually shutting off the temporary protected status and saying hundreds of thousands of Venezuelans that came to the United States of America due to the impact of the fucking sanctions and the cruelty that came in the aftermath from the Maduro government is now they're also enemies of the state at the domestic level. Now he's using them as an opportunity to further his mass deportation agenda. It is totally transparently cruel and unusual. It makes no fucking sense. And he's also simultaneously egging on a war against Venezuela. It's just all kinds of fucked up. It's burning the candle on both ends in many respects. After the strike yesterday on another small boat idling boat in the Caribbean, SOCOM has murdered a total of 27 people. I'm now seeing 2 Boeing B-52 Stratofortress Fortress long-range strategic bombers doing figure eights directly off the coast of Caracas. Very subtle. Yesterday, a second AC-130J Ghost Rider gunship was spotted at the task force base in Puerto Rico. It was broadcasting its position from the ground, reportedly equipped with laser-guided AGM-114 Hellfire missiles. Republicans and Democrats on Capitol Hill have left briefings about the strikes, frustrated with the lack of information. Some have asked for unedited videos of the strike, reflecting the kind of basic information they seek, but the admin has so far refused to provide it. Lawmakers are also asking the admin to explain who was killed in the strikes. Now, this is a direct consequence of years and years of expanding the executive power on warfare, okay? Back in the day, at least there was a process where even if all of the American government's forces, regardless of party loyalty, were united on expanding America's military adventurism in the global South, obviously there was still like some kind of process where you would have to show your work. You would have to prove why you were doing this kind of stuff, regardless of the ambitions of the Democrats and the Republicans both, right? And that was still important because maybe years down the line or maybe in the immediate aftermath of actions like this, you could demand some transparency. You could demand additional information. Nowadays, this is the logical conclusion of the Bush era endless militarism and the continuation of executive powers in regards to constantly bombing foreign adversaries that we've declared foreign adversaries under the Obama administration and then under Trump 1 and then Joe Biden and then Trump 2. We are here now. This did not happen overnight, is my point. This has been going on for quite a while. Okay? This is the expected outcome. This is the design. Nowadays, the administration doesn't even choose to lie about why they're engaging in these sorts of actions. And they just say, no, cruelty for the sake of cruelty. Fuck you going to do about it. And they are not even accountable to the other politicians. There is no mechanism of accountability or transparency that you can hold the administration accountable with. There's nothing. They can just do whatever the fuck they want. It's crazy. And if we don't stop this, if we don't try to like return to some sense of normalcy and demand that the administration actually dramatically scale back its endless military conquest, it's going to get to a point where the next president after Trump, if there is ever a president at all after that point, is going to start nuking places without any sort of proper process whatsoever. And Americans are still going to be like, well, why didn't he tell us? Why didn't he give us the evidence as to why he had to nuke and crater a Latin American country or some shit? Oh, you mean like Israel? Yeah, I mean, Israel is another example of this. HasanAbi vindicated. This is literally Trump's 25-second clip. Oh, yeah, revengeance?
I want him dead. Nothing personal, of course. Africa's just getting a bit too peaceful. What? Business ain't been the same since they shut down SOP. A clean break from the war economy. Huh. Well, some of us like that economy. How's an honest warmonger supposed to make a living?
Is this DMC? No, it's Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, which is goated, has one of the most unique combat systems I've ever encountered in my life. I need to play this on stream for sure. It's obviously very political as all of the Metal Gear Solid, all the Metal Gear games are. And even though that's not like technically a Metal Gear Solid franchise game, it's still very much in line with the same political overtones, overtures. Is the same game that I made it the fuck up is from? Yes. I think so. There's many Venezuelans that want Trump to go in and handle Maduro. Yeah, I don't care, man. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't give a shit, okay? Oh, yeah, there's many Iraqis who really want Saddam to be toppled. Look how great that worked out for fucking Iraq, okay? I don't give a shit. There is no, like, oh, we're invading a foreign country to deliver them autonomy, okay? It doesn't fucking work that way. It has never worked that way. I don't give a shit about these fucking dumbass narratives, okay? That's it. Yeah, they did this with fucking Gaza. Oh, Palestinians hate Hamas. They're begging for Israel to intervene. Look how well that worked out. There is no world where this is actually a better outcome, okay? There is no world where this is a better outcome for the fucking nation. It's so silly. It's so stupid. I cannot believe that people still advance this idiotic fucking take over and over again. Okay? Yeah, they tried the same with Iran. They said the same thing with Iran. They said the same thing with Iraq. They said the same thing with the Gaza Strip and Hamas. They always say the shit. They said it with Afghanistan. There has never been military intervention from a foreign superpower where the local population is like, thank you so much. Thank you for doing this. They did this with Vietnam too. This time it's different, right? That's what we're supposed to believe. This time it's going to be different.
To the US is widely disputed. Since September, the US has attacked at least 5 boats in the Caribbean. The administration says it's in armed conflict with drug cartels. UN-appointed human rights experts say the strikes are extrajudicial executions.
No war, just peace.
Even as Venezuela...
So many Americans call for the toppling of the authoritarian so-called President Trump. President Xi, deliver us freedom and prosperity. HasanAbi, wonder if this example would fucking up Americans' eyes absurdity of that statement. Exactly. Like we jokingly say, President Xi, fire when ready, okay? But obviously, the reason why we joke about that is because we are the United States of America. There is no more powerful force on the planet than the United States of America as it stands currently, okay? Regardless of China's rise to power as a force in the international markets, it's still nowhere near the same level of military prowess that America has with 800 military bases around the planet, okay? It's just not even a thing. It's not. It's not a thing. And therefore, when Americans are joking about that, We get the joke about that because we have the confidence of being the United States of America. Okay? This is not a sincere request is what I mean. Now, some people in the chat will say, no, I'm sincerely saying it. Okay, great. But like, ultimately, if such a thing were to happen, you would not be spared in that process. Do you understand? You would not be spared in that process. And as a matter of fact, a lot of Americans would lose their fucking minds, would actually harden even further against a foreign incursion of this sort. And the same thing has historically happened in every single country that has been invaded by a foreign adversary, a much more powerful foreign adversary. Whether it be the USSR intervening in Afghanistan, whether it be America intervening in Afghanistan, whether it be America intervening in Iraq, whether America and Israel intervening in Iran as recently as this, the past couple of months, there is always the same like hardening of people's positions against foreign entanglements and foreign intervention. Can you stop pretending like this administration is to blame? Wait, what? This administration is absolutely to blame. But I also am very clear when I talk about this stuff. While this administration is to blame, make no mistake, this is an extension. The Democrats would also have the same policy. Oh my God, dude, shut the fuck up, please. Okay, you're literally presenting a dumber version of the argument that I have already presented a million times over. You literally are presenting a black and white version of the fucking thing that I described for the past hour. Okay, you just want me to say it like a fucking moron. Okay, you just want me to say it like I have some sort of like campus position or something. Shut the fuck up. Okay, Jesus Christ. It's so annoying that there are people out there who are like, no, do not actually have a nuanced approach in this regard. Please say it in a way where people will immediately get mad at you. Okay, because I want people to get immediately mad at you. Only then will I know that you are morally infallible, that you are the true leftist position. The truest leftist position is when you are seeing the world through fucking black and white and only approaching every subject matter with no nuance whatsoever. Okay? Trump is currently the president. But as I've said already, Democratic politicians have also greatly expanded the power of the executive office. This is the logical conclusion of endless American militarism around the world, that Donald Trump has decided that he can just go to war with a fucking foreign country that is closer to our backyard than any other country we have actually directly bombed. And he can do that because previous administrations, both Democrat and Republican, have greatly expanded on the executive office's capacity to do so. I explained it already. Okay? You don't have to turn around and be like, Democrats would be the same. Like, shut the fuck up, okay? Shut up. Not only would the Democrats not be the same, the Democrats would at least try to make a sophisticated argument that is harder to combat than the Trump administration is in terms of delivering a foreign entanglement as a necessary war, as a necessary and just war, okay? Donald Trump, on the other hand, says the quiet part out loud. He says, I'm a fucking tyrant. I'm going to do this. What are you going to do about it? I'm not even trying to craft a narrative.
Venezuela denies the boats were carrying drugs. The president himself, Nicolas Maduro, has been accused by some American officials of being part of a drug trafficking network. He denies that and suggests the US wants regime change.
We remember the coups against Argentina, the coup by Pinochet, and the 5,000 young people assassinated and disappeared. How long will CIA coups continue? Latin America does not want them, does not need them, and repudiates them.
The CIA...
Trump is operating like a dying king, wants legacy, conquer Greenland, Venezuela, and Gaza. He just murdered another boat, killed them. Narrative is bullshit. Yeah. There is no world where this kind of action is justifiable, okay? The only reason why Trump is doing this is because he can do it, okay? And ironically enough, this kind of initiative actually hardens Maduro's position, and it justifies Maduro's position. It actually makes the other regional allies that normally are critical of Maduro, for example, for trying to do an incursion into Guyana, right? Turn around and say, actually, we're going to harden our position and we're going to support Maduro in this process because they too have, in recent history, experienced American intervention of sorts. Okay? That's it. This, I hope, will cause Latin American countries, Latin American leadership, the ones that aren't completely servile to the U.S., like Argentina, to look at this, to look at the situation and maybe even develop stronger ties with China.
Has a long and controversial record in South America, carrying out operations in several countries, including Chile. It's admitted that during the coup of 1973, it actively supported the military junta which took over, leading to the rise of Augusto Pinochet, whose dictatorship saw human rights abuses, forced disappearances and mass executions. Nicolas Maduro is widely accused of having stolen elections last year, but the US really doesn't like the Venezuelan president. It says he's an indicted drug trafficker and has put up a $50 million reward for information leading to his arrest and or conviction. In response to the...
I got it. He's in Caracas. That'll be $50 million, please. Thank you. There you go. Easy money, baby. Let's go. Easy money, baby. How did I know? He told me. I'll take that in PayPal, please. I'll take that in the form of Twitch subscriptions, sir. American government, give the $50 million to me in the form of Twitch subscriptions, please. Support the Piker Broadcasting Service, please. I just gave you incredible evidence that will lead to the apprehension of the foreign leader of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro. He is in Caracas. Please fund the Piker Broadcasting Service now. It's the other PBS. Too late. I already gave them this info. Sleepy Owl. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. It's coming in. The U.S. government's coming in slowly but surely, okay? In the form of Sleepy Owls, 5 gifted subs. All right. Open presents with a 25 gifted.
Escalating tensions, Nicolas Maduro has put the army on the streets of the capital, Caracas, and the surrounding area. The government says to coordinate defense. The military has also been giving civilians weapons training. This woman is being shown the ropes of an anti-aircraft machine. They've been told the US wants a change of president because it wants their oil and other resources. What Donald Trump's game plan in the Caribbean is unclear. Asked if the CIA has been given authority to remove Nicolas Maduro, he didn't deny it.
Does the CIA have authority to take out Maduro?
Oh, I don't want to answer a question like that. That's a ridiculous question for me to be given. Not really a ridiculous question, but wouldn't it be a ridiculous question for me to answer? But I think Venezuela's feeling heat.
The U.S.
I'm going to be honest. The reason why they're asking you that question is because you do end up answering it. I mean, he quite literally said the other day that, yes, the CIA is doing an operation.
Here today to announce a historic victory for American women, mothers, and families with the actions I will outline this afternoon will dramatically slash the cost of IVF and the treatment and many of the most common fertility drugs for countless millions of Americans. Prices are going way down, way down. I want to thank Libby Horn, who is the Senior Vice President of Fertility of EMD Serrano. So I want to thank you. Let's see here. That's what I thought. I thought it was you. Thank you, Libby, very much. And let me also thank the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., whose wife destroyed the people on The View yesterday.
Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals refused to undo order blocking deployment of National Guard troops within Illinois. We conclude that the district court's factual findings were not clearly erroneous, and the facts do not justify the president's actions.
She did a great job, actually. Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick. Thank you, Howard.
I never thought I'd be saying this, but thank God for at least some of the courts in this country that are literally like it is the elastic band that is on its last leg that is slated to snap at any moment but it is straight up holding what remains of like American institutions together before we just completely collapse and become a fascist authoritarian dictatorship. Straight up. It is literally just like it's on its last fucking leg, this last barrier. It's like the Cheeto before the SWAT team comes in and breaks the door. But so far, the Cheeto has held. Okay, you know how the little Cheeto meme holding the door together? That's what the American courts are, okay? Woke Antifa judges saving America.
VF in the United States can cost up to $25,000, can actually go a lot higher than that. And many couples require multiple rounds for a successful pregnancy. A major reason for these high prices is the excessive cost of the drugs involved. The number one fertility drug used in IVF is currently 700% more expensive in the United States than the rest of the world. And you know, we're
I wonder why.
ending all of that.
I wonder why.
Favored nations, and we're ending it, and we're ending it pretty fast. Nobody thought we'd be able to do it, and we've done it. Drugs are going to come down. Drug prices are coming down 400%, 200%, 600%, numbers that nobody's ever seen before.
Like the officers' court, the mid-levels of the judicial branch think the Supreme Court's capitulation is outrageous, is turning out the institution's bureaucratic middle are it turns out the institution's bureaucratic middle are the ones most interested in jealously guarding the institution's power. Yeah, except when you look at the legislative structure, unironically, Congress itself has completely diminished its own responsibility and its own power. So thank God, like I said, that there is at least something in the American separation of powers, at least for now, that is trying to safeguard what remains of its little power it has, okay? Because they could be just like Congress, a bunch of fucking cowards. Because, and I've stressed this before, like this is a part of the conversation with the government shutdown. Republicans also don't like that the Donald Trump administration at the executive office has decided to renege on prior allocations of the budget that Congress actually fought for. You are taking away the last remaining power of Congress, the power of the purse. You are basically making it so that the average congressperson has no power whatsoever. And it is Republican congresspersons alongside Democratic congresspersons that have allowed this to happen without fighting back, which is why like this government shutdown is important for that in that regard as well. It is crazy. Imagine if the courts also were this servile to the Trump administration's whims. Even the lower court structure was as servile to the Trump administration's whims as Congress has been. It would be over.
In the Trump administration, we want to make
First Antifa charges are coming in, and it's about ICE. The Trump administration's first Antifa-related domestic terrorism charges were just filed. The indictment defines Antifa as a Marxist ideology. Antifa is a militant enterprise made up of networks of individuals, small groups, primarily ascribing to a revolutionary, anarchist, or autonomous Marxist ideology, which explicitly calls for the overthrow of the United States government, law enforcement authorities, and the system of law. Antifa adherents have espoused insurrection and advocated violence. Oh my God, the fact that they're saying espoused insurrection is so fucking crazy because only the Trump administration has actively done an insurrection. The Trump cronies have literally done a fucking insurrection. The January 6th guy is literally saying that Antifa is doing espousing insurrection. It is actually very dangerous. It's a very dangerous ideology to entertain. Oh my God. Antifa adherents have espoused insurrection and advocated for violence to affect the policy and conduct of the U.S. government by intimidation and coercion beginning in 2025. Oh, I don't even know who they're going after in this regard. I'm surprised. I haven't received a subpoena, so... We'll see.
Pergo Veris. And that's a sound nice name. Pergo Veris. Why can't you name them nice, simple names? Nice, easy names. Doesn't matter. If it works, that's all we care about, right? Upon approval, this drug would directly compete against a much more expensive option that currently has a monopoly in the American market, and this will bring down costs very significantly. And the other one's going to have to come down also. Finally, EMD Serrano has agreed that all future drugs and everything that it develops and sells in the United States will be offset at most favored nation prices. I've been after this for a long time, and we started the process in the last administration, and then we had a little thing called COVID that came up. We had to focus on that, did a good job on that too. And they'll bring a significant portion of their drug manufacturing back to the United States. So they're going to bring it largely back into the United States, and that's for a lot of reasons, but primarily because of the election result, November 5th, and maybe most importantly because of the tariffs, because if they do it here, there are no tariffs. So we're going to be very close, I think, by the end of this year. We're going to be very close to $20 trillion in investment. As an example, the Biden administration had less than $1 trillion, substantially less than $1 trillion for 4 years, Maria. Can you imagine? 4 years, less than one. We're going to break $20 trillion of investment, and we're already over $17 trillion, and that's in 8 months. Can you believe that? And he was at less than $1 trillion. And in addition to that, he had open borders, allowing millions of people to pour in. What an administration that was. Worst president in history, by far. As a result of these actions, the per-cycle cost of drugs used in IVF will fall by an estimated 73%.
Biden couldn't make up numbers like I
for
could.
American
He was
consumers, and the numbers are
incapable.
going to actually be
I'm the best
very
at making up
substantially
numbers.
higher as time goes by,
Everything's
when it really
computer.
kicks in
Everything's
for most of-
AI.
I mean, think of those numbers.
Are these numbers
You know,
even
I
true, or
told
is
the
he just
story
lying
last
again?
time 'cause we were
Make
with-
no mistake. Anytime Donald Trump actually fucking reveals a number, just know that it's on the spot. That is precisely the reason why it changes with regular frequency. Okay? It changes all the time. One day it's, 17 quadrillion dollars. The next day it's 18. Even the amount of wars that he has quote unquote stopped changes all the time. Sometimes it says he's actually technically stopped 20 wars. It was 7, now it's 8. Sometimes, if we were being honest, it's more than 20. It's just anytime he fucking brings up a number, just know that he's making that shit up on the spot. Yeah, I know you know, but it's a good reminder for Chad. The numbers he's throwing around are literally made up bullshit. The whole budget of the USA is $6.8 trillion. He's claiming triple the whole USA budget is being invested in the USA. Lamau, yes. These are, at best, IOUs that he claims he's getting from foreign countries. And there is no indication that these will be firm commitments to invest on U.S. soil. And we have yet to see any of those investments. As a matter of fact, Donald Trump's own ambitions in terms of advancing a white nativist anti-immigration agenda has cooked a major trade partner, South Korea, and caused them to reconsider the investments that they would have made or the investments that they have made so far, because ICE went to a fucking Hyundai facility and did a perp walk with a bunch of Korean laborers that had come on U.S. soil to build a fucking factory that was going to hire like 7,000 American workers. He did that shit. So he's constantly getting in his own way as well.
Fertility insurance for the first time. So I don't know, I don't know how well these things are covered. I see the Democrats like to take credit for all of the things we do. We do the things and they take the credit. But I figure if you do enough of these, eventually people are going to figure it out. The Democrats have done nothing. This will make all fertility care, including IVF, far more affordable and accessible. And by providing coverage,
I do think that the worst part about this is that, like, the dumbest guy you know believes this sincerely. Like, the dumbest person you know is tuning into this by way of, like, Asmongold or whatever, and is going, that's my president. The Democrats are doing nothing. I mean, which is not technically incorrect. And going, that's my big, beautiful president. He's actually bringing the cost of drugs down, and he's protecting the nation. And also, we have to invade Venezuela immediately. Okay, there are at least 40 to 50 million Americans who 100% believe all the shit that he said.
And I will say, Katie was great. As you know, she's a great senator from Alabama. She's the first one that told me about this. I had not known too much about it, and we worked very rapidly together, didn't we, though?
I learned about IVF, and it became
Alabama
the father of
then
IVF.
took care of it and passed it. Within a week, everything was done. Really, it was something. So I want to thank Katie, Brett. There's no deeper happiness and joy of raising children, and now millions of Americans struggling with infertility will have a new chance to share the greatest experience of them all. So I'd like to thank all of the people that are here, and I think we'll start with Dr. Oz and Ms. Horn. We'll go through the list and
Thank
we'll
God RFK's not there.
listen.
Oh my God, I
And
could not
yesterday I
listen to
did
him
this,
again.
and I stood for about an hour and a half as people spoke. And I said, this time I'm sitting right there, and I'm going to watch you. I stood for an hour and a half like this. I said, you got to be kidding. Here we go. It was one after another, and it was wonderful listening to him. But I said, if I have to do this every day, Bobby, should I stand or sit? Thank you,
Oh,
Bobby.
he's there. Oh, fuck.
Please, Dr. Oz.
Is Bobby Kennedy there? Oh, God. Oh, he is there.
Mr.
Oh, I
President,
hope
I'm
he
going to
doesn't
jump in
talk.
here real quick. I want to start by thanking President Trump. Sir, from the very first phone call we ever had, your support was strong. It was steadfast. It was unwavering. And because of you,
I spoke too soon, bro.
millions of Americans are going to have a greater opportunity to bring the greatest gift, in my opinion, life into this world.
If we ever have a sense of normalcy in this country, if there's ever like a real left flank opposition that ends up winning power in this country, take note of all of the successful modes of communication that the Trump administration is implementing. This is actually very good, technically. Okay, it's good for governance. Whoever comes next, especially if they are like a AMLO style or a Claudia Sheinbaum style left flank social democratic socialist, I'm dreaming, you know, sky's the limit, should be doing daily conferences such as this one and communicating their agenda, ruining the reputation of the opposition and belittling them with regular frequency, and talking about how wonderful it is that we are finally doing this stuff. Because like this is important. It's important to fucking constantly communicate directly whatever your administration's agenda is. Okay? This was a major problem for the Biden administration because Biden was far too old, far too demented. He couldn't get away with it. He could not communicate any of the shit that they were doing, including some of the good things that they were doing. Like, I'm a firm believer that Build Back Better or the IRA, like a lot more of the initial Biden legislative agenda could have been accomplished if they did a better job of presenting it. If they also bullied some of the spoilers in their own party, right? They should have done that. This is something that I yelled about quite a bit when Biden was president. But unfortunately, it wasn't within the capabilities of the administration at the time because he was far too fucking old. Okay?
Just for the record, IVF is legal and accessible in all 50 states. And President Trump taking this action today to lower cost, to bring these issues to the forefront, and to enact solutions for people working to start their families. I want you to know it's significant and there's more to come. But this isn't the only thing that you've done to prove that we're the party of parents and we're the party of families. If you look at the working family tax cut, guys, he made sure that hard-working parents were front and center in that legislation. You know, whether it was child tax credits being expanded and made permanent, whether it was Trump accounts that are going to change the game for so many parents, or whether it was childcare. So for decades, we have heard Democrats talk about childcare. President Trump actually took action on the affordability and accessibility of childcare. We know that 1 in 4 families say that they hesitate to have more children because of the cost and because of childcare cost. For the first time, this man actually took steps to change the dynamics for hardworking parents. So of the 3 tax credits that he reformed and the working families tax cuts, 2 of them had not been touched in 2 decades, and 1 of them had not been touched since 1986. So President Reagan was in office the last time anybody did anything about it. But you changed the game on that, and I was proud to lead that effort in the Senate. And so on behalf of moms and dads, on behalf of grandparents and sisters and aunts and uncles and brothers and people who are looking to expand their family, we say thank you. Thank you for all you do to support families in this country and make a healthier environment and an easier one for us to grow the very most important thing.
Great, thank you.
God bless.
So nice. Thank you very much.
So let's set the stage. To put it in perspective, 2 weeks ago, as President Trump alluded, a leading U.S. drug manufacturer came into this room and agreed to do something none of us thought was possible. A most favored nation agreement with numbers, again, inconceivable. Last week, a company from Europe, a global leader in the pharmaceutical sector, came to this office, made the same kind of commitment for most favored nation pricing, again, because the president insisted on it and was persistent, and he alluded to the fact that he was calling Secretary Kennedy.
I think one of the craziest aspects of this is that these guys obviously very desperately want to increase the birth rates, specifically the white birth rates, right? We all know that this is a major issue for a lot of these fucking dipshits. Because obviously, if the declining birth rates across the board were a major problem, then they wouldn't be shutting off immigration, which has kept the American working class relatively young as opposed to other developing nations. But they have this association, this like great replacement narrative that has set in the collective consciousness of a lot of the financial elite. Except making IVF more accessible or cheaper is great. I have no issue with that. It's awesome. But the problem with having more children is not specifically the cost associated with people who are having a harder time, having children at a later age. What's wrong with increasing the white birth rate? Great question. What's wrong with the white birth rate decreasing? Like, what is whiteness? What's the issue? Seriously, explain to me what is the problem with America becoming like a more diverse country without coming across like a Nazi, please. Whiteness is a recessive gene? No, it's made up. It's completely made up. It's not even a recessive gene. It's just made up to be a recessive gene because it's purity. It's considered purity. So you're impure if you have less whiteness. It is a completely fabricated social construct. It's not a gene. It's just a made-up social construct. I am the living, breathing proof that whiteness is a social construct. Okay? I'm pastier than the average white person, and yet some white people, when they hear my name and they hear about my background, go, that's not a white guy at all. That's a Muslim. So how can you sit here and tell me that this is a pure... This is not a made-up phenomena. If some people who have pale skin are not considered white and others who have tan skin are, especially considering that I'm like way pastier than the average Italian American, for example, how can you see this as anything but a totally made-up association? That's it. There is no issue with America becoming a more diverse country. What's wrong? You're right. Oh, damn. That was nice. Okay. Hell yeah. Anyway, the point I was trying to explain, by the way, is that the real issue, the real cost associated with like declining birth rates is not because IVF is too costly. That's only one aspect of it. It's that child rearing, child development is too costly, especially at a time when you no longer have single income households that can keep the entire family afloat. You need both parents working constantly, sometimes multiple jobs. How the fuck are they going to take care of a kid on top of that, especially with all the costs associated with it, when you got motherfuckers like Zohran Mamdani being like, I want universal child care, and people go, that's socialism. We have to arrest you. The average cost of having a baby in a hospital is like 10 grand minimum, and people are like, well, we made IVF less costly. Okay, that's just the starting point. People are too busy.
It's real lives, dreams, and aspirations of hardworking Americans. The teacher who goes to school each day, surrounded by children, but aching for children of her own. The firefighter who puts his life on the line, but can't create the life he wants at home. The consequences of these challenges can take significant tolls. Some of you watching today have given up or are frustrated because access to IVF treatments has been out of reach. That's why expanding access to IVF has been an issue of great importance to the president. He made this clear in his executive order declaring the administration's goal of supporting American families by enabling access and eliminating barriers to IVF. Today, EMD Serrano is proud to help President Trump deliver on his promise to you.
It's so funny that they pan to him, like they have a camera on him all the time.
Thanks to the president's leadership,
just showing him
EMD
nodding.
Serrano has worked alongside distributors and other partners to help
He's so
more
fucking
families
bored. Are you a person of
have access to
color? What do
services
you
and
think, dude?
innovations
I'm not.
that are
I'm white.
consistent with
I
other
say I'm white
countries.
all the time. But other
Through
white
our
people seem
partnership
to
with the
not agree.
administration, we are proud to announce that Americans will have access to our leading IVF therapies for an 84% discount off list prices. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you for making this possible.
Thank you very much. That's great. Fantastic.
For more than 40 years, EMD Serrano has been a global leader in fertility. Our science was instrumental in the birth of the first IVF baby in the US, and we've helped to bring more than 6 million babies into the world since then. Our purpose is to help create, improve, and prolong life. That means discovering more medicines and bringing them to patients faster. FDA Commissioner McCary has made it a priority to ensure that Americans have access to the world's most innovative treatments as quickly as possible. To that end, EMD Serrano is filing a new IVF therapy called Pergoveris for review under the FDA Commissioner's National Priority Voucher Program. If approved, Pergoveris would combine two key reproductive hormones in synergy designed to mimic reproductive physiology. This therapeutic option could mean fewer injections, fewer copays, and lower self-pay cost, all of which make a real difference in the IVF patient experience.
I thought IVF was
In
woke.
closing-
No, they're so... These guys are so obsessed with declining white birth rates that, no. There are some on the Christian nationalist front that oppose IVF and say it's like, ungodly and it must be abolished. But Trump very quickly was like, we're not doing that. Like from the start, he's been Mr. IVF because they are all super duper worried about the declining white birth rates in general.
Mr. President, thank you for your bold leadership that's allowed our teams to go far beyond what anyone thought was possible. On behalf of the Domestic Policy Council and Vince Haley here, we would like to also thank all the agency partners and the stakeholders that we worked with to get to the solution today that will make a real impact for families. Specifically, today's historic actions, 4 in total that you see, are made possible by coordination of all of the White House team and 7 agencies, many of who are represented here, and their teams that have worked tirelessly. As you described, Mr. President, the current system isn't working. 7 in 10 Americans don't have coverage to IVF. They face high costs and uncertain outcomes.
Trump makes you a lazy, boring streamer. He's a lazy, boring streamer. Look at his reacts. He doesn't say anything. He falls asleep on camera.
Say that they would leave their current job just because of fertility benefits. So you asked us to lower costs and to fix the broken.
Trump is unironically a more boring streamer than me.
In addition to lowering the cost of drugs by 73%.
No, react harder, react harder, react harder, react harder.
If you missed it, most people require 2 or 3 cycles So it's significant savings for families. I'm also going to briefly
Boring
outline
ass
the new
bitch.
solution for coverage.
React harder, Trump.
This is a
You're
new
boring.
fertility benefit option
It's
that
a
employers
snooze
can
fest.
immediately offer to their employees starting today. This afternoon,
not
the Departments of
reacting.
Labor, Health and Human Services, and Treasury will be releasing guidance that, for the first time, creates a legal pathway for employers to offer fertility benefit packages.
He's literally about to
people
fall
that need
asleep.
them,
Look at
similar
him.
to how
Dude, look
dental,
at this.
vision, and life insurance are currently offered. This will be followed up by a regulation. These benefits can address the continuum of fertility from the root causes
If RFK
of
comes
IVF,
up,
which
I'm
Secretary
clicking
Kennedy
away.
is
I
working
can't
on
listen to
very
him.
hard
I'm
at
sorry.
HHS.
No disrespect.
To-
No disrespect to anybody. No disrespect to the RFK lovers in here. I know there are many Maha enjoyers in here, but like there is 0% chance I can listen to him speak. It kills me. I will have to click away. Okay.
for employers, including small and mid-sized
That man
employers, to compete
that
for
man
talented
does something to
employees.
me.
Currently,
Okay.
many
That
small
man does
businesses
something to me
cannot afford to
when he
offer
starts
fertility benefits
when he
at all.
starts
This is
chirping.
making it possible for them to offer
It
benefits
just
the same way that
well, I don't want to hear from the worm is what I'm
offer
saying.
benefits. This is a pro-family benefit expansion that will transform clinical outcomes by addressing fragmented coverage and care. I'm a physician by training, and it's very important that we have high-quality care. Fertility benefit companies are poised to offer packages that have reported so far roughly 25% higher live birth rates for those that seek care compared to those that don't have such benefits. They also report fewer cycles to achieve pregnancy, improved natural pregnancy rates through better care before you need IVF,
We're RFK holes.
and reduced chance of miscarriages.
Your hate watching MMR is
21%
too low.
reduction in miscarriage
It
rate.
is. I can't stand that motherfucker,
Leading
bro.
physicians in the field have also relayed that these types of benefits significantly
Mitch
improve
McConnell
the
fell. Did you
patient
cover it,
and
bro?
doctor
Not only did I
experience,
cover it
allowing both
instantly,
to focus
it
on
already
care rather than navigating
my
the
editing team was so
bureaucracy.
on it that they made a fucking
These
YouTube short
impacts are
about
very
it.
personal. Here with us today are my good friends, Congressman Richard Hudson of North Carolina and his wife, Renee Hudson. Both have worked in public service for years, including Renee for all 4 years of your past administration, Mr. President, and they struggled with infertility. Today they have a beautiful son who's their pride and joy. He's an amazing boy, but they also suffered multiple losses throughout their fertility journey, something that is very common.
I think maybe this is going to come across as controversial, especially for a leftist to say, but we're really not considering another major component as to why people don't have children nowadays, aside from the costs associated with it, but like it's also just more fun. Like it's just you have more time to do fun shit, and having a child is not fun. Like low key, that is part of it. In the past, you couldn't really get away with it because life was awful. It was gruesome. You needed farmhands, and many of your farmhands would die before they reached the age of like 15, right? So you had to fuck and fuck hard and fuck a lot and fuck often, okay? For some, like the good Reverend John Brown, he was trying to build a militia with his semen to limited success. For others, it was about having farmhands. The problem is, in a lot of developed countries, the reason why people just like stop having children partially is because of the cost associated with it, the lack of time that people have. And it's also partly because people just want to have fun instead of having to take care of a baby. I think that is a real aspect in this story. And it's like, it kind of makes sense. You can't really force people to fucking breed, you know? If you don't want to breed, you don't have to. You shouldn't have to. Obviously, the fun component, because like the reason why I'm saying this is because like people are asked in developing countries or developed nations what the major reason is for why they don't have children, and they say it's because they don't want to, because they want the liberties of not being a parent. That is a common meta. Okay. And I think that still ties back to the material circumstances. And what I mean by that is parenthood is not only a costly endeavor, but a time-consuming endeavor, partially because of the things that I just mentioned, which is that you already have very little time for yourself to feel a sense of autonomy in your life, right? We're constantly working. We're on our phones. We're constantly doing something. We're constantly being productive. We're constantly improving productivity for our capital owners. And in that like limited time frame that we have to ourselves, people don't want that to be overtaken by educating a child, taking care of a child. And I think that's what it is. So if you actually took away some of those burdens, and people could actually take care of a child and simultaneously, quote unquote, have fun and have the liberties to feel like a human being, more people would still end up having children. And then there's the antinatalist. No, I just don't want kids. I understand. That definitely is a thing that people choose to do. And that's, you have every right to refuse to have a child. Like, no one can force you to do it. But ultimately, I think it always goes back to the free time that people don't have and the costs associated with it. And as long as you do not eradicate the costs associated with child rearing and childbirth, and as long as you do not make it so that people have more liberties in general, with or without having a child, people are just not going to do this. They're just not going to do this, especially in developed nations, especially in with higher educated people in the professional field.
Who only want to hear the words mommy and daddy, who want to watch our children open their Christmas presents on Christmas morning.
I also do think that, like, hearing a bunch of ladies like this talk about the joys of childbirth probably makes many like highly educated professional people feel even grosser about the prospect. Like, this is a bit of an ick.
And promises are kept. Lives are changed forever. Thank you, Mr. President.
It's like a different birth control initiative when you have these ladies come out and be like, I love having children. There is nothing better than being called mommy or daddy.
I was hoping you would say that. Bobby, come on up for a second. What a job you're doing. Yeah, say a few words.
Oh, no!
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for your vision, your commitment to our country. When my uncle was president, the fertility rate in this country was 3.5%. Today, it is 1.6%. The replacement rate, in other words, the amount of fertility that you need in order to keep your population even, is 2.1%.
The worm needs more sacrifice.
That is a national
at
security
the altar.
Country.
You must all be servile to the worm. We must overcome the replacement rates.
Chemicals that
otherwise, the worm will not have enough biomatter.
The sperm count, 50% of the testosterone is in 65-year-old men. Our girls are hitting puberty 6 years earlier. And that's bad, but also our parents aren't having children. Parents who want to have children do not have access. I have 7 children. I feel that God has blessed me with that. And I can't imagine how different my life would be if I did not have that blessing. I want to point out also that this morning, Harvard University released a study that showed that the obesity rates have now climbed over 70%. And this, again, is for the same reason we're flooding our kids. We're poisoning mass poisoning a generation of kids with chemicals. President Trump has instructed us to stop these problems at the root cause. He's also recognized that there are people who are injured, people who are not living their life to the fullest, and he's addressing that. Last week, we made GLP drugs available at Most Favored Nation. And this week, it's IVF. I want to thank you so much for that, Mr. President. I saw on an airplane the other day You said that you didn't believe that you were going to get to heaven. You're doing God's work here. You've made peace in the Middle East, which is beyond anybody's imagination.
Please.
And now you're giving millions of
Mr. President,
Americans
the worm commands you to
peace.
make it to heaven.
You're doing this while the government is locked down by the Democrats. But this administration has not stopped working for the American people. And that's because of your energy, your commitment, your vision, and I want to thank you for allowing me to be part of it.
And he's doing a great job. And by the way, Kyle is fantastic. So he's got a lot of courage. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't care. Howard, you and I would not be good at that. We'd go about 30 miles an hour, but we'd be safe. Anyway, so thank you very much. Any questions, please?
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, please.
Mr. President, this is a major campaign promise that you made. It was a big hot topic towards the end of the election. You're delivering on that again. I actually have a question for Secretary Kennedy.
That's not a
Dr.
question.
Heidi. Dr. Heidi, you said something that I thought was really important.
That's not a
Talk about how
question.
This coverage option, this benefit option, gives companies the
Mr. President, you're delivering on a major campaign promise. You're incredible.
Consistent to their values. I was wondering if either you or the President could expand on that and talk about why that's an important thing to understand about this program.
Oh my God, they got Macaulay Culkin in the fucking
It's a great
White
question.
House, bro.
We think that employers are best situated to know what them and their employees want to contribute to in relation to their benefits. So employers are going to be able to decide how to cover the root causes of infertility, things like obesity, metabolic health, and other things that are impacting infertility. And
Home
also,
Alone.
if they want to encourage their
Home Alone
their
3.
employees to
Lost
see certain
in the
types
White
of doctors,
House.
and they can work with providers that are identifying the highest quality fertility providers. And so it puts them in the driver's seat. And our view is that we want employers to be the ones that can make those decisions, not the government. Thank you.
All right. That's a good answer.
Yeah, it was.
That's a very good answer.
Home Alone 4.
Mr. President, previously you did not seem to be bothered regarding Hamas cracking down on what you called gangs. Actually,
What?
couple of gangs. And today you issued a threat.
Yeah,
against
now
Hamas
he got the boss call. He got the boss call this morning from Israel.
What was said? Go ahead.
You said if they continue keep killing innocents in Gaza, that if that continues, the United States will
I
go
know. I
after
issued a
them.
strong statement. That's right.
But they used to be gangs, and now you're saying innocents. What made you think they're innocents now?
Well, I'm looking at what's happening, and that wasn't the deal that was made, and we'll see what happens. It's calmed down. It's a tough neighborhood. We know that. We have a commitment from them, and I assume they're going to honor that commitment. I hope they do. And I understand they brought back some additional bodies today. It's a rough deal when you think of it, right? Very rough. We have our hostages back completely. We were very lucky with that. But it's a tough situation. They brought back bodies today, as you probably know. But they also said they're going to behave. We're going to find out if they behave. If they behave good, if they don't behave, we'll take care of it. Yeah, please.
Following up on that, when you
I didn't
said,
say you. You CNN fake news. Go
you
ahead.
said in your post that if they kept killing people in Gaza, we would have no choice but to go in and kill them. So do you mean U.S. forces would go in and take out Hamas?
No, I didn't say who would go in, but somebody will go in. It's not going to be us. We won't have to. There are people very close, very nearby that will go in. They'll do the trick very easily, but under our auspices.
Could I follow up? You also posted about your call with President Putin today, and you spoke about a meeting in Hungary with him. Do you have a timeline or a date set for when?
Yeah, I would say within 2 weeks or so, pretty quick. Marco Rubio is going to be meeting with his counterpart, as you know, Lavrov, and they'll be meeting pretty soon. They're going to set up a time and a place very shortly. Maybe it's already set up. They've already spoken. And I thought it was a very good phone call. I thought very productive. But I'll be meeting with President Putin, and we'll make a determination. Tomorrow I'm meeting with President Zelensky, and I'll be telling him about the call. I mean, we have a problem. They don't get along too well, those two, and it's sometimes tough to have meetings, so we may do something where we're separate, but separate but equal. We'll
what?
Meet and talk.
Separate but
parties,
equal.
But, this is
my man brought segregation back, talking about Ukraine and Russia.
One of those things. I've seen things that nobody would believe, but this is one of them. So we're going to be meeting in Hungary. Viktor Orban is going to be hosting.
Separate but equal.
And it's
like
it's
water
really,
fountains, the way they should be in the South. We're back.
Week over 7,000 people were killed. That's ridiculous. And you know, it doesn't affect our country. We're not losing people. We're not losing Bobby. We're not losing Americans. But they're losing Russians, Ukrainians, mostly soldiers, for the most part, soldiers. And we think we're going to get it. We hope we're going to get it stopped. I thought this would be, because of my relationship with President Putin, I thought this would be very quick. And it's turned out to be, who would think I did Middle East before I did this? We did a total of 8 now, 7 and now 8. And we're going to make this number 9.
Why do you think a second meeting?
So you said you posted that there was great progress. Can you tell us a little bit about that? Was it a shift in Putin's tone? Was it something new he told you? Did he give you any message to give?
You're talking about the whole
President Zelensky tomorrow.
It just seems to me that, you know, look, it's only a field. That's all I've done in my whole life. I've made deals. I know about deals. I do it well. I don't think any president's ever ended a war, frankly. One war, I did 8 of them, Maria, right? And but I don't know, did Bush ever end? Do you think Biden ended a war? Biden started wars because he was stupid.
Brother,
But,
you are
do you think
entertaining
Biden
a
ended
war
any
with
wars? No.
Venezuela.
I don't know of
a
anybody
whole
that ended
ass
wars. I ended
foreign
8 of them.
nation.
And it's going to be 9. I think we're going to have this one done, hopefully soon. But I'll be meeting him probably over the next 2 weeks. First, Marco is going to be meeting. And the vice president, as you know, is very
It's
much
9
involved.
now.
The whole team
See,
is involved.
remember,
Steve Witkoff
going
will
back
be
to
involved.
to what I was saying. Whenever he says a number, just know it's made up. It's 9 wars now. It was 6, 7. Now it's 9. Maybe 11. Who knows? 9/11.
United
I ended
States of
that.
America too. We have a lot of them, but we need them. I mean, we can't deplete for our country. So you know, they're very vital. They're very powerful. They're very accurate. They're very good. But we need them too. So I don't know what we can do about that.
Why do you think a second meeting with Putin? Why do you think a second meeting with Putin now will yield different results?
Well, I think Alaska actually set a stage, and that wasn't very long ago, but it set a stage. You have to understand, I came into this situation. I didn't start this war. This is a Biden deal. And I came into it, and it was a mess. It could have led to World War III. In my opinion, this could have led to
You
World
said
War
7,
III.
now 8. He says the
That
same.
won't
Number
happen.
9 would be Russia, Ukraine.
But
He's
they could
lying
have.
often, not this time.
So I came in,
mean,
this
the lie
war
is
was
the 7
raging. When
wars
I
that
left,
he
this
ended.
wasn't even a thought.
That's not correct.
For 4 years, nobody talked about it. I spoke to President Putin about Ukraine. It was the apple of his eye, but there was never going to be doing anything like this. And this all went because of some really bad decisions that were made. And look what you have. You have millions of people dead. You have just a horrible, horrible situation. I'm doing it to save souls.
Also,
That's
one of
all
the
I'm
craziest parts about this, like, I ended wars narrative is that we don't actually account for the wars that he is trying to start, whether it be Venezuela or the bombing campaigns that he continued, like in Yemen, or the genocide that he continued, like in Israel, right? We still don't know or Iran, and we still don't know if the Israel one will hold. Doesn't seem like it currently, because he's now posturing that he's going to go and kill Hamas.
Drug at the top of this. Were you referring to the weight loss drugs?
I was referring to Ozempic, or I was the fat loss drug.
So those are going to be $150 out of pocket
Yeah,
for
well,
Americans.
they'll be much lower. They'll be much lower.
Okay, that's kind of goated.
We have not negotiated those yet. We're going to be rolling these out over time. The GLP category of drugs, which includes Ozempic, have not been negotiated yet.
What's the timeline for that?
But it will. It'll come down, like everyone else.
Okay. Any timeline on those
He
negotiations?
says fat like a slur. Okay, he can say it, bro. It's his term. I mean, look at him. If Donald Trump can't also, jokingly refer to fat people, I don't know who can. He's fucking fat.
Conservatives have religious objections to IVF and are already critical of this policy. What's your message to them?
I don't know about the views of that. I'm just looking to do something because, pro-life, I think this is very pro-life. You can't get more pro-life than this. Please.
Mr. President, you've been talking about how this new benefit plan will also include root cause treatments for infertility. How will you make sure that those root cause treatments are equally accessible to IVF?
Well,
he doesn't think he's fat. No, I think Trump knows he's like not in good shape. You think Trump thinks he's skinny? No.
It's the determination, again, Secretary of Labor, the determination, the Department of Labor is issuing their intent today to open up the rulemaking process, again, for more flexibility.
He's 6'4" and 220, bro. You're just mad his waist is more snatched than you? It's true.
Offer more access to health
Donald Trump technically is like 15 pounds lighter than me and my height, according to his official medical record.
Before that, through the Q&A guidance that was issued today with the other agencies, that will give guidance to our employers and the employees about what the flexibility of that is, and then again opening that rulemaking process for further determination of the access that can be had offered in those benefits for all different types of health care access is the goal of the Department of Labor.
Good answer. Thank you. I like this better. I just said they can do better than me. Yeah, please. Good job, Laura. You know you're doing a fantastic job.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I shouldn't tell. I won't say it. But I will not say that she was recommended by the Teamsters. Can you believe it? And she's turned out to be a gem, an absolute gem. You're doing a great job. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, John Bolton was just indicted. Do you think we can see your deal-making skills applied to the government shutdown anytime soon?
Well, look, I mean, all we want to do is just extend. We don't want anything. We just want to extend, live with the deal that they.
This is true. These last few Trump presidents have been astounding. Listen up, liberal. I'm fat and going to hell. Like when he was doing the presser on the airplane, he's like, I'm not going to heaven. I'm not going to heaven. I'm not making it to heaven. And then yesterday he straight up said, I'm a fat ass. It would be really bad if I went up to the beach. I'm a little busy. I'd love to go to Argentina. I'd like to go to the beach. My legs are not as quite as thin as his. My legs are slightly heavier. My arms are slightly larger. My body's a little bit larger than his. I'm not sure it would be appreciated on the beach. I'd look like a beached whale, a fat whale. I'm so fat.
Couldn't kick in. And I said, boy, I hope I win this election because if I don't, somebody else is going to take credit for it, Bobby.
Yeah, he said it yesterday. We joked
and
about
sure
it.
as can be, Biden said, he didn't even know what the hell was happening. And it was a hard thing for me to do. I got insulin way down. What was it before that? It was just massive. It was impossible to afford. And sure as can be, because it was statute, it couldn't have been earlier. I said, boy, this falls into the next administration. I better win. And all of a sudden, I watch this Biden taking credit for something that I did, and on other things too. We had a lot of things kick in. So the nice part about this is at the beginning of our administration. So I think we're going to see the fruits of our labor. And I hope on our other situation that we've talked so much about.
When he says stuff like that, remember, we are in the 10th month of this administration so far. It's only been 10 months. Wow. Think about that.
It'll be for the first time, but I think he's, a bad person. I think he's a bad guy. Yeah, he's a bad guy. It's too bad, but that's the way it goes.
The case against him?
That's the way it goes, right? That's the way it goes. Will I what?
Have you reviewed the case against him?
No, I haven't. But I just think he's a bad person. Okay, anybody else?
What's the timeline for the IVF drug through the National Commissioner Priority Review Voucher? Dr. McCary?
What do you think, Doctor?
Yeah.
Oh, damn, breaking points is in there.
First of all, the National Priority Voucher Program says we're going to proactively at the FDA look for amazing treatments like this IVF treatment. We're going to reach out to the companies, and if it's in line with the president's national priorities, we're going to put those drugs at the front of the line and get a decision out in weeks instead of a year. And so today we announced 9 drugs that are going to be recipients. These are products where the manufacturing is going to be in the United States, or it's meeting a large unmet public health need, like a diabetes drug we announced today. Or it is a product where you're going to see an affordability phenomena because the prices are getting equalized in line with the president's most favored nation status goal.
Wow, that's good. Why didn't I have him speaking? So could have saved a lot of time. Thanks, buddy. I'm not surprised. Yeah, please.
Yes, thank you, Chris. So Senate Majority Leader John Thune today said he'd like to proceed with the bill which would put sanctions on Russia. What's your thought on that?
Well, we're going to see. He doesn't know about the call yet. I'm going to speak to him later. And it was subject to what I wanted to do. And so we'll see what happens. We may have, this may be such a productive call that we're going to end up, we want to get peace. We want to stop the killing. 7,000 people a week. Can you believe it? We want to stop the killing. So I'm going to speak to him and the speaker, Mike Johnson. I'll speak to them a little bit later and I'll tell them about this. And we'll make the right determination. I'm not against anything. I'm just saying it may not be perfect timing. It could happen in a week or two, but it's at my option, as you know.
Right, but did President Putin try to dissuade you from selling Tomahawk missiles?
Well, of course. What do you think he's going to say? Please sell Tomahawks?
No, but did he give
Is he going to say, please sell those Tomahawks? I really appreciate it. I did actually say, would you mind if I gave a couple of thousand Tomahawks to your opposition? I did say that to him. I said it just that way. He didn't like the idea. He really didn't like the idea. No, I said it that way. You have to be a little bit lighthearted sometimes, but no, he doesn't want Tomahawk is a vicious weapon. It's a vicious, offensive, incredibly destructive weapon. Nobody wants Tomahawk shot at him.
Did he specifically ask you not to provide Tomahawks?
So, wouldn't anybody? I mean, it's been in the news. Who wouldn't do that? CNN. Who wouldn't do that?
Fake news.
You think he's going to say,
Fake news.
I'd love to have Tomahawk sent my way? I don't think so. Maria, we have one of the great stars of television here, and she's an incredible person. And she's just an amazing
Maria
woman.
Bartiromo.
She got it all right. She got the Russia hoax right. She got everything. Would you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President. I would ask you why this was so important to you, IVF, and why was autism so important to you? What are you trying to achieve?
Well, autism is like a whole different thing. When you look at it, was 1 in 20,000.
Oh, what is happening,
Now it's
bro?
1 in 12. If you look, Bobby, we have different numbers, but
I
1 in
swear to God, he saw the way Modi treats his media press pool and was like, I want that here and I want it now. Oh, Americans, are you enjoying what it looks like to live under an autocratic leadership? Are you enjoying the show? It's so funny to watch this happen. I never thought I would watch this happen twice in my lifetime. Okay? It's like I literally left a country where exactly this happened, came to the United States of America, and watched conditions unwind until the exact same Turkification was complete under the rulership of the great Donald J. Trump. Fucking awesome. It's great. Maybe you're bad luck. I think this is just everywhere, no matter what. Not very funny if you are not white or financially secure. I know.
Tell what you did when you heard from your friends. You said this was not, they almost became violent. Right?
I told him, I said, Mr. President, we need you. We need your voice in this conversation. We need the directive. We need the strong support because there are millions of people out there, moms and dads, wanting to bring life into the world. And you had people, the chilling effect that occurred across Alabama, there were people that were in the middle of that process that have been praying to have.
I feel like there was more resistance from the Turks at the time when Erdogan was doing his shit than I've seen in America against Donald Trump. Like, I think Americans broadly are sleepwalking through this process. By and large, it feels as though many Americans are either completely oblivious to exactly what's going on, or the ones that do tune in get fatigue from all of the outrage, and they just go, what am I supposed to do? I just have to still deliver these Uber Eats deliveries. You know what I mean? Like, I can't pay attention to this shit. This sucks. Yeah. By the way, John Bolton has been officially indicted. Another big, beautiful presidential moment here. John Bolton, breaking via CNN. President Donald Trump's former national security advisor turned adversary has been indicted by federal grand jury in Maryland, according to two sources. CNN previously reported that the investigation centered around notes Bolton was making in an AOL email account while he was national security advisor to Trump. John Bolton, welcome to Antifa, sir. Welcome to the anti-fascist coalition, sir. Look, I already told you, I'm gonna let him fight posture when it comes to Bolton. He is a bridge too far for me, but it's obvious that these investigations are a sham. It's ridiculous. Completely and utterly ridiculous. Also, one of the funniest aspects of this is that John Bolton still has an AOL account. That is, that's an indictable offense in and of itself. Oh my God, that is spectacular boomer shit right there.
So we'll go back to all of that. Prices are down. Oil is down. We're down $58 a barrel. We're gonna be hitting $2 for gasoline. I think we're gonna be at $2. And the previous administration, they were at $4 and $5. They were going up much higher, and then they swung back into my things, but they didn't swing back properly. They were very, very late. They really blew it. We had it really going in the right direction. They came and took everything out, and it's incredible. I'll never forget. They lost control of the price of gasoline, of oil. They totally lost control, Howard, and then they went back immediately. Well, let's go back to Trump, but by that time it was too late, and they didn't go back because the leases and everything else. They didn't do what they had to do. They wouldn't know. They really didn't know how to. But we could be hitting close to $2 a gallon. I'd love to break it if we could, but we could be. And when that comes down, everything else has been coming down.
No, it hasn't.
Groceries are down.
No, it hasn't. No, that's not
true.
Things
are down, and
that actually has not happened. Yeah, it turns out when you have unlimited corporate consolidation and virtually every sector is an oligopoly run by like 1, 2, sometimes 3 mega corporations, they actually still keep the prices as high as physically possible, even if other things become less costly. It turns out there is no reason to lower prices at any level. As a matter of fact, they're doing that. They're not doing the let's lower the prices now. A gallon of gasoline is cheaper. That's not happened at all.
Very much, everybody. We'll see you soon. Thank you.
So that's really funny that this asshole is lying about this thing that is like demonstrably incorrect. You're bald. Okay. Yeah. Don't believe your lying eyes. Yeah. Saying I'm bald is like saying grocery prices have gone down. Expected. Anyway, John Bolton indicted by grand jury. I know, Comrade Bolton. There's hog on hog violence, obviously, but first and foremost, we're going to be talking about we already covered the Venezuela stuff extensively. We are going to move on from the Venezuela stuff to Hamas
in the Middle East,
because Donald Trump this morning, as I told you, turned around and Donald Trump this morning basically was like, I got the boss call from Israel. It's time to change trajectory. For the past 2 days, Donald Trump has been openly stating that Hamas is actually doing the best job. They're combating gangs. They're fighting the gangs. They're fighting the gangs, which was shocking, right? And if you remember, what did I keep saying? I kept telling you, eventually, Israel is going to tell him, no, Mr. President, you're not supposed to say that. You're supposed to say that they're being violent so you can give us just cause for further incursions into Gaza, and you can give us the opportunity to continue bombing Gaza so we can keep going with the genocide. You're fucking up the bag for us. And as a matter of fact, that's precisely what happened. 2 days of news coverage talking about public executions, Hamas is barbaric, blah, 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 all this shit. And Donald Trump this morning, after getting a boss call, turned around and said this: if Hamas continues to kill people in Gaza, which was not the deal, we will have no choice but to go in and kill them. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Now, this was from 2 hours ago. Seamus reports the commander of an IDF organized militia in Beit Leha an ethnically cleansed city under full Israeli occupation, is claiming that Hamas is now massacring hundreds of children, women, youths, and elderly people with RPGs, and calls on Trump to intervene to protect Gazans. This obviously is not true. This is completely fucking made up. As I covered extensively, in an effort to kickstart the recovery and rebuilding process, the interior security, which is led by Hamas, has created a like field justice initiative where they are offering clemency to all collaborators with Israel as long as they have not harmed any of the Palestinians in the process. And those who have actually killed Palestinians in an effort to create chaos at the and stolen aid in an effort to create chaos at the point of aid delivery, which many collaborators did do with weapons that they got from Israel, with protective cover that they got from Israel. Some of those collaborators were executed. Now, for the record, a lot of people look to that and immediately go, the horror. It's understandable. This is a barbaric practice. Except, as Trump had repeatedly mentioned, this is in the absence of having any sort of like judicial process, considering that every single fucking ministry has been reduced to rubble in the Gaza Strip. This is a historic pattern that resistance groups have utilized. Not only that, but even countries that aren't being genocided, or countries that weren't under colonial occupation, like the United States of America, have the same capital punishment execution process for treason during World War II, for example, right? So the notion that like this is unique to Hamas is very stupid. It's not, okay? It's not. It's not unique to Hamas at all. Every single resistance group that has ever existed, from Jewish partisans during the Holocaust all the way to the IRA, the ANC, the FLN, every single formation of militant resistance has done something similar, sometimes even far more brutal practices. Okay? As I covered extensively the other day. Having said that, of course, Israel wants to, one, foment discontent and disarray in the Strip by utilizing collaborator gangs, some of which are ISIS affiliates, some of which are clans that are that have like long-standing tribal drama and conflict with Hamas and other factions as well. Israel wants to make it seem as though this is a civil war. It is not. Okay? It is not a civil war at all. This is just Israel-backed groups trying to fuck shit up and actually stop the recovery and rebuilding process and create chaos. Not only was this acknowledged by the Trump administration for the past 2 days, that didn't stop Israel from obviously continuously claiming that this was a civil war and Hamas was like murdering babies or whatever. Donald Trump has finally gotten the boss call from Israel and has decided this must stop. Headlines have moved off of Hamas killing gangs in Gaza to news of public executions of said gangs, which through conservative outlets became twisted into simple dissenters and civilians being executed. Trump is now threatening to kill Hamas fighters if they continue. Okay? As I've said already, and I repeated this and I reiterated this position, the internal tribal council that still remains within Gaza, that actually looks at all of the factional conflict amongst the clans, amongst the tribes within Gaza, has approached the situation under tremendous scrutiny and stated that what Hamas is doing is correct. Okay? There has never been a moment where resistance forces have fought against colonial powers under occupation or even a genocide where they haven't dealt with collaborators of said colonial entity in the exact same way, if not far more barbaric fashion. Okay? Just understand that. So, who knows where this will go, but it's not good. It's not good that Donald Trump is now changing his posture, especially considering that, this is the most consequential aspect of the second phase. And Israel is utilizing different parts of the agreement, cynically posturing as though Hamas is violating said agreement in an effort to violate the ceasefire altogether and go back to the genocide. This is where it matters the most. This is where Trump's statements and Trump's actions matter the most. Because as we have shown time and time again, the real spoiling party here is not Hamas. The real spoiler here is Israel. Always has been and always will be. And Donald Trump has to keep Israel in check to force Israel to abide by the previous negotiation standards that were set. The United Nations released a report yesterday criticizing Israel for lowering the humanitarian aid by half that was going into the Gaza Strip from 600 trucks to 300 trucks because Israel claimed that Hamas was not sending all of the bodies that they recovered. Hamas had said that this was going to take a while, understandably so. So the two key factors remain: demilitarization and the captives that were slain being returned to Israel. Those are the 2 points that Israel will use to potentially go back to doing its unlimited genocide. What matters here, like I said over and over again, is whether or not Trump will allow them to do so. We shall see. Bonsberry reports, Channel 12 is reporting that Hamas has seized dozens of trucks and hundreds of weapons from Israeli-backed gangs in recent days. They warned that Hamas's success in seizing weapons will continue as long as the Israeli occupational forces repositioning proceeds beyond the yellow line. However, anonymous senior Trump advisor going around telling various media outlets, including Al Jazeera, that any attempt by Hamas to reconstitute itself in a way that threatens Israel long-term is a violation of the agreement. Hold on. The advisors also have expressed the desire to provide a safe haven for anyone who feels threatened by Hamas, aka collaborators, beyond the yellow line, particularly in Rafah, where they expect the initial reconstruction to begin with a civil admin and local security. There's a predictable trend already emerging. Anytime the U.S./Israel sees something they don't like, they immediately go back to threatening genocide on Gaza. Regardless of it's actually a violation of the agreement, anything can be considered a violation to them. 2 Palestinians were killed by an Israeli quadcopter this morning in Khan Yunis. Government media office in Gaza, there are dozens of unidentified bodies among the 120 bodies we recently received from the occupation. Signs of hanging and clear ropes were documented on the necks of several martyr bodies. Channel 12 on Eitan Moore. Eitan returned from captivity speaking, reading, and writing Arabic with the Gazan accent fluently. We're really blown away by his level of Arabic. He writes Arabic like I write Hebrew. He reads books in Arabic, newspapers in Arabic. Director of the Palestinian Center for Prisoner Defense. All those arrested from the Gaza governorates since October 7, 2023, during the war of extermination, fall under the occupation's law of illegal combatant. Not a single detainee was charged or sentenced. All procedures carried out under a legal guise are formal and superficial measures that will not lead to any future outcome and serve to cover up the organized crimes committed against prisoners in the prisons. The characterization of illegal combatant or unlawful combatant is the same flimsy legal pretext for Trump's extrajudicial killings of civilians in the Caribbean, which most recently resulted in the killing of a Trini fisherman on Tuesday. The director of government media office in Gaza, large parts of the bodies we received are missing and not present, so we accuse the occupation of stealing their organs. The bodies of our people arrived in very poor and miserable condition. We have only been able to identify 6 martyrs out of 120. Our refrigerators can only preserve the martyrs for a week. Then we will be forced to bury them, said the director of the government media office in Gaza. Yes, I saw the Republican congressperson with the swastika flag in the office. I know. This is the Sky News report on the gangs that were being
1 week after
brought to justice by interior security forces.
I was agreed. Gaza is plagued by a different kind of violence. Instead of fighting Israel, Palestinians are fighting Palestinians. Hamas is reasserting control, taking on its rivals and settling scores. On Friday, Israel withdrew its troops in Gaza back to this area in green, leaving the area in white, where Hamas is now trying to regain control. In places like Khan Yunis, where our team filmed armed Hamas fighters parading with their weapons on Monday. We're still banned from going into Gaza, so we're trying to piece together, along with our team inside there, what is going on and what seems clear as Hamas is taking on rival clans and militia. Some of the most intense fighting has been between Hamas and the powerful Dogmush clan in a battle around an abandoned hospital here. We've spoken to members of the Dogmush family who say Hamas came to arrest 4 of them, accusing them of collaborating with Israel. They refused to hand themselves in and opened fire instead, and in the ensuing fighting, the son of a senior Hamas leader was killed. The Dogmush family say they are now victims of a revenge campaign by Hamas. An elder from the Dogmush family has told us that Hamas went on the rampage.
Hamas began a systematic destruction of properties, resources and homes in a terrifying way. I can understand when the occupation bombs houses, destroys resources and private property, it seeks displacement. But what I cannot understand is this deliberate destruction and burning of homes.
Other eyewitnesses have told Sky News Hamas destroyed several buildings in their battle with the Dogmush clan.
There's a field, not execution, but a field kneecapping that they're showing here. That's why I can't show it to you.
This video, first shared on Saturday, shows a man being shot in the legs by gunmen at a nearby intersection. And on Monday, videos emerged from the same place showing the public execution of several men. Sky News has not been able to verify the identity of the victims. The Dogmush family say at least 28 people were killed in the fighting.
Did the gang help Israel? From what I understand, and again, I'm piecing this together from the people that I talk to, both people that have recently escaped the Holocaust or people who are still in Gaza, that the factional disagreements between the Dogmush clan and Hamas and other tribes within the Gaza Strip extend far beyond this last iteration. Having said that, from what I understand, they have worked. Like the people that have been executed thus far were executed specifically because they were known collaborators who had actually, according to eyewitness testimony, engaged in violence against those who were trying to get aid.
The most intense since Israeli troops withdrew from half of Gaza. Hamas seems to be trying to send a message to its rivals as it tries to reassert its authority.
The most famous, like the best way to figure this out for a lot of the Palestinians, especially, the best way to figure it out is whether or not Israel provides them with cover. Do they have Israeli weapons? Do they have arms that were given to them by the Israeli government? Do they get to work within the confines of Israeli seized territory, Israeli occupied territory? Okay. And out of all of the rival factions, the quote unquote fake rival factions that were propped up by Israel, the Dogmush clan is the only one that isn't firmly within Israeli controlled territory. Okay. All of the other ones like Yasser Abu Shabab's Popular Forces or the North Gaza, the new North Gaza Popular Mobilization or whatever the fuck they call themselves. All of those guys are directly working with Israel. Everybody knows that they're directly working with Israel, and their base of operations is within the confines of Israeli occupied territory within the Gaza Strip that is a red zone, as in if you are Palestinian, there is constant 24/7 drone coverage over you and they will kill you. If you're a Palestinian that goes beyond this, like this supposed yellow line that they have defined, which isn't like a literal boundary for the record, is just something that Israel has decided. If you're a Palestinian that walks past it or walks near that yellow line, Israel kills you. Israel has been killing people, as a matter of fact, during this supposed ceasefire, the so-called ceasefire process, and claiming that it is because Palestinians are passing beyond that yellow line that they have designed. So if you are a Palestinian If you're a Palestinian male that is enemy combatant aged and you are existing within this within the Israeli occupied territory, then it's pretty obvious that you're a fucking collaborator, right? It's pretty obvious that you are a collaborator, because otherwise Israel kills you. So there's a couple different groups that we know for a fact are collaborators, but the Dogmash clan is the only one that has like actual Palestinians within the clan itself that are existing within the confines of territory that Israel has left. But yes, there is evidence that they were collaborating. There is evidence that they were collaborating with the Israeli forces, or at least like stealing aid and even harming people.
Another Palestinian we spoke to who witnessed the fighting told us people in the area do not want Hamas to take back control.
سياسة الترهيب والنار رجعت 17 عاما إلى الخلف تقاتل وتدمر وترجع.
Hamas rules through fear and fire. It has taken us back 17 years, killing, destroying and terrorizing the Palestinian people. The Palestinian people want elections, parliamentary and presidential, with international supervision inside Gaza, so that we can finally have legitimate leadership.
This is 100% absolutely correct, by the way. Like, the Palestinian people that want elections and legislative and presidential with international supervision inside of Gaza, that's totally fair. I mean, that is true. That is 100% true. That is the goal. And it's one that I don't think Hamas would actually disagree with. It's just that in order for that to happen, Israel has to no longer occupy Gaza. Like, it's not, this is not like a controversial position. The controversial aspect of it is that, like, Hamas has ruled the Strip with an iron fist for 17 years, and they don't want an election, like implying that they don't want to have any sort of legislative election, like real democracy to happen. That part is not correct.
Hamas insists it is only enforcing law and order to prevent chaos in Gaza and is not settling old scores.
The security forces are carrying out their lawful duty to impose order and prevent anarchy, holding offenders accountable. The occupation, for its part, has formed armed militias loyal to it. These militias are accused of high treason, the most severe.
Public executions are not the way to go about this. I know, man. I agree. It's cool. I like that. I like that we can have this standard for ourselves here, and you know, that's what I think about the Jewish partisans that actually cremated capos within the concentration camps for working alongside the Nazis. I'm like, how dare you do that? That's what I said. You know, when people actually assassinated, when the ANC engaged in the practice of necklacing, the brutal practice of necklacing, where they put like collaborators with the white Afrikaners in the apartheid structure, they would take tires and put them around the necks of collaborators and light it on fire after dousing it with gasoline. I was like, yeah, it's really fucked up. Maybe the apartheid should continue. Yeah, it's obviously, field justice is inappropriate. It makes sense. I am an advocate against capital punishment in the United States of America. But obviously the circumstances are a little different in Gaza right now, don't you know? Don't you feel like there is no semblance of a real judicial process here in this moment, considering that the genocide has been put on pause for only, 72 hours thus far? Don't you find it a bit odd that the people who are talking about this, are by and large Israeli envoys that not only are arming some of these clans in order to foment some kind of disarray, but also are the ones who are most responsible for the ethnic cleansing of all Palestinians, regardless of their creed or regardless of whichever clan they may come from? Don't you feel like it's very strange for anyone from Israel to make a big fuss about this? It's like, wow, how dare they kill Palestinian collaborators that collaborated with us during our genocide. The Shin Bet offered the Dogmush family financial and military support in exchange for participating in the fight against Hamas and providing security information to Israel. When they refused to cooperate, the Israeli army launched airstrikes. 30 members of the Dogmush family were killed in a bombing that targeted the Sabra neighborhood in southern Gaza City, while 20 others remain under the rubble. 28/9/2025, Anadolu Agency. Anadolu Agence. Israel tried to weaponize aid, as was expected, and basically got other factions within Gaza to do what they claim Hamas was doing, which was intercept aid at the point of delivery, violently seize it from the Palestinians by killing them, and then use it as a way to draw in more support. They did that. That's what the collaborators and the compradors did.
Charge in Palestinian revolutionary law.
But President Trump's 20-point peace deal calls for the complete demilitarization of Gaza. And he's demanding Hamas gives up all its weapons before it's forced to.
We have told them we want to disarm, and they will disarm. And if they don't disarm, we will disarm them. And it'll happen quickly and perhaps violently.
This part of northern Gaza is still under Israeli military control, but in there, some Palestinian militia are setting themselves up, vowing to take on Hamas. In the north of Gaza, controlled by Israel, is the base of Ashr al-Amansi and his militia opposed to Hamas.
Yeah.
In the last 2 days, they've released videos showing off their fighters and weapons.
Yeah, they get their vehicles from the UAE, they get their guns from Israel, and they're beyond the yellow line. So there's no confusion about who these guys are and what they are doing. Okay, the only one that's like up for debate is the Dogmush clan, because they exist within, from what I understand, they exist primarily within the territory that Israel relinquished control back to Hamas.
And pledging to block Hamas's control of Gaza. Hamas, their commander says, is a terrorist movement.
It is pretty funny. Yeah, that's funny that this guy's saying that. It's pretty funny because, like, they're not very good, these guys. So Hamas, from what I understand, just keeps seizing more Israeli weapons from them. Okay? They keep getting their shit pushed in, and then that allows Hamas to gain more weapons and more vehicles from these collaborators. And then what ends up happening is that Israel gets pissed off and says, like, how dare they fucking take these weapons? They're gaining arms. I don't like that. It's like, okay, well, you shouldn't have given those arms to these fucking collaborators. Yeah, as I've talked about already, Hamas is refilling its stockpiles from Israeli weapons. Hamas has confiscated hundreds of firearms, dozens of vehicles, and loads of grenades and ammunition, in addition to substantial amounts of cash that Israel's been giving to gangs, clans, criminals, and collaborators in Gaza. Several clans are now handing their weapons over to Hamas, including Al-Majida, Dogmush, Magasib, and some Terabin, in addition to individuals deserting to Israel-run gangs and turning themselves in return for amnesty. Israel funded, Hamas took over. The loot taken from the clans. This is from Mako. Not just arrests and executions. Military officials confirmed that weapons, vans, and money transferred to Hamas opponents in the Gaza Strip fell into the hands of the terrorist organization. They fell in love with this plan, even though it was clear where it was going, criticized the military official. Another very funny thing that Hamas had done is Israel dropped SIM cards within the Gaza Strip. Okay? Israel dropped SIM cards all over the Gaza Strip in an effort to create collaborators, in an effort to gain information and access to the hostages. Hamas actually took those SIM cards, okay, their shadow unit Arrow took those SIM cards and activated them the day before the release of all the hostages, or the day of the release of the hostages, so that those prisoners of war, the captives that Hamas had, could speak to their families, which is very interesting. Using the colonial entities' grand ambition to cause chaos and destabilization against them. Yes, Hamas intercepted funds that were sent to the militias from Israel and the UAE and just took the money. Yep. Yep. Exactly. Here, this is one of the, Al-Qassam brigades made video calls to the prisoner of war families using Israeli SIM cards that had been placed by the occupation army at various locations of Gaza to gather intelligence about the prisoners of war. Hamas collected these SIM cards, activated some of them before the handover, and then used them to communicate directly with the families of the POWs. There are some interesting images of like families that are very excited to be able to finally talk to their family members that were in Gaza for the past 2 years. And there's just a fucking Al-Qassam brigade dude in a balaclava standing right next to him, waving at the Israeli families. Yeah, one of the prisoners of war, one of the captives actually said that the anti-Hamas protest was staged by Hamas to move one of the captives from a dangerous place to a safer place as well. I read that, but I don't know if that's like valid. I don't know if that's like real or not. I read that too. I mean, it makes, I mean, obviously I believe the captive saying that like he was moved around during the protest. Like I definitely believe that, but I don't know if Hamas was the one who initiated the protest itself. I already covered this, the Palestinian Tribal Committee, the largest assembly of Gazan clans. I already mentioned that as far as their support for the field justice that Hamas is engaging in. What is this? Hasan Sama, why are you not covering 3i Atlas? Are you a part of the cover-up? I don't have no idea what that is. Yeah, here's one of the photos. After 2 years in captivity, Ron Breslavsky speaks to his family for the first time in a long time. Wait, is Ram the one who speaks fluent Arabic now? Is that the one? No. Is the Gaza Tribal Committee the closest thing that Gaza has to a central political entity right now? Yes, there is the resistance front, the different factions within the Palestinian resistance, and then there's the tribal council. And then there's obviously the interior ministries that they're trying to rebuild. Yeah, one of the captives actually learned to read, write, and speak Arabic fluently with a Gazan accent. As a matter of fact, that's what they were saying. Here's a video of him speaking to the PIJ before his release.
اسمي روم براسلافسكي وأنا مخطوف بين 7 أكتوبر 2023 سنتين. اليوم الحمد لله يوم الفرحة جاء. هذا اليوم اللي احنا بنروح فيه إن شاء الله.
لن يعود أسراكم إلا بقرار من المقاومة شئتم أم أبيتم.
After the release, Islamic Jihad posted a video from Ron Breslavsky film before his release. Following the prolonged starvation and abuse, they now posture as freedom fighters, but they are terrorists. Terror in Gaza continues to thrive even after the war ended. That's not half bad Arabic. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he's like fluent or not. Maybe he's just like, they taught him to say that. But yeah, that's he sounds Israeli Hasan. He does not sound like a native speaker. No, that's not the one. That's not the one. That wasn't the one, Chatter. There's another one of the captives that apparently learned to speak Arabic fluently. That wasn't the one I was talking about. They just probably taught him to say that. Anyway. Trump's advisors have said there will be no reconstruction in areas where Hamas still controls. We already covered that. Israel, of course, continues to block and oppose any alternative to Hamas, so this seems part of their goal, as described by its government, to block reconstruction. Barack Ravid reports, despite the fact that Hamas has not yet handed over all the bodies of the kidnapped deceased, the U.S. administration is interested in moving forward to the second stage of the deal and beginning the rehabilitation of Rafah. The details in my article. The rehabilitation of Rafah is exclusively designed by Western forces to present an alternative. They want to create like a Bantustan structure almost that is entirely controlled by Western interest and Israeli interest, in an effort to show Palestinians that there is like a more peaceful alternative if you collaborate with us. That's basically what they're trying to do, which in a weird, twisted, fucked up way, ironically is a perhaps more successful and much less violent way of showing a different alternative other than like brutal war and death and destruction, which is the only language Israel knows. The problem is, of course, everybody knows exactly what happens when you exist under Israeli occupation. Every Palestinian knows exactly what happens. Look no further than the West Bank.
Its fighters will be dealt with as collaborators. And in the south of Gaza, also in the Israeli-controlled area, the stronghold of Yasser Abu Shabab.
Yasser Abu Shabab is like the most famous one that I've covered quite extensively. Wall Street Journal opinion editorial writer Yasser Abu Shabab, who dropped out of second grade, is not literate in Arabic and certainly not literate in English either. He is despised by his own clan, by his own family, and is seen as like one of the primary collaborators with Israel. And he has run amok in southern Gaza with complete Israeli protective cover, and still has a base of operations in Rafah, a real scumbag, drug dealer, and ISIS affiliate.
Investigation revealed that Israel was helping Abu Shabab smuggle weapons, cars and cash into Gaza. The IDF had no response to our allegations, but Abu Shabab's power is thought to be drawn from protection from the Israeli army.
Yeah, he was disowned by his family, which you won't be hearing from. He was disowned by his family, but I suspect you won't be hearing that from Sky News.
Control of a key aid route. The people of Gaza are now spared the horrors of war with Israel, but now face the spectre of a civil war instead. The United Nations says the fighting between Palestinians is hampering the effort to get aid in.
We also need to be able to operate in an environment where our trucks and
Fun fact, the group from the north just shown members were arrested by Hamas pre-October 7 for stripping down and robbing women in Gaza. Abu Shabab freed them after October 7. Yeah, Abu Shabab himself was also in prison for drug trafficking. Israel freed Abu Shabab from prison. Abu Shabab himself is a notorious drug trafficker in the Gaza Strip and was in prison before October 7. After Israel's genocide started on October 7, they literally fucking broke a bunch of these criminals out of prison and then immediately started working with them as collaborators, which they already had experience working with them to begin with, so it wasn't that hard. And a lot of the gangs that are currently running amok in Israeli-controlled territory of the Gaza Strip are all guys like that.
our staff and our teams are not at risk from fighting and not at risk from looting from armed elements as well.
Under international law, Israel is responsible for all of Gaza, even the part it's withdrawn from. What isn't clear is how much it is deliberately stoking division between the rival Palestinian factions, aiming to divide and rule, as it has in the past. Either way, the spiralling violence underlines the urgent need for an international security force proposed in the Trump peace plan to be sent into Gaza. So far, there's little sign of that happening.
It's pretty crazy that they just like don't even fucking mention basic facts about this stuff, even in the interest of like, informing their audience, or it's just like so clearly one directional. Their coverage on this stuff is just like Hamas is not the party that is trying to desperately restore some semblance of order during the recovery and relief process. And it's actually all of these other gangs that are the real Palestinians that abide by the wishes of the real Palestinians. It's fucking crazy. Yeah. Side effect of Western media not mentioning that the gangs Gaza security forces have been battling are proxies of the IDF who support the full scope of Trump's plan. Trump sees the headlines that Hamas is battling gangs with no other info and thinks they're doing a good job. That was, of course, 2 days ago. And as I told you, as I fucking told you, it don't matter because he got the boss call anyway. That was an accidentally based comment, except I told you it was going to eventually, Trump was eventually going to turn around and be like, okay, never mind. Actually, it's not good that they're doing this because Israel wants to use that as a new narrative. Israel wants to use that as a narrative, and Trump just didn't know any better. He was just like, nope, they're doing all right.
Fire in Gaza, it's still holding. Hamas has returned the bodies of 2 more Israeli hostages, while Israel has returned at least 30 Palestinian bodies. New video shows a staggering destruction in Gaza. One group supporting the families of the hostages says the peace process should not move forward until all the bodies are returned. Officials in the region say that will be very difficult to do. Deborah Patterson, East Jerusalem, with the latest. Deborah, on paper, it sounded like a very good plan. Please return all the bodies, but the reality has not been so easy.
Indeed, and a very good morning, Gail. Well, Hamas says it's handed over all the hostage bodies it can and needs specialized equipment to retrieve the rest. Senior U.S. advisors told CBS.
What's so crazy about this is like the way that Israel is talking about this shit in an effort to very clearly restart the genocide was that this was negotiated. This was discussed in the previous rounds of negotiation where both Hamas and Islamic Jihad and all the other resistance groups literally said, yeah, it's going to be a little difficult for us to extract all of the fucking slain captives because they're under mountains of rubble alongside our fighters because Israel killed them. Israel bombed them. The fact that Israel knew that and still chose to use that is expected, of course. But this is something that I talked about ahead of time. If you recall, one of the things that I said was that the second phase of the ceasefire was going to be the most consequential phase. And that was going to be the phase where Israel tries to fuck it up and restart the genocide. And that the two things that we're going to use is like the demilitarization stuff that's still up in the air, and also the extraction of all of the slain captives. So the very fact that Israel is using that is predicted, is expected. But once again, Trump has to make sure that Israel remains restrained here.
News, they are not at a point where they believe the ceasefire has been violated. Israeli soldier Captain Daniel Perez was laid to rest on Wednesday after his family finally received his body held in Gaza for over 2 years. Perez was killed fighting Hamas during the October 7 attack. For his family, it brings fresh pain.
It's a new truth I have to face. It's proof that you're really gone.
To date, Hamas has returned 9 bodies. Senior U.S. advisors have told CBS News that the level of destruction in Gaza has made it almost impossible to...
Not to derail, but you have to confront Asmold at some point, man. Like, there's farming and there's being malicious. Both of you are too big to ignore now. Asmongold farming me. How unique and how different. I can't believe it. You're just now telling me this. Oh no. You're telling me now for the first time. You're telling me now for the first time.
Retrieve the rest, even if Hamas knew where they were buried. President Trump has weighed in.
It's a gruesome process. I almost hate to talk about it. But they're digging. They're actually digging. There are areas where they're digging and they're finding a lot of bodies. Then they have to separate the bodies.
Israel said it would return the bodies of 15 Palestinians in exchange for every hostage. For the past few days, the Red Cross has been transferring the remains of loved ones back to Gaza, but that too has been mired in controversy. We saw with our own eyes clear signs of torture and execution, said Gazan health official Sameh Hamad. Their hands and feet were cuffed, their eyes blindfolded. Now, the bodies of 19 hostages remain in Gaza. Turkey has offered their assistance given their extensive expertise in recent catastrophic earthquakes. Vlad?
All right, Deborah Patta for us in East Jerusalem. Thank you very much.
This morning, new fallout after...
This is... I love Hitler. Leaked messages expose young Republicans' racist chat. By the way, of course, this has been back to domestic politics. Okay, we're back to domestic politics. This is, to me, when I hear stuff like this, like a group of young Republicans unrestrained in a Telegram chat, we're talking about how much they love Hitler, is basically a dog bites man story that is not dissimilar to people coming in here and being like, man, you really got to address this Asmongold guy. He is farming you pretty hard. Okay. It's just every day. It's an everyday normal part of our existence. Okay. What's been also expected, even though it was, I guess, shocking for some of the chatters in here as well, is that the Republicans are defending it. The Republicans are defending it. What's even funnier than the Republicans defending it, like J.D. Vance, has, of course, been Jonathan Greenblatt. Okay? The ADL totally ignored, refused to comment on Elon Musk's latest great replacement conspiracy rant. Dozens of anti-Semitic comments and Holocaust jokes from young Republicans leak. The White House downplays it and defends people who made them. And the ADL and Jonathan Greenblatt say nothing, just like they dismissed Musk's clear-as-day Nazi salute as an awkward gesture. See how the ADL works, says Adam Johnson. And with all of the pressure on ADL to at least say something, okay? And remember, Jonathan Greenblatt has called me, someone who has spent his entire professional career combating anti-Semitism, me, a vile anti-Semite, equivalent to Kanye West's praise for Adolf Hitler, okay? So what did Jonathan Greenblatt actually say about the Politico report? Let's take a look. Because, you know, I am an anti-Zionist, but also I abhor anti-Semitism. So what did Jonathan Greenblatt have to say about a group of young Republicans that were talking about how much they love Adolf Hitler, okay, making gas chamber jokes and shit like that? What was reported in Politico is offensive and very concerning, but I'm also glad that many leaders, including Elise Stefanik and Representative Mike Lawler, spoke out strongly and swiftly against these hateful statements. This is what leadership looks like and is how decency and morality can be modeled. Doesn't mention anti-Semitism, just vague, offensive, and very concerning comments. Doesn't mention Trump or the White House who defended these people. Zero calls to action, just hand-wringing. Jonathan Greenblatt has spent the last 2 years of Israel's genocide trying to get me deplatformed. Okay? He has been able to successfully deplatform other anti-Zionists who have also actively combated anti-Semitism. Because the ADL is the Apartheid Defense League, first and foremost. The only thing that they care about is defending not Jewish people or combating anti-Semitism, but simply to weaponize false anti-Semitism allegations so that they can deplatform critics of Israel. You are so weird. Okay, why? Why am I so weird? I think I know where you are coming from. Anyway, that's it. Why does a self-described anti-Semitism watchdog and leading anti-hate organization in the world keep ignoring Republican anti-Semitism? Because they're a Zionist party, and to the ADL, this is all that matters because they're a pro-Israel lobbying group, not a civil rights group. Okay? And the only reason why Jonathan Greenblatt, after a 48-hour news cycle went by with J.D. Vance, the fucking vice president, defending this shit, the only reason why Jonathan Greenblatt finally said this wishy-washy ass statement is because he got pressured into it. Okay? Anyway, here's Adam Mockler talking about Charlie Kirk's producer refusing to condemn the Young Republican group chat on stage and getting yelled at by Adam Mockler.
Listen, there has been a trend of, I think, you know, let's just say, let's be gracious and say, in the era of Trump, maybe it's a reaction to Trump. I'm open to those discussions, but there is a justification for political violence. It shows up in every poll, and it's coming from progressives.
I have spent all of my formative years watching the President of the United States talk about the opposition party like they shouldn't exist. His claim to fame in U.S. politics was saying that Obama wasn't born in America. That is how he entered the political stage. He was famous before that, but that was his claim to fame. He was the first presidential candidate to ever chant "lock her up" on a political stage.
Adam Mockler is my favorite lib, for the record. I don't hide it. I am a fan of Midas Touch, as you guys know, despite our obvious disagreements on key issues. And I think he does a pretty good job. Like, he is what Destiny wishes he was. Okay? He sticks it to the Republicans. He does not fucking he does not shy away from doing that. There are some instances where I think he because he's like a DNC operative. There are some instances where like he'll do like unnecessary concessions. But ultimately, Hasan suspiciously has a lot of favorite libs. Wait, what? No, this is the one. I don't have a lot of other liberals that I defend actively.
Stage. He tried to coup our government, and I live in this. Let me finish. Listen. I live in the city of Chicago. Donald Trump, over the past 2 months, has not only posted an AI video of Obama being arrested, but then after that, he posted an AI image of Chicago being invaded. After that, he sent the National Guard to Chicago. So I've spent my formative years watching the president do this. And just think about this: we saw these Nazi group chats, which I'm sure you condemn, right? This Nazi group chat.
Well, we can talk about it.
Do you condemn it?
I want to talk about it.
Wait, so when they said gas chambers,
when
they say gas chambers, you won't. So you're like JD Vance. You just won't condemn this?
Well, I actually had JD on the show today. We had a whole conversation.
You guys can all condemn this, right?
Hell yes.
Thank you.
Hold on.
All right.
Hold on.
But
Chris, can you condemn that?
Here's the point, of course. But that's easy. What I'm
for him. But you know what? This is.
It's so funny that he's like, do you disavow pro-Hitler statements coming from Republican Party operatives? And Republicans are just like, I don't know about that. I mean, come on. It's just like, whatever. Whatever. I mean, who amongst us hasn't had a moment like that? You know what I mean?
It's not constructive, right?
Because what the constructive part is not, this is what's happening here, and I know both of you guys, and I want to bring Joe.
Of course, Cuomo's trying to defend the Republican on the panel here, like the overt Republican current existing Turning Point USA guy on the panel by being like, it's not constructive. It's not. Not gonna lie, it feels kind of good to finally be doing condemnation politics after being the recipient of it for 2 years since 10/7. Yeah. But once again, there are things that people cynically present as condemnation politics. When people go, do you condemn HasanAbi Piker for what he said? And then they insert things that are completely ridiculous, where they'll be like, oh, he's an anti-Semite. Do you condemn HasanAbi Piker, who's anti-Semitic? Like, there is a reason to say that's fucking bullshit. You're saying that about him because he's anti-Israel, not because he's anti-Semitic. He is not anti-Semitic at all. But yeah, of course, if I was running around in fucking private group chats being like Adolf Hitler is awesome or whatever the fuck, which obviously I would never do that because it's an insane position to have, it's a gross and violent position to have, okay, then yeah, that's condemnable. It makes sense. It makes fucking sense.
Point on this, and I want to get to the audience, but let's just be clear about.
What's the defense for you for that one? I wonder. I mean, here, the easiest defense for it is exactly what the France Unbowed Party members said on French national television after I interviewed Mélenchon. In the aftermath of that interview, French national television was like, "Oh, you, Saul, oh, you were interviewed by a famous anti-Semitic podcaster, Hasan Packer," and the dude straight up on TV said, "No, you say that about everyone who is anti-Israel and everyone who is anti-genocide." Okay? Let's talk about the issues that actually matter, which is Israel's genocide and this government's contributions to Israel's genocide. That's it. That's the appropriate pushback to it because it's just ridiculous. It is so transparent. Like, there are certainly those out there who take advantage of the reduced, like that take advantage of like the anti-Israel sentiment in an effort to craft elaborate conspiracy theories about, you know, Jewish control or engage in anti-Semitic shit. Okay? And anti-Semitic posturing. I'm not one of those people. What I always demand from people is to be honest and to be truthful. That's all. That's the bare minimum. If someone is cynically posturing as though their opposition is being anti-Semitic or whatever, you should call it out. Gianmarco's coming soon. And obviously I'm going to try to eat this food as fast as possible. Would you condemn Kaya if she said Nazi stuff in group chats? She would never. I've raised my daughter well.
Where the path is forward. The comparison of which is worse is killing.
Anyway.
The leak of racist text messages linked to members of young Republican groups across the country. The website Politico says it obtained 7 months' worth of messages from a group chat in which racist and anti-Semitic slurs were used more than 250 times.
It's awful, it's revolting, it's disgusting, it's obnoxious.
Politico says Peter Junta, who was the chair of the New York State Young Republicans, allegedly wrote in a text message, "Everyone that votes no is going to the gas chamber." In another exchange, Junta reportedly responded,
"It's ironic because this is what the ADL was designed for. Like, just this. The ADL's purpose is to call out this. That's what it's supposed to be. It's like that's what it billed itself as. And in its origin, that's what this was supposed to be, the ultimate goal, which is whenever someone is like very obviously being fucking anti-Semitic, you go, "Hey, this is wrong." Except they are so predisposed over there with like defending Israel and cynically weaponizing false anti-Semitism allegations against critics of Israel that they don't do the one thing that they're supposed to be doing, especially at a time when there's like an unprecedented rise of anti-Semitic conspiracies. So good job. Yeah. It's crazy. They don't name. How many times have they named me personally as the arch anti-Semite, both on television and also online? How many fucking times? Meanwhile, they won't even name names on this. Like, oh, who's the one who defended these statements? It's the vice president.
Great. I love Hitler during a discussion about backing a right-wing candidate. Some Republicans have denounced the language, while Vice President J.D. Vance dismissed the messages as edgy, offensive jokes.
We're not canceling kids because they do something stupid in a group chat.
But reports say at least 8 of the 11 participants in the group
the kids
chat are between 24 and 34 years old and include a state senator from Vermont and a federal official. Some participants apologizing, while others claim the messages were taken out of context or doctored. California Governor Gavin Newsom is demanding a congressional investigation, but Vice President J.D. Vance says some Democrats have said worse and says there should not be a rush to judgment.
By the way, if they were left-wing kids telling stupid left-wing jokes, I would also not want their lives to be ruined because they're saying something stupid.
What? Oh, okay. Oh, hell no. That is the biggest lie. Okay. That is the literal biggest lie of all time. Motherfucker, the State Department revoked the visas of 7 people that are on American soil right now with their existing visas. They took away their visas because of what they had said about Charlie Kirk. That happened 2 days ago on the birthday of Charlie Kirk. The State Department Trump's State Department has already stopped issuing visas to people for saying things about Charlie Kirk to begin with. That is fucking bullshit. That's bullshit. Anyway, I know Jen was torching JD. I had a tweet about it. We'll cover it in a second.
Group chat.
At least 3 of the people involved have now lost their jobs, and the Vermont Republican governor is now calling on that state senator to resign.
He is married to a woman of Indian descent.
Yes.
He has mixed race children.
Yes.
So to all of the MAGA voters out there, if this man will not defend his wife and will not defend his kids, do you think he gives a crap about you or anything to do with you?
The vice president is doubling down on his defense of the...
Was an incredible take, to which Republicans immediately tried to do this like, oh, how dare you? Disgusting commentary from Jennifer Welch on MSNBC. J.D. Vance is married to a woman of Indian descent. He has mixed race children. So to all the MAGA voters out there, if this man will not defend his wife and will not defend his kids, do you think he gives a crap about you? Okay? And I fucking dunked on this motherfucker. I say, you're mad because she's 100% right. Okay? She ate, left no crumbs. That's my goat. Okay? I've had it. I've had it with this bullshit. Get out of town.
Young Republicans involved in a leaked chat.
No more pearl clutching from cynical right-wing political operatives. I'm sick and tired of this bullshit. We have to... Asman called her racist for that take. That's so funny. Yeah, Asman. I'm sure he knows what racism is. He's like, after all... Asman goes like, I know what racism is. After all, I do it every day.
That used hundreds of slurs and joked about slavery, gas chambers, and rape. On social media, J.D. Vance says that he refused to join the pearl clutching and played whataboutism with Democrats. But after a night to sleep on it, this is how he described the Republican operatives, at least one of whom is an actual elected official.
Grow up. I'm sorry. Focus on the real issues. Don't focus on what kids say in group chats. The reality is that kids do stupid things, especially young boys. They tell edgy, offensive jokes. Like, that's what kids do. And I really don't want us to grow up in a country where a kid telling a stupid joke, telling a very offensive stupid joke, is cause to ruin their lives. And at some point, we're all going to have to say, enough of this BS.
Now, keep in mind, the texters referred to black people as monkeys and watermelon people. They fantasized about raping enemies and driving them to suicide. They supported slavery and sending political opponents to gas chambers to, quote, watch people burn now. Now, here is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez at CNN's town hall tonight talking about Republicans and the influence that they have on social media.
They have been successful because they have also been very clear, especially digitally, about what they believe. That women are inferior, that they do not deserve equal rights, that they believe that LGBTQ Americans are subhuman, that they believe and are circulating disgusting racial and white supremacist messaging that they are able to get away with digitally and online.
Joining us at the table is Camille Foster. He's the editor-at-large at Tangle. Camille, what do you make of what she said there and how it relates to this conversation about the liberty and the freedom with which these guys thought that they could spew this kind of stuff without any kind of consequences?
Yeah, well, thank you for having me, Abby, first and foremost. I have a lot of issues with the conversation around this particular story. I would tend to agree the comments in the thread ought to be condemned universally. But this is like kind of what you would expect, this kind of idiot, LARPing, edgelord nonsense inside of a private group chat. I think the words you used a moment ago, that they think they could say this sort of thing risk-free, consequence-free. Well, they were saying it in private. And
is woke coming back? Is woke actually coming back? I hope, man. I want woke to make a comeback so bad, because anti-woke is like, I'm annoyed by woke too, right? I'm annoyed by woke too, but if there's like a woke and anti-woke force out there, I much prefer woke over anti-woke, okay? 100%. It turns out when corporations were like, oh, we're not going to give you fucking, we're not going to give you funding if you say openly, transparently racist shit, it turns out that really did keep a lot of monsters at bay. It turns out that shit was the only thing holding back some of these Hitlerian freaks, dude. And I say this as someone who would regularly get annoyed at woke. Okay? I yelled at woke all the time at the peak of woke.
And I'm sure they were saying different things in public. Do they mean these things authentically? In some cases, they almost certainly do. There has been a resurgence of white nationalist sentiment in this country. I think it's interesting, though, to try to trace this back and to think honestly about how we got to here. And I do think that a lot of the renewed interest in race and identity things for both noble purposes and otherwise has actually helped to create the circumstances that we see now. That is not erasing any of the responsibility that people have for embracing and endorsing these kinds of sentiments, even in private group chats where they're doing this kind of idiotic locker room talk. They deserve to face consequences. But I do think...
I think the most consequential aspect of this is, once again, the fact that liberals only care about the aesthetics. Because, like, dude, the actual theory being put to practice is being conducted by the likes of Stephen Miller on major U.S. cities right now with the fucking Department of Homeland Security. Like, when these guys talk about, like, oh, this is like locker room talk, and some of these people believe it, but like, I don't give a shit about what these guys are saying in private when what they're doing in public is literally more violent and more consequential. Why is it that liberals only realize that this is fucked up when it's people saying Hitlerian shit in private and not when they are doing Hitlerian shit in public? This has been my position from the start, by the way. I said this when the revelations first came out. It's not the language that they're using that is offensive. I mean, it is offensive, but the consequences, the real human impact of that sort of ideology being not only expressed, but being followed through on is the white nativist anti-immigration policy. But a lot of people, I think, a lot of people in mainstream media, because I do think that like a lot of liberals have radicalized against this admin in pretty meaningful ways, like average Americans have. But I think a lot of people in media still have no capacity to look at state violence and state policies that are morally repugnant and reflective of the Hitlerian the Hitlerian promotion that they're fucking saying is morally repugnant right now, and say it's wrong, it's gross, it's Hitler shit. It's frustrating. It's frustrating to watch them do this.
That J.D. Vance's comments about this are worth.
My point is, I hope people take it one step further and talk about the actual issue of consequence here, which is the unrestrained violence of this administration that not only says those things behind closed doors, but actually reflects on them with actionable policy items that harm people. That lady's glaring daggers, that's our GOAT. What are you talking about? That's Ms. Welch.
Focusing in on for a moment, this has shades of that whole eating the cats, eating the dogs nonsense from during the campaign cycle.
I mean, he would know all about that.
He is a capable spokesperson for this administration, and I mean that as both a compliment and a dig, in the sense that he seems willing to go out and defend just about anything. It's weird, the places where they decide to draw the lines. I'm not sure why they decide to draw it here. I do think the hypocrisy he's underscoring, though, is real.
I know why,
as well.
because I've seen the places where these comments have been defended. And I think J.D. Vance is looking down the line at 2028, and he's looking at who he's calling kids right now are going to be the Republican operatives and the sort of the future of the Republican Party. And I think he's lining himself up. But you make an important point. The comments in the group chat are terrible and stupid, but I find it way more interesting that J.D. Vance has chosen to defend it than these guys that nobody knows or cares about. Why did he choose that this is suddenly the sort of thing that he chalks up to a youthful indiscretion when some of the people in this chat were like a year or two?
By the way, J.D. Vance is 40 years old. So the people that he's calling children are like 5, sometimes 6 years younger than he is. Okay? Just so you understand, the people that he is calling children are at most like 10 years younger than he is, okay?
Too younger than him. He's 41.
Hard to say. Have to ask him. I'll tell you, did not defend it. I mean, the head of Young Republicans.
Right.
They exiled these folks right away. We took swift action, and I appreciate that accountability. I'm not going to defend it. I didn't even read some of these tweets, but I've heard they're bad, and I believe it. I bet a lot of these guys are the same people who troll me online for the most part. So I guarantee it's a lot of the same folks.
God. Yeah, they were calling him Eye Patch McCain, which low-key is a banger for the record. Like, I mean, let's be real. That's a good one.
On the other hand, why you're seeing some Republicans shrug their shoulders, I mean, I'll tell you why. Here's what they would here's their sentiment. We just watched Charlie Kirk get shot in the neck. You know, we watched our president, while he was campaigning, almost get killed. A bullet whizzed by his head. So there's real violence, and then there's this disgusting, despicable stuff that is said in private. And like, it is disgusting, despicable.
I agree. I agree with what he's saying. Woke Dan Crenshaw is right. Except no one seems to realize that the despicable, continuing, real violence is not just the adventurism of sorts or a singular instance of retaliatory violence from a lone actor, but it's actually the state's mechanism of violence. Mass deportations, death, destruction, kidnapping, detainments, unjustifiable, all of it. All of it is violent. That's what I think is way more consequential than what these guys love to call locker room talk.
They're not going to see me try and defend it. But I do, but I'll give you that perspective from some people who might feel that way.
Ashley?
Look, I think what happened to Charlie Kirk was awful. I said it. I think an assassination attempt on anybody, including the then candidate, Trump, and now president. It's awful. I also think that there's a different conversation, right? So I don't take any comfort that this is done in private, because if you say the N-word in private, you think it in public. And that means that at some point in my life, I may be sitting across somebody who thinks I'm the N-word. And so that person may be the person who has to give me a job one day, or as a police officer that pulls me over one day, despite being articulate, or he knows what I'm talking about.
Gets the call back. Is that an inside joke?
It is inside. It's between me and the brother.
You gotta watch the show to know
you gotta
what she's
watch
talking about.
Table
Anyway,
of Five last time we were on together.
Right.
But that's what I mean, and that was what it manifests. It means that could be somebody's teacher one day, or it means that could be somebody's congressperson one day. And what am I supposed to think as a Black American, as a person who?
I think if woke comes back, we should set the rules ahead of time that no one is allowed to use it against their left flank. If we're bringing woke back, we can only use it in the rightward direction. Okay? Cynically weaponizing woke against those who want to improve material conditions is unacceptable. No more infighting. No more Fed posting. No more woke of the day. It is simply a weapon to wield against the Axis, against the enemies of progress, against the enemies of everyday working class individuals. No more will we wield our own weapons against our allies. Okay? That is the true path to the promised land. No more friendly fire incidents. Now, I don't think that that's going to happen, let's be real, because I think woke is primarily deployed at the institutional level against the left, but we shall see.
Could be called the N-word. Now, I think it's great that the young Republicans push folks out. And I also think it's important on the left when we say, or not we, because I don't do that, but when people say terrible things, that those things be condemned. And that's what I was saying earlier, is like, we got to call balls and strikes.
Yeah.
But there's something bigger than it's just being private. These people live their lives publicly every day. And if you walk through your life.
Hasan, the left are the only people that care about wokeness. You can't use it effectively rightward. No. Look at Dan Crenshaw. No, there are still Republicans in dude, I talked about this basically in every election, but certainly in this last election cycle as well. There is a level of permissible racism, permissible misogyny, permissible bigotry that you can engage in, you can entertain, and people won't punish you for it. But when you go beyond that certain point, even right-wingers will go, ugh, gross, don't say that, I don't like that. It's the distinction between a guy who embodies all of the political virtues of a fucking Klansman, who will still get very upset when someone says that they are a part of the Klan. Okay? There's a difference between, it's like the N-word equation. Okay? It's like the N-word threshold. And I don't mean nuclear. there are plenty of right-wingers who personally embody all of the violent, vile, racist stereotyping that comes along with this one word when talking about black people, who will actively shy away from using said word and will never defend it. Okay? That is beyond the confines of permissibility. Do you understand? This is the reason why a lot of Republicans who are in the public eye are still going, oh, this is abhorrent. This is morally repugnant. I can't believe it. Because these guys in the group chat were just straight up saying they love Adolf Hitler. You can't do that. Doors open. Gianmarco is here, by the way. You just can't do that. You can't do that. That's like you go above and beyond.
And you don't know somebody thinks you're a watermelon person or that you should be raped to the point of suicide. What are we doing?
Hold
Well,
on for a
there are
second.
people saying things like
Let me
this
finish eating
in
real
public,
quick.
and some of these people are conservative adjacent, or they would perhaps just describe themselves as conservatives, like Nick Fuentes. And Nick Fuentes is a guy who has been on a number of prominent podcasts in recent weeks, who just today announced that he's got some major announcement and will be sitting down with some other conservative figure. Conservatives have to know that this is taking place in the ether right now.
I mean, I'm like,
and speaking out about this.
I'm like on the front lines of that
Yeah.
battle. I think
And
you probably
I think,
know.
No, Congressman, I know you. I'm not directing this at you in particular. I'm just saying that we should be speaking out about it.
I mean, I have often argued that, this is not about canceling people, but just creating the boundaries of your movement. I mean, would you say that Republicans need to establish?
Well, of course you're right.
Just as Democrats do. I'm not excluding Democrats from this, but just as Democrats
you have freedom of association. Like if you say a bunch of nasty things and you're part of my organization, I have every right to kick you out.
When I tell people around here that I'm running for Senate,
Oh, deleted post show main Senate candidate's raw view on politics. Kind of fire. I have to cover this as well. Gianmarco's here, but I'm going to pull you in a second. I'm just like literally just finishing up my food. And then we're going to shoot the shit. We're going to talk some shit. And then afterwards, we're going to be live viewing the New York mayoral debate that's going to be taking place. And of course, there is most likely, like I'm giving it a 98% chance that I will be used as a line of attack against Zoran. And I hope he doesn't fuck me, but who knows? Anyway, there's a 99% chance that I will be used as a line of attack against Zoran Mamdani tonight by Andrew Cuomo, maybe even Curtis Leva, even though I'd be shocked.
Sometimes the initial reaction is, what the f***, but
That's Graham Platner. He isn't your typical Senate candidate. He's a former Marine and oyster farmer from coastal Maine. He's built his campaign on blunt talk and anti-establishment energy, which has made him a grassroots favorite in the Democratic Party. His message has really resonated online. He's raised more than $4 million, he's packed town halls, scored a Bernie Sanders endorsement.
Loki. Will Andrew Cuomo mention Hasan Piker in the New York City mayoral debate? Yes. I think this is fake, but he will absolutely mention me in the New York mayoral debate. Like, that's not a question. It's going to happen. I hope it doesn't, but it's going to happen. The thing that I want to say about Graham Platner is that his previous work for Blackwater obviously made me a little bit skeptical. Not even a little bit, very skeptical of his background. But K-File, he done did it again. I'm going to be honest with you. Some of the stuff that I saw from him at Peak Woke 2020, some of the shit that he was saying back then kind of made me feel like he might be a good dude. And I don't think the stuff that came out about him is actually damning at all. Now, it's important. It's important. If he takes a lot of the stuff that he had said and go, oh, I'm so sorry. It's like really fucked up. I didn't mean it. All this shit. then yeah, he might be too malleable of a force. He's not going to be a fighter, all this stuff. But the fact that the highlights here are Maine Senate hopeful Graham Platner once called himself a communist, dismissed all police as bastards, and said rural white Americans actually are racist and stupid, according to deleted social media post reviewed by CNN's K-File. My fucking goat. Okay? Listen, 2018 Blackwater stint, numerous fucking tours, very suspicious. But this, very good. I cannot stress this enough. Okay? I am not defending his career in the military. I am not defending him as a defense contractor. But this I do defend. Okay? And I can't begin to explain to you how much I would love to defend this. And I will continue to defend this. He wrote mockingly in January 2021, my coup attempt failed, so now I'm going to say I didn't really mean it. Please be nice to me. My life is in shambles after I tried to overthrow the democratically elected government. In another post in 2010, Platner took aim at musician Ted Nugent, a conservative activist. As a combat veteran, that motherfucker makes me want to puke when he spews his warmongering macho bullshit. Suck a dick, Ted. To be fair, Platner told CNN, I'm not really regretful for that one. And Andrew talked to Graham Platner as well about his deleted 2021 Reddit post. Some were raw and angry, others deeply reflective. He called himself a communist, blasted all police as bastards, said rural Americans actually are racist and stupid. He says they don't reflect who he is today. I'm not a communist. I'm not a socialist. I own a small business. That was very much me fucking around the internet. Lame. You're lame. Graham, you're fucking lame, okay? You're lame as hell. I'm a small business. Who gives a fuck, bro? Just say, yeah, I'm fucking around. I'm not actually a communist, but who gives a shit? It's not about communism, socialism. It's about democracy. It's about making sure that Americans get an honest shake in this currently broken system. You don't have to be like, oh, I'm not this, I'm not that, which is why I always say, like, I don't call myself a communist, but I don't give a shit if other people do, because I think that's a honorable end goal. That is a totally fantastic evolution that we must arrive at. Own it. Stand on fucking business. Anyway, that was lame. Other posts showed his disillusionment after 4 tours of duty. I'm a vegetable growing, psychedelics taking socialist these days. He once wrote, after the war, I stopped believing the patriotic nonsense that got me there in the first place. Still got the guns, though. I don't trust the fascists to act politely. Oh, my God. I don't think this guy was just a Majority Report fan. I'm going to be honest with you. You're falling for a CIA op, lab engineered leftist base guy. Look, I'll believe it when I see it. Get him on stream. He needs to clarify his past in detail. Yeah, I was supposed to fucking go to him. And then Charlie Kirk got killed. What do you want me to do? We had to kind of dramatically scale back on the fucking IRL broadcasting that we're doing. Okay? Anyway, Platner said he still stands by some of the ideas, though not the tone of his old post. He continues to condemn January 6 rioters, who we call traitors, fucking morons, fucking pussies, and a worthless pussy for supporting a coup attempt. And he's very much angry about the wars he fought in. It is difficult to see all that horror, as well as all the grift and corruption, and not find the entire thing utterly bankrupt. And he's not regretful of all of them. On musician Ted Nugent, as a combat veteran, that motherfucker makes me want to puke. Suck a dick, Ted. To be fair, he told me, I'm not really regretful of that one. Anyway, that's the coolest thing that has been revealed about this man so far. I'll be honest. And we'll look at all the quotes in a second. I'm going to bring in Gianmarco now because I feel like he's just... My mother is chewing his ear right now.
And has left-wing influencers hyped for his candidacy. So CNN's K-File team found something pretty interesting while looking into Platner. It's a deleted Reddit account that he used for years, posting about politics, war, and policing. We accessed them using the Internet Archive's Wayback Machine, which saves web pages. It's the same unfiltered tone that has made him so popular, but it also shows some of the vulnerabilities of his candidacy. In comments we found from 2021,
I think the most unacceptable thing here is that he was a Redditor.
Platner said he was a vegetable-growing, psychedelics-taking socialist. In a thread about people becoming more conservative as they age, he replied, "I got older and became a communist." He often employed crude language toward people he disagreed with. When discussing police misconduct, a user wrote that police officers were, quote, bastards, to which Platner replied, "All of them, in fact." So we talked to Platner, and he told us that he no longer holds many of those views, saying they came from a different time in his life when he felt angry and disillusioned after finishing 4 tours of duty.
That was very much me around the internet. I'm not a communist. I'm not a socialist. I own a small business. I'm a Marine Corps veteran. I don't want people to see me for like who I was in my worst internet comment. Yeah. Or even
Gianmarco in the building.
Hello.
Ladies and gentlemen.
How you doing?
It's finally happening. The long-awaited collab of the century of...
What a week to come to.
I know.
Truly.
Yeah.
I brought some, just in case
Did you make sure that
there's a Petco quite close. So I just want to make sure.
Don't dox me.
I felt good. Oh, sorry. Did I fuck something up?
No,
it's nowhere near.
Yeah.
We got some toys.
Yeah, the victim of abuse.
I wrote my number just in case she ever wants to give me a call. You need anything, buddy?
Wait, don't actually show your phone number if you did.
I knew that. I knew how to fake it.
Okay, all right. I'm worried. Some people don't know.
I know I'm new. I'm new to all this. I got a bone.
Wow.
And then some balls. So there we go. I don't know what she can have.
Well, she can't have any of it.
Okay,
and I'm gonna strap the zapping collar on you next.
Sure.
For doing that.
And then for you, I got some black electric tape in case you run out. So,
Thank you. I've run out of it in my
I've seen
in my mass cover up schemes. This is going to make all of the most schizophrenic people insane. By the way, what you just did.
But walking in, listen. I'm obviously a fan, so I'm completely biased. But walking in, you go, oh my god, she's ran up to me. She's adorable. She's huge. I didn't realize the size.
Yeah, she's 120 pounds.
But
you want to see her tricks? You got mad tricks.
I would. I saw the hand.
Oh yeah, shake.
Oh,
very good.
Come on. What are the tricks?
Well, I mean, it's mostly just like off leash walking.
Sure.
So she's
other hand, yeah.
Yeah, she can do. She has the obviously the famous place command. And when I do that, she goes and lays on the cot. She can lay down. She can roll over. Let's see if I can make her roll over right now. Hold on.
Let's see it.
Let's see. Here. Hold on. Let's put this out of the way. Kaya, come here. Good girl. No. Oh. Kaya, come. Kaya, come here. Good girl. Okay. Kaya, sit. Good girl. Down. Good girl. Roll over.
Whoa.
Roll over. Yeah, good job. Okay. Good girl. And then up, guy up. And then we got this is the other one where she jumps up at me, but it's not actually a good behavior, but I still can't stop myself from doing it. Kaya, up. Kaya. Oh, she's not doing it. Kaya. Up. Kaya. Oh god. Okay, well. Kaya, up. Where are you going? Come here. Come here. Come here. It's not good. I don't want her to jump on strangers.
How much does she weigh?
110 pounds, give or take.
Wow. Okay.
All right. Well, we already.
Show me.
Let's see. This is the one that she goes crazy for. Look, see, she loves the pill pockets.
Yeah. What's a pill pocket? I see.
When I drug her, this is what I use. Because I'm abusive to my dog. Hey, up. Hey, up. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me try this actually. Okay, stay. Okay. Sit pretty. Sit pretty. Sit pretty. No, she's not doing it. Never mind. Okay, that's all I got. Good. That's all we got for now.
Well, good. Well,
she's performance shy.
Yeah, that's fine. Me too.
Yeah.
I get there.
Yeah.
But how you doing?
She got a bunch of different. I'm doing great. having a little bit of a crazy week.
Why? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
How do you manage? How do you in therapy?
No, I'm not.
Come on, go to therapy.
I know everyone always
This
tells
doesn't
me,
count as fucking therapy over here.
No, this is what I do. I use my my audience as therapy.
This is, I imagine, when I see these streams on Twitch, it's how I imagine in schizophrenia it works in your brain. Just constant thoughts.
Yeah. Yeah.
You've never been to therapy?
No, I've not.
Oh.
I've done like I've talked to a psychologist before or a
Yeah.
psychiatrist before, but I've never I haven't been consistently going to therapy.
Sure. I think it'd be fair if you did shock therapy. That might ease some stuff up.
That might make me less gay.
Sure.
Yeah.
Listen, well, tell me if it works. I mean, conversion therapy is coming back, it seems like.
It is. Well, that's what I was. See, that's the thing. Like Republicans, they were all on board. They're like, I can't believe you're doing shock therapy to your dog.
Yeah.
They want to do it.
We only do it to our gay children.
Or, I mean, I did get a call
Mm-hmm.
from the Department of Homeland Security. They were like, we want to bring you in as the deputy director to Kristi Noem. Turns out the qualification was that if you are, even if you're suspected of abusing dogs, they're like, that's good enough for us. That's the most important standard.
Well, I'm sorry you're dealing with it. It's intense. It's a lot.
Yeah.
I think if you invited them all over, truly walking in the door, just seeing Kaya run up, you go like, oh, that's a happy girl.
Yeah, they would love to be.
Yeah, one by one.
Over.
Yeah, sure. Have a big party.
Let me
let them get to know you better.
Let me bring all my fucking rabid psychopathic haters. Yeah.
But you holding up okay, or you just frazzled? You sleeping?
No, I'm perfectly fine.
I cannot believe you're not in therapy. You got to go to therapy.
I feel like if I don't know. I feel
there's no good excuse. Tell me why.
The way my brain is busted. The way my brain is really fucked up is like perfect for what I do though. Like what if I lose my energy?
Yeah.
What if I become too normal and then I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? I'm like a monkey in a
I've known you
cage
for
every
5
day.
minutes. You're never going to become too normal.
No, I think I could. If the therapy would fix me too good.
No, you want to be able to do this. It's about longevity.
She wants belly rubs, by the way. This is what she does.
No, it's about longevity and taking care of yourself. I can't believe I do this with people, but you should try. Give it a try. It doesn't have to be that serious.
Well, it's like, how am I gonna? The other part of this that I always think about is like, how am I going to explain like the issues that I go through to a therapist? Because like, it's almost entirely about like, I'm not anti-therapy. I think it's great for people, and everyone should do it, myself included. And I'm a major hypocrite for not.
Well, you might go to therapy. You might not talk about your immediate problems. You might be like, well, the H3 guy, blah blah blah. But you talk about your childhood.
H3 guy.
But like I'm in a couples counseling with my girlfriend, and sometimes she's my manager, and we're in showbiz, and sometimes the manager is like, well, maybe you need to set more like clear hours of work, and we're like, yeah, that's not how it works. And then you move on, and then you talk about something else.
Yeah, I'm gonna be like, hey, I have like a fairly sophisticated cyber stalking operation that combs through with the most cynical perspective over 2,600 hours of footage of me online, and tries to find any moment where I like move my arm and if it lines up. If it lines up with my dog moving behind me, then they create this elaborate narrative that I'm like abusing my dog and like zapping her.
Okay, so if I was a therapist, rather than deal with that, I say, and how does that make you feel?
Yeah. Crazy.
Sure. Yeah. And that's what therapy is for.
I think I have a healthy approach to it though, where I'm like, people are going to some people are going to be, some people are destined to hate me. You can't win everybody.
Sure. But then I think the problem, don't you feel like when you look at people older, like let's get those older famous people, don't you think they start to develop a life where they go, I have haters and fans. And that's not a healthy dichotomy.
Oh no, but that's just the internet. I think the people in the real world are not like that at all.
I was with my girlfriend once. We were in a fight.
You flex about your girlfriend a lot.
I got to make it clear. I got my own soft accusers.
Yeah,
of,
so I was
of
about to
gay
say,
baiting.
I used to be the number one straight guy who people said was gay baiting or queer baiting or was suspected of being gay. And then when you came on the field, nobody ever does that to me anymore. Because like you make me look like.
But what did you do? That you're a masculine guy. You're. I mean, the way that you lift,
show pit.
the way that you like do the squats and
I
stuff.
I think it's in many circumstances. I think it's just like it's dependent on the audience's reception, where I've begun to realize that it's like if they want you to be gay, then you're technically. Some people will say you're gay baiting.
Sure. Yeah,
Yeah.
but you've worn some outfits. You've worn some outfits.
I've done drag and stuff like that. I mean, I don't give a shit. I've
Yeah.
painted my nails in the past as a performative male.
I think people have to ask themselves whether their definition of what straight is has become too narrow. So like, there's a time men wore wigs and they wore kilts. They wear kilts. And so then in like this very straight American man version, suddenly you do drag once, you're gay baiting. Let a guy do drag.
Yeah, Rudolph Giuliani.
Yeah.
He did drag. Drag used to be like the thing that people's grandparents did, like during World War II when they were bored. Bored killing Nazis, they would do drag on the ships and shit.
And so some
now
people,
it's like it's a clear cut marker of queerness.
well, then there's some people that go like, oh, well, if you're doing that, you're making fun of it. Sometimes football teams will do the thing, the cheerleader swap, and I just go. It's good. If you're a masculine guy, put on a dress every once in a while. You're going to learn some things. You're going to appreciate walk a mile in someone else's skirt.
Yeah.
And I think you will learn something. I think it is good to do.
Drag?
Yeah. When I was in third grade, I did a play based on a kid's book called Stregonona. And the whole thing is the teacher who taught the special noodles only taught women. So I put on a dress in third grade for the play and I got a big laugh. And I think that's my origin. Is that gay baiting, or am I just following the script?
So that's what happened. You got your first laugh, and you were like, "I got to do this forever."
Oh yeah.
It felt good.
Well, I just think it's in. I had a gay teacher in fifth grade, and I was like dancing before class one day, and he said to me, "Gianmarco, I'm gay, but that's the gayest thing I've ever seen." And that's before I knew all the clout I could get from it. It is innate. There's something feminine by the current definition of it. I think we just need to expand.
Yeah.
What kind of drag are we talking? Were you doing like makeup? Did you shave?
I've never shaved for drag. I've never gone the full way, the full Monty. But
did you tuck?
No, I did not. But I've only done there's a couple different versions of it, but like I've done like a maid cafe in Japan, which people love. What is this?
I'm going to Japan soon. Oh, that's
Auntie Piker.
Yeah, they really want us. They're doing gay fanfic of us.
Oh yeah, that's Auntie Piker. That's just how he is.
Yeah. It's
Wait,
nice.
Show him.
Oh wow.
So that wasn't the full drag though. That was like when I was just like putting it on. Show the completed version.
Yeah, let me see the complete. I mean, that's.
This is when we went to Japan to a maid cafe.
I can tell it's not gay because it's not even fitted. It's like you should have taken that to a tailor. That's a little tight on you.
Do you know how hard it is to find any clothes that fit me, let alone women's maid outfits?
I feel like you could say into the ether, send me a maid outfit the right size and I will wear it and you will get 50.
Yeah, well, I was in Japan. It's like
I'm going soon for the first time.
It's the best.
Oh, I can't wait.
You'll love it. It's awesome.
I was a little manga boy, so I'm so excited.
Oh, really? What'd you read?
I was early on in like America, like Shonen Jump when it was first published. I was walking around being like, there's actually a darker side to Yu-Gi-Oh.
Wait, you and I are the same age, I think, right? How old are you?
I'm 37.
Oh, you're a little bit older than me, but I'm 34.
I was so Shonen Jump. It was like One Piece's introduction to America, Naruto, and I really liked Yu-Gi-Oh. And then one of my dad, he saw the cartoon, and what's the one with the blue eyes white dragon? what's his name? Brown.
Blue Eyes White Dragon is Yu-Gi-Oh.
No, but who's the guy? No, the like rich guy who has all the blue
People are
eyes.
saying Kaiba. I don't know. I didn't watch Yu-Gi-Oh.
But all I know is Kaiba took out his deck and he said, "Let's duel." And my dad just started laughing in like a and not like a nice way. He wasn't even trying to be mean. He was just like, "This is embarrassing." I made him see the Cowboy Bebop movie in theaters, and I don't think he ever forgave me for that.
That's the best.
It was so good.
Wait, you did drag as well? No, this is not drag. This is just
That's
you.
just a shirtless. Oh,
you're just
please don't pull up my shirtless
you're
pics while I'm sitting next
come
to you.
on, come on,
Come on.
come on.
No,
You're
I
shredded.
Thank
You do have gay body for sure.
What does that mean?
It's just like you're gay fit.
I've been to Fire Island. I've seen the standards.
No,
this
no,
is like a
you're gay
neutral
fit.
at a Fire Island pool party.
No.
This is like stand in the back.
You're gay fit, for sure. It's not. It's
Not as a kid though. This took a long time. This is a lifelong pursuit.
Yeah.
So I could take this one picture in a dirty bathroom. Were
No,
you
this
always
is-
athletic? Were you a sports kid?
No, I was a horseback rider.
Oh shit!
I was I was a professional show jumper.
Oh my god, my dad does horse. You ever fall?
Yes, of course I've fallen. Yes, I've fallen off horses. We all did drag at this at this camp, and it was not great. I did not look great. I'll admit. We needed to work, but that was that's me.
I think you need to do the next level of like, you hire a professional, full makeup, and you treat it with gravitas.
I think one of the funniest things is like this triggers Republicans more than anything else I do. I've like you can have like America deserved 9/11 moments, shit like that, but nothing pisses off people online like you doing drag. They literally will post the photo of me in the maid outfit nonstop under all of my replies. There's like accounts that are dedicated to just doing that. And I don't understand because it's like, yeah, bro, I put it on and I literally did it on camera. Like, you think this is a shameful moment for me?
What do you think it is? What do you think it is that triggers people to get so worked up about that? I don't fully get it. I know it's like cliche to be like, oh, well, they want to wear the maid outfit, so they're jealous.
I think it bricks. I've talked about this quite a bit with within the confines of like transphobia, where I had transphobic attitudes, transphobic opinions when I was growing up, and I've thought about this quite a bit, and I think it comes from like most people not having like any cultural signifiers that they can associate with beyond commodities. Especially in America, with the exception of gender. Gender has been presented as this like rigid thing, even though it's not.
Yeah, of course.
And therefore, like a lot of people see it as like a biological construct, which is not. And even the biological aspect of sex is still not the rigid binary that people present it as. Having said that, that is how it's taught to people, and that's something so they so closely associate themselves with, like what it means to be a man or what it means to be a woman, masculinity, femininity, that when a person does this, it just like breaks their consciousness.
Yeah, it's like a threat to the group. I guess I've never had, and I don't mean that in any braggadocious way, I just have always struggled to connect to like groups, whether it be Judaism or whether it be masculinity. And I don't know if it's having divorced parents, like not having a singular unit of a thing. So like, it's hard for me to understand how someone would feel, because I think they see it as a threat to masculinity, their club, their group. And I'm like, that's not our group. I hate most of these.
Oh,
bitches.
you're also, I forgot, you're in the presence of a dangerous anti-Semite.
I am.
Number two.
I got my Zoe run bag right here.
Number two anti-Semite of last year. Number one was Candace Owens,
who just featured one of my shows.
Wait, really?
Someone texted me, he said, Candace Jones watched one of your jokes, and I was like, I know exactly which joke it is. It was it's awful to explain. It will be, but it ultimately is a Holocaust joke at the end of the day. And it's a good one. I'm proud of. and the worst Holocaust jokes I've ever heard have been from rabbis. In my experience, they got the best ones. But she featured it.
Does it feel weird when you're like, you shouldn't be laughing at this? Maybe you're laughing at this a little too much.
Yeah, but what am I gonna do? What, like, I don't think that
Wait,
moved the needle.
I gotta see the chat. Send me the clip, Jamie. My Jamie is my chat.
I'll look up if you look up,
Jamie, send me the clip.
My name and Candace Owens. I shared it in some YouTube video.
All right.
But
let's
God,
see.
she's laughing.
Oh, she laughed extra hard, huh?
Oh, she laughed extra, and it looked like she was like no laughter. No, this one doesn't show the actual one.
Show the
if you go
joke.
on YouTube, it's the horizontal one.
This is again not the original
That
one.
video. Go to that.
This is the Patreon.
Yeah, you know. That's the Patreon or the YouTube. Okay.
Yeah.
There's a YouTube excerpt, and we play the whole thing in there.
Okay, everyone is sending the same fucking clip now.
It's the horizontal.
My Jamie is so busted. My Jamie is the most busted.
What's
Jamie.
the Jamie?
Like Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan's Jamie.
Oh yeah. Okay, so go a little forward
that
here.
we didn't record, Russell. Ready? Let's go for it again.
Keep going until we cut to it in full. Here it comes. Keep going.
I was like, that's not Candace Owens.
That's Paige. That's my producer, Paige. Okay, there it is.
Resi.
I celebrated most of the major Jewish holidays growing up. Passover was my favorite because you get to read it at the table, and then that's the story where the Jews, we were enslaved by the Pharaoh, and then Moses made the plagues happen, and then we escaped, and we crossed the desert for 40 years. I liked it because it made Jews seem cool, but that was also kind of confusing because I was like, okay, how did we go from crossing the desert to now being known as generally frail? And I didn't know. I didn't understand until one day I went on vacation to Miami with my very Jewish girlfriend. And the moment we got to the beach, she was like, it's like a desert out here. And I was like, oh my God. What if Jews have been exaggerating this entire fucking time? We got stuck in traffic on the way there. My girlfriend was like, let my people go. The beach was a little crowded. She said, there's like 6 million people here.
It's the beauty of comedy.
Beauty of comedy.
Yeah, you got it.
I've given up on the idea that comedy is good or bad.
It
So
just
that I don't
is.
have to take responsibility. Entertainment,
that.
and sometimes entertainment is just to pass the time.
I like that.
And I think if they follow my work, I like to think it's positive overall. That singular joke, yeah. What am I gonna do?
Let's talk about that actually. So one of the things I am a comedy appreciator, comedy enjoyer. I am not that funny myself, or at least I try to be when I'm talking about political matters. But
you're funny on Schultz's podcast.
I can't do. Oh, thank you. That's not that hard. It's Andrew Schultz. It's like it's not that hard to be the funniest guy in that room. Okay. Yeah, I can say that. Fuck you, Andrew. Suck my dick. You were making fun of me saying I'm a dog abuser. Okay.
Oh no, really?
Yeah, he was.
And like one of the little like quippy joke things.
Yeah, you were doing it. Oh, Mister. Oh, I don't know how we got Donald Trump.
He
duped me at my age of 40.
Yeah, it was frustrating. It was frustrating.
No,
You could have asked him about Epstein right then and there to his face.
Yeah. But having said that, what was I saying? Oh yeah, but I've always been a comedy appreciator, comedy enjoyer. I mean, so much so that I even forced myself back in the day to watch Kill Tony.
Sure.
Yeah,
sure.
which I think is still to this day, I think is like a phenomenal format. Only destroyed by Tony Hinchcliffe.
Yeah.
Like
with the older episodes were I was told they were good. I've been told. I see clips now and then and I go, oh, that's a funny moment.
Yeah, I mean the format itself is great because you have like actual comedy greats, like having new stand-ups test out like their first 60 seconds that they've ever put together, and it's just like I really like the format itself. But anyway,
and it's a mixed blessing. They have a lot of disabled comics who I don't know other avenues that the world has opened up for them to get public attention, and it is that mixed blessing of a thing. I look at the pros, but I think it's gotten so. I've seen some of those Netflix ones, and it just looks like where they try to get everyone famous all at once. Yeah, and it becomes over bloated, and no one's actually being mean anymore. Like I honestly think like Israel stuff like entered the edgelord community, and they didn't really know what to do with it because they love anti-Semitic jokes, but the woke version of them was for Palestine, and so there really was like they don't know how to be offensive around anything that didn't involve saying a word you're not supposed to say.
Yeah, and also like they can't, like it requires them to recognize the humanity of the Palestinian side, and I feel like it's this weird situation where they're like, well, I hate Jews, but I also hate Muslims, and they're also scary. So like, how do I make this work where I can shit on both of the groups that are associated in this conflict? But the reason why I brought all that up, talking about my background, is because like it's one of the things that I try to explain to people all the time is that like with comics, like I think a lot of people don't understand how jokes are structured and how they have to be tested out in front of an audience.
Sure.
And for that reason, a lot of people, especially in the age of like, you know, internet TikTok clips, and even before that, like podcasts and whatnot, I think people decided like if a comedian is testing out a bit and it fails, which is the worst thing that could possibly happen, they take that as a sincerely held belief of the comedian in many instances. Yeah. Whereas like in some circumstances, it's just a person trying to make a joke and failing to do so.
Yeah. The context is tough, but ultimately we put these clips out ourselves sometimes, so it's kind of on us. Yeah. But like when you're in a comedy club space, a lot more feels like, you know how they go like, I was just joking. In the room called the comedy chuckle fuck place, it's like, yeah, that's clear. It's behind you. You had 30 minutes of jokes, and then out of context, it can feel like out of context with Candace Owens, and they're projecting it on, you know, and there's a Nazi rally and everyone's laughing.
Yeah, this is my bid to defend Kramer. He was just attempting.
Yeah.
He's just bombing.
But Chappelle, do you ever see Chappelle's set talking about it? Where he just said he's like watching it, and part of him was like, he's just having a bad set. Yeah. It's like he's just having a bad set. He thought there was a moment in his coked up brain in that moment that he was like, this is going to crush. This is how I'm going to, and it just like backfired, and some comedians, something backfires, and they doubled out. I don't think, it was not good that he went there. Questionable.
Have you ever seen the Seinfeld apology?
It's the greatest thing ever. It reminds me.
We got to pull this up.
Play it. It reminds me of the guy who did Candid Camera way back in the day. He was on a plane that got hijacked. True story. He was on a plane that got hijacked. Everyone on the plane, they saw the host of this prank show, thought it was a prank. Yeah. And he said when they landed and the hijackers took them off the plane one by one, they looked at him like, fuck you. They were mad at him. Yeah. Even though he was just a passenger. But this is amazing.
This is some of the funniest. This is probably Seinfeld's best material in general.
Yeah, especially in the last last decade or so. Yeah.
This Michael Richards thing. Well, now I don't know him well. I've known him a long time, but I don't know him well. And I can remember years and years ago at the Comedy Store.
And for the Zoomers in the chat, Kramer on Seinfeld, Michael Richards, bombed at the Laugh Factory. And in the process of bombing, he just started screaming the N-word with a hard R.
He said it was specific to like a group that he was accusing of, you know, heckling or talking.
Him,
and then he just went after that.
He just kept saying.
And then it wasn't just that. I mean, he was pissed off. No. He said something about like back in the day you'd be upside down with a fork in your ass. Like it was unhinged. Yeah. And it went on for a long it's time.
Like nowadays, if you have clips like that, you could probably work for the Defense Department or something. But like
he'd be on Kill Tony the next day.
Yeah, but back then it was like when woke was still a thing.
This is pre-woke. This was like,
pre-woke, actually.
Whoa, you cannot do that.
Yeah, this is like pre-civil rights struggle era. Attitudes being put on Maine.
And so it's crazy. Honestly, this was also before things went viral. This was before people had Twitch streams to pull from to make 35 videos. Yeah, like this, everyone saw this. Your mom saw it. Your grandma saw it somehow because we all love Seinfeld.
Yeah.
And then this was the one shot. This is also a time when he went on the Late Show, it's like, okay, everyone's watching this moment. This is your moment to make things okay.
Yeah, JD Vance would have said he's just a kid. JD Vance would have been like, he's just a 30-year-old baby. He's just a 30-year-old kid. I think we shouldn't do cancel culture on Michael Richards. But
he would have taken a right wing turn at this day and age.
he would get on stage, and he was always a very dynamic performer.
Mm-hmm.
Dynamic to the point that often audiences were frightened.
Always pushing boundaries.
But still, we all got a kick out of it because it was in good fun, and he was and is a very funny guy. And then we see this thing today where he goes nuts in some kind of club and is screaming at people. Have you talked to him? Do you know anything about this?
I did talk to him. I talked to him today. And, you know, I was extremely upset about it, and he is extremely upset about it. And I asked him if he would come on the show tonight so that he could explain what happened, because it was just one of those awful things. And I think he's a little mystified about what happened, but I think most importantly he wanted to...
we have him live via satellite.
Yes, I don't know how many M words he dropped with a hard R, but like... It was mystifying to string them along that many times.
Yeah, he was just
like
losing
Olympic,
it, and a thing
Olympic
of like,
level.
He really said that he was like, "Oh, you're offended." He started going. He was like, "Words, these words. You have to watch these words." And
we
then,
can't. I don't think
of
we
course
can watch
not.
it.
Of course not. But I think the biggest mistake to seek the authentic apology was to pick the worst actor from Seinfeld to come on stage, and then also not be in person was a disastrous mistake.
I think you're wrong. It made for phenomenal television. And you shall
Michael
see,
Richards.
Shatters.
Michael, are
this
you
is
there?
Old Lord.
Yeah, I'm right here.
Hi, Michael. Welcome to the show.
Oh, hello. Hi.
How you doing?
I'm not doing too good.
Yeah. Why don't you explain exactly what happened for the folks who may not know?
I think, is he in the green room?
He could be. Maybe he was in the green room. He's like, I
he's in
can't
the
go
green
out
room.
there. It's all wrong. Letterman's like the wrong format to do it. It's too like kind of sappy. It's oh man. Now just so everyone knows, this was a long time ago. I don't know what he's been doing since, but he's like written a book. I think he's back on a book tour now, and you better not heckle him.
Bro, this moment was so viral. They had a fucking Gallup poll on it, gauging the impact of the Michael Richards incident.
Oh, it's huge. It was a cultural.
Wow.
I reference it on stage, and there's so few things you can reference on stage that everyone knows. Everyone knows this.
It's just like, it's funny because like, I don't think the Gen Alpha or Zoomers know this. Like, I don't think they know this at all, but maybe.
God.
I lost my temper on stage. I was at a comedy club trying to do my act, and I got heckled, and I took it badly and went into a rage, and said some pretty nasty things to some Afro-Americans.
Brutal. Brutal.
This is Afro-Americans. That's so fucking.
That's how you know he had no black friends to like, hey, can I get some advice about how I craft this apology?
I said some brutal things to some Afro-Americans.
Trash talk. And stop laughing. It's not fun.
I mean, truly. I mean, if there's anything that encapsulates like the contradiction of comedy and the trap of the comedian, it's Jerry Seinfeld on a couch saying, "Stop laughing.
Yeah, stop laughing."
And
not funny.
What with you were actually being heckled, or were they just talking and disturbing the act?
That was going on too.
Letterman trying to give some points. Did they deserve it, Kramer?
And did you?
I know. I mean, hearing your audience laugh, you know, and it's. I'm not even sure that this is where I should be. Addressing the situation. I've already heard you make some jokes about it, and that's okay, you know. But I'm really busted up over this, and I'm very sorry to those people in the audience. The blacks, the Hispanics, the whites, everyone that was there that took the brunt of that anger and hate and rage and how it came through, and I'm concerned about more hate and more rage and more anger coming through, not just towards me, but towards a black-white conflict. There's a great deal of disturbance in this country and how blacks feel about what happened in Katrina. And you know, many of the comics, many performers are in Las Vegas and New Orleans trying to raise money for what happened there. And for this to happen, for me to be in a comedy club and flip out and say this crap, you know, I'm deeply, deeply sorry. And I'll get to the force field of this hostility, why it's there, why the rage is in any of us, why the trash takes place, whether or not it's between me and a couple of hecklers in the audience or between this country and another nation.
But Michael, let me interrupt you for a second and ask.
And what Israel is doing in Palestine is inexcusable.
He's like, we must end American militarism around the globe.
It is so, like, if I were to say benefit of the doubt, he was trying to be like offensive and shocking and fucked it up. If we're giving that benefit of the doubt, it's like you go, first of all, you donate a shitload of money. We all know you're rich, so give some money. Always helps grease the wheels. You write something. You don't do this because you don't actually look sad. You look like, and I'm sure he was fucked up over it.
Yeah,
but he's
mad.
pushing. You can see that he's pushing.
Yeah,
he has a temper. He should have said, "I was coked out of my fucking mind. I'm not good at stand up. I'm more of a sketch actor." And people would have been like, "Yeah, he's just not good at stand up." It's the worst. It truly is the worst. And this was before all the like classic apologies. This should be studied in like entertainment history class.
Yeah.
Because everything he's doing is wrong. Jerry's wrong, Letterman's wrong, and
the format is completely busted for this because it's like
it's a comedy show.
It's a comedy
but
show.
This is also, I think this is the thing comedians make the mistake. Like Jerry thought, like people like me, I can bring them into a sincere moment. It's like, no, comedy sometimes it only has a power to make people laugh. You're like a chess piece, so you can only do that. You can't then make things serious. You don't get to use that credit and have people take you seriously. That's the limitations of your fame, of your talent, and your abilities. That's how I feel with the comedians engaging sometimes with politicians on their podcast, for example. I go, all you can do is make this guy look funny and good. You can't then, after the fact, hurt him.
Yeah, I guess like the George Carlin of it all is like the inverse of that to some degree.
You can use it, but also like he had to gain everyone's goodwill with comedy, and eventually he overspent his hand. If you watch Lake Carlin, he's so fucking mad.
Wait, yeah.
There was one tour he didn't release it because it was like right after 9/11 or before 9/11, but he was just so mad that the audience was like, Jesus Christ, what is this?
I'd rather have that kind of rage than being mad at fucking cancel culture, which I think is which I think has delivered the like a definite era of dead comedy. Like there's this period,
sure, but you deal with it in your own respect.
We're kind of still in it to a certain degree as well, where I think it's just like it's hack material.
Yeah.
And it's like everything becomes that. Everything becomes like, oh, people don't like my jokes. Like, okay, make better jokes then. Even fucking Seinfeld himself at a certain point came to that recognition where he was like, you know what? I want to go back on a thing that I had said previously about cancel culture.
There's some new things I'd like him to go back on. But I think also what happens with the internet, what's so unique is like my fan base is now extremely left-leaning. And the inverse of that is true for these other guys. And there's a way where we are formed by the people laughing at us. And we might have perspective, but it's molded. And gradually you just get more and more extreme. So now our audiences, which are cultivated because of algorithms, are influencing our own output. And that's I think how some people who get like, it's a little edgy and maybe it's funny. And then before they know it, they go into a regular room and suddenly you're Tony Hinchcliffe and you think that Puerto Rico joke is going to like kill.
Yeah.
And you're like, you're confused.
Yeah.
You're shocked. Not only that it's not funny, but that people are like, what the fuck was that? And it's because you didn't perform for regular people in a long time.
But also I think it's a telltale sign that you're not a very good comedian.
Sure.
If you can't make something like that work. Because like an example I use is always like, I guess I call it like the Nick Mullen equation, where if you're going to do an accent of a like historically occupied country's people, it has to be really good. Because if it's really
I love
good,
there's like comedy equals tragedy plus time. Also, if you're going to do the accent of a historically marginalized people.
I am autistically describing this concept.
It's true.
But like, obviously this is not like a exact equation.
Yeah.
But the way I see it is like, it comes from understanding that culture, understanding like if you're good at the accent, it means like you've obviously been around people who have this accent. And if you do it poorly, then it's racist. if you do it really well.
For sure, but I will only counter with that, like, comedy takes in context of the culture you're in. So, like, you know, it's let's say you do a really good Chinese accent, but there was a time where it was like every comedian everywhere all the time, that's the joke that they go to. Yeah. And then it's like you have to look at it and go, oh, is this hack? Because right now everyone's doing it. Yeah. And I think like that also happens where some comedians go like, why can't I say this? And it's like, well, because you're saying it, their dad is saying it at home, their shitty conservative cousin is saying it. And so it's hacked because too many people are doing it.
Yeah. The example I used was with Dave Chappelle, who I had great respect for in his in his entire career until like he took this right-wing pivot, right-wing turn on trans issues. And like, I bring up from one of his specials where he talks about beyond pussy, like when talking about like transgender pussy, basically. Yeah. Beyond meat. And that's funny, but it's sandwiched in between. Like that in and of itself is a funny joke. That's a funny joke about trans people. Yeah. That doesn't punch down at trans people. Sure. But it's sandwiched between him being like, I'm a TERF. And trans women are just men wearing dresses and they're weird and gross. Like, that's not a joke. You're just like angry. You're too angry to make a joke.
I also think what happened though with some of those, I mean, we're talking super famous, super rich, is that they are in like very progressive Hollywood circles. And so what is punching up, and I don't think in those terms, but what is like being transgressive in those circles in the greater country is just supporting hatred towards persecuted groups.
Yeah, among Hollywood lives that might come across as like, ooh, transgressive, but like,
so even though they kind of like they resent this community, that's who it is that's informed their view of like what is speaking truth to power. And then their guy becomes fucking president, and I'm like, that's how they wake up and they go, oh shit. I guess no, it
turns out there's impact to the haha jokes. That's what's so. Oh man, I can't stand motherfuckers who are like, I voted for Trump because cancel culture was getting out of hand. I wanted to say the R word, and it's like, bro.
I think that when those guys say those, I want to say R word. I'm like, yeah, that's what the group chat is for. Yeah, that's what your friends are for. Yeah. I think what happened, I think is like COVID, where I think people didn't have friends. They got lonely. We all have friends. We all have group chats where we say fucked up things. If you don't have that group chat, if you are lonely, the internet becomes your group chat. It's like if you're in a house with no bathroom, you're gonna shit at the dinner table. You need like a place to be edgy, to be dark. And when people get lonely, they go, you don't let me speak. You don't let me speak.
For the young Republicans in New York, it was their Telegram group.
It was. It turns out. And they should have done it outside the political circles. That's their job.
Yeah. Well, that's a mixture of business and pleasure, I feel like.
Yeah. Their business is
for them,
pleasure. Their pleasure is their business.
Yeah, for them, that's like, I thought we could say these things because we're doing those things. The Hitler stuff.
Yeah. You can't, again, if you choose to engage in making powerful decisions, you're going to be more scrutinized. With that fucking Spider-Man quote always comes to my brain. I'm like, God.
With great power comes great responsibility. It's a banger.
True. What are you going to say?
It's a banger. It's the best.
Do not kill thy neighbor. I mean, these all, some of these, they hold up.
By the way, in 6 minutes, we are going to be watching our boy Zoran Kwame Mamdani go on stage.
And we're going to take a shot every time Israel's brought up.
Will die very soon, very quickly. But I do think, I know for a fact almost, that I will be brought up in tonight's debate.
You think so?
As a line of attack. Have you seen the Andrew Cuomo press conference that he did on 9/11?
Oh, yeah. That quote. That's gonna be on your tombstone, brother.
He's going to bring it up, I think, to be like.
You really think so?
Oh, 100%. He's so desperate. He has nothing.
I was hoping after I hosted the rally, they'd replace that with my 6 million people joke.
Yeah, but you're Jewish.
I know. Don't I know it?
So
don't I know it? I got that call. I said, okay,
so
I'll be there.
For that, you get protective cover.
That's true.
A Muslim.
Sure.
Yeah. Like we don't.
And has he responded to that particular?
Someone ambushed him before on like one of those like right wing guys was like, Zoran, why are you associating with famous content creator who said America deserved 9/11?
I think he just needs to flip the script. Be like, I never heard of that. I'm a fan of Hasan's dog abuse. That's what I'm in it for.
Yeah. I learned new things in this last saga. I didn't know that like there was a stereotype about Muslims that like they don't like dogs, like in general.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that like so many people before they were like, of course he's abusing his dog. He's Muslim. This is how Mohammedan are. And I was like, damn, I didn't like. I know like my grandparents don't understand why I sleep in the bed with my dog because they're like, dog is supposed to be, herding the sheep outside, not inside.
Yeah.
You are going to get diseases from your dog by letting your dog lick you in the face. But like,
I imagine they would do that with any group, though. I mean, especially any group that's ever been persecuted. You know, I mean, that's why these cops, they got dogs. They got dogs.
I mean, they
imagine
they kill 10,000 a year, by the way, which is crazy.
Yeah. So what would you say if you're Zoran and they bring that up, and you don't want to just throw your friend Hasan under the bus? What's the answer that makes
it's not even like throwing your friend Hasan under the bus. It's more so that like everything that they can say about me to him, they can low key kind of say about him as well. So he's like doubly cooked in that situation because like 34-year-old Muslim socialist, anti-Zionist is like a lot of people that look at a lot of people that want to like criticize Zoran on those virtues can attack me, and then it's almost like attacking him in the same vein. So it's a tricky situation for him to just like cast me aside and be like, I don't know this guy. Fuck him.
I think they're going to bring up that
but
Hamas Fox question. That's the thing that I think they're going to lean on the most, because that seems to be going viral right now on Twitter.
That's definitely something that they're gonna push as well on him. But I think like the best possible thing to do is what he did in the past, which was when he was asked that question, he was like very cynical that my opposition here is desperately trying to associate like his Muslim opponent with 9/11. Like it's pretty obvious what he's doing here, which is true. Like that's what he's trying to do.
Of course, it's all racist. I mean, he's really good at navigating those questions.
Yeah.
I mean, truly, in a way that, my God, that video of Gavin Newsom the other day, interesting. That's interesting. You go, you didn't even prepare of how you're going to answer this shit. Just bad politicians.
Yeah, but it's also, he's just so good at just being issue specific and immediately whenever people bring up any sort of like random shit, he's so good at judoing his way out of it. And then bringing it back to like fast and free buses, rent freeze, like the big five, you know what I mean? Increasing taxes for the super wealthy. Like, and the opposition looks silly and juvenile when you're like, I want fast and free buses for every New Yorker. We can make this happen. And then they're like, but what about trans people? And you're like,
but that's the thing with Israel. It's great. It's insane that the mayor of New York is answering all these questions about Israel and Hamas. Honestly, I think one of the reasons I was like, the thing about Zoran that I do think I enjoy is the fact that he can't be president, at least. And I go, okay, good. Then he's never gonna have to decide some of this shit. And the fact that we're asking him about what Hamas should do.
Yeah,
insanity.
I don't think it's necessarily like a bad thing for him to. I mean, obviously, it was good that he took a strong stance, especially in the primaries on this stuff, because like, plus he has like a decade of open anti-Zionist activism.
Of course.
So it's like it's very difficult for him to turn around and be like, actually, now that I got a crumb of clout, I love Israel. Israel's pretty good, actually.
Why don't they ask Cuomo, say like, how long do you think? Cuomo, you've been accused of sexual assault. Do you think Woody Allen should be allowed to make movies anymore? It's just insane. These things have nothing to do with the matter at hand.
They would obviously never do that anyway. But
I'd love that though.
But yeah,
Cuomo, here's what do you think of, what was that, Mario Vitali? What do you think of Mario Vitali? There's another Italian that made some women uncomfortable. What do you think we should do with him?
So this is what I said. An important lesson for Dems from this hostile interview on Fox is that if you focus on affordability and expanding existing government programs like public transit, left populism, your opposition will look unserious when they try to drive the conversation back to culture war narratives. Like, it's not even wrong for him to have a statement on this link is bricked. It's not working. It's not wrong for him to have a statement on like Israel Palestine or whatever. It's just that the constant hammering of like, why won't you go to Tel Aviv? Like that literally worked in his favor. That worked in his favor so perfectly because it made people go, why are they fucking asking this dude constantly about Israel? Like he's running for mayor of New York. Anyway, the new poll shows Zoran up 52% with a +5 and Andrew Cuomo at 28%. Lost 1 percentage point, and Curtis Sliwa coming in hot at 14%.
There's no universe where you could see Curtis dropping out, do you?
No.
Do people ever drop out this close?
Well, it doesn't even matter because even for example, obviously, Eric Adams dropped out, but Eric Adams is still on the ballot.
Yeah.
So, like, the names have been printed already. So even if they drop at this point, like, sure, you'll pick up some of their followers, but there's going to be plenty of people who will vote for Eric
Just
Adams.
randomly, just looking at this going to eeny, miny, mo.
Oh, for sure. Is this the live? Okay, here's the live.
Telemundo 47 anchor Rosarena Breton. This is a 2-hour debate live on all NBC New York and Telemundo 47 streaming and digital platforms. Politico.com.
Chad, do we have a YouTube link?
And YouTube.
Oh, Curtis not wearing the hat.
No, he took the beret off.
Curtis.
He doesn't even look like him.
Question and answer.
He looks naked.
1 minute to respond, and we'll offer 30-second rebuttals at the moderator's discretion.
Ooh, sure.
We'll also be asking questions where we will be looking for shorter answers. We also
Zoran
reserve
bingo,
the right
Chad.
to cut off your microphone if you ignore the rules. But candidates, you know we don't want to do that. The goal is for you to hear each other and for New Yorkers to hear everything
the NYPD
you
has
have
been
to
really
say. Good luck.
Smart.
We'll begin with Melissa.
By the way, we're speaking.
Thank you,
I guess
David,
what I'm
and good
speaking
evening,
here, I'm thinking
gentlemen.
about
Thank you for being here.
winning.
We begin tonight by asking you to do what every mayor dreams of, and that is to write your own headlines. Imagine it's January 2027, and you have been in office for exactly
Sharia
1
law
year.
implemented in New York.
Quickly give us one headline about what you think your biggest accomplishment will have been in year number 1. We'll begin with you, Mr.
Global jihad.
First, thank you very much for sponsoring the debate and having all of us. The one headline, how many characters in the headline?
Oh my God.
You're familiar with headline length.
Rent down, comma, crime down, comma, education score, comma, more jobs in New York City.
We're getting maybe a little over the average headline
He's
length,
lost
but
it. I mean, he never had it, but he's lost
Thank
whatever
you.
he had.
Mr.
Yeah,
Sliwa.
of course.
Curtis Sliwa is without his iconic red
He's got a beret tan line.
because I'm talking to the people of New York City about the really serious issues of affordability, the cost of living, and obviously what I've spent most of my life doing,
Let them introduce
which is
themselves. I
public
hate this
safety
weird-
in the streets and the subways.
We would love a headline from you. What will your headline be, your big headline in year number 1 as mayor?
Someone's going to nail it.
Curtis Sliwa exceeds all expectations and looks very mayoral tonight.
Mr. Mamdani, you've had some time to think about it now. What's your headline?
It's a pleasure to be here, first of all, and I really want to thank the moderators and the opportunity to speak directly to New Yorkers about this moment in time and our opportunity to transform the most expensive city in the United States of America. The headline would read, in about a year, Mamdani continues to take on Trump, delivers on affordability agenda for New Yorkers.
Thank you, Mr. Mamdani. Sally?
Thank you, Melissa. We're going to talk about leadership. Voters have reservations about all three of you as chief executive of New York City, a city with roughly 300,000 employees and a budget bigger than many countries. We have questions for each of you, and Mr. Cuomo, we will begin with you. As a former governor of New York, you obviously have the management experience, but you resigned from office amid sexual harassment and COVID-related scandals. Why should voters now trust that you have the character to be mayor? You have 1 minute.
Good. Well, thank you very much, and thank you for the question.
Thank you for the question. You
are
called me a
right. I
rapist.
left office. There was a report that was done that had allegations of harassment. I said at the time it was a political report and that there was no basis to it. It was then sent to 5 district attorneys. They all reviewed it. They found nothing. It was then litigated for 5 years. I was dropped from the cases. So none of that came to anything. When it comes to executive experience, I've run the Department of Housing and Urban Development, built housing all across the nation. I was governor for 11 years. The budget is double what it is in New York City, and I got government to work. I passed groundbreaking laws, minimum wage, paid family leave, built projects that had never been built before. This is no job for on-the-job training. And if you look at the failed mayors, they're ones that had no management experience. Don't do it again.
Thank you. Rosarina?
Thank you, Sally. In the theme of leadership, Mr. Mamdani, you work as a foreclosure prevention counselor for winning seat in the State Assembly. You have no substantial management experience. How are you ready to lead the nation's largest and greatest city in the world in one day? You have a minute.
You know, I have the experience of having served in the New York State Assembly for 5 years and watching a broken political system, the experience of seeing a governor in Andrew Cuomo who would rather have served his billionaire donors and the working class New Yorkers who voted for him, and the experience amidst all of that of fighting and winning for working class taxi drivers to free them from predatory debt and delivering the first free bus lines in New York City history, and in working with unions and working class New Yorkers to finally raise taxes just that little bit on Mr. Cuomo's donors to start to fully fund our public school. And more than that, I have the experience of being a New Yorker, someone who has actually paid rent in the city before I ran for mayor, someone who has had to wait for a bus that never came, someone who actually buys his groceries in this same city. And what all of that experience has shown me, which Mr. Cuomo can't seem to understand, is that it is far too expensive and far too hard for New Yorkers to afford to live in this city. And the definition of experience is not doing the same thing again and again and hoping for a different result. That's actually the definition of insanity.
Thank you, Mr. Mamdani.
If I can, I think I was
lame line about
in other words,
insanity.
what the Assemblyman said is he has no experience. And this is not a job for someone who has no management experience to run 300,000 people, no financial experience to run $115 billion budget. He literally has never had a job. On his resume, it says he interned for his mother.
Neither did he.
This
He's
is
just
not
the
a
son
job
of a famous
for
New
a
York
first-timer.
politician. What the
Any
fuck?
day, you could have a hurricane, you have, God forbid, a 9/11, a health pandemic.
You can't even hit him on the Nepo line.
What you're doing, people will die.
And if we have a health pandemic, then why would New Yorkers turn back to the governor who sent seniors to their death in nursing homes?
Dude.
That's the kind of experience that's on offer here today. What I don't have an experience, I make up for in integrity. And what you don't have in integrity, you could never make up for.
Oh, he dropped 9/11.
God damn.
First, what you said was totally false, as you know.
Which part was false?
Poor Curtis.
During
No
COVID,
one's going to bring him up
everyone
today.
did whatever they could in this state. And there have been numerous investigations where they've gone through it and they said we followed federal guidance. But yes, people died during COVID. And my heart breaks for everyone that that died in this state
R.I.P.
and across this nation.
But just to be clear, just to fact check that, there is a criminal investigation reportedly underway at the DOJ about your testimony to Congress.
Trump told me he'll drop it.
Yeah, that is a political issue with the Congress. They made a referral, which has gone absolutely nowhere. But there have been multiple investigations where the DOJ found that the nursing home investigation was politically motivated.
Okay, we're going to move on. We might have time to come back to it. I do need to move on to Mr.
May I just finish my rebuttal? But the Assemblyman still says he has no experience to do the job.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cuomo. Mr.
Unlike
Sliwa,
me,
as
I've
founder of the
killed so
Guardian
many
Angels and
grandparents.
as a radio host, you've been a well-known figure in New York City for decades.
He has no job
But
experience
you
other
also
than beating up
lack
minorities.
substantial management experience.
What's his background?
So how are you prepared to be the chief
He's a cat
executive
owner and a guardian
officer of
angel.
New York City? You have 1 minute, Mr. Sliwa.
First of all, I created the Guardian Angels to provide public safety in the subways and streets
tasked with
when
beating up
government
black
was
and brown
incapable
people.
of doing so. I didn't do it to get a title or a paycheck.
I did it for the love of the game.
I don't declare myself to be all-knowing. I will hire the very brightest and best in their fields who have dedicated their lives to trying to improve the city of New York or the state or the federal government or the private sector. But what I will say is, thank God I'm not a professional politician. We have the architect and we have the apprentice of no cash bail, which has been a disaster. We have the architect and the apprentice here of Raise the Age. My own son was almost killed because of that in a gang attack. We have the architect and we have the apprentice of Close Rikers Island, which would just release criminals in the street. Thank God I'm not a professional politician because they have helped create this crime crisis
Curtis
in
is
the
going to make it
city
seem
that
like
we
Zoran
face.
is
And
experienced.
Thank
in his tactic, which will negate
Mr.
Cuomo's.
Sliwa. Candidates,
He's
President
cooking.
Trump has expressed intense interest in this election and in all of you personally. Mr. Mamdani, the president called you, quote, my little communist. Mr. Sliwa, he said you're, quote, not exactly prime time. And Mr. Cuomo, he has been critical of you, but said you have always gotten along. The president has threatened to cut federal funds to the city. And just yesterday, he killed the Gateway Project, the tunnel connecting New York to New Jersey. You've all promised to resist him in some way. What would you say in your first official call with the president to set the tone for your relationship moving forward? We'll give you a minute for this. We'll start with you, Mr. Mamdani.
I would make it clear to the president that I am willing to not only speak to him, but to work with him if it means delivering on lowering the cost of living for New Yorkers. That's something that he ran his presidential campaign on, and yet all he's been able to deliver thus far has been prosecuting his political enemies and trying to enact the largest deportation program in American history. And what distinguishes me from Andrew Cuomo is the fact that he has gotten on the phone with that same president, not asking him how to work together to help New Yorkers, or not telling him that he would refuse to back down to protect those New Yorkers, but instead asking him how to win this race. That's something I can do myself. I don't need the president's assistance for. And what I'd tell the president is if he ever wants to come for New Yorkers in the way that he has been, he's going to have to get through me as the next mayor of the city.
To be like, here's why people
All right,
like
Mr.
him.
Cuomo,
He's
we'll
not
give you
doing
a
the
little
thing.
time,
Let's
but I'd
do
like
the
you to
thing he
answer this
said.
question as well, what your first conversation with the president would be like.
Okay. First, I never had a conversation with the president that the Assemblyman was talking about. But he has a distant relationship with the truth. I would say to the president in the first conversation, look, we have had many, many battles. We fought together every day during COVID. And the battles were bloody. And I'd like to avoid them. If you come after New York, you know what I'm going to do. You know it's going to be ugly. And my chances are almost 50-50, even though you're the president. I'd like to work with you. I think we can do good things together. But
great campaign
number
slogan,
one,
50-50
I will fight
chance
you every
of
step of
working
the
out.
way if you try to hurt New York.
Unless he weaponizes the justice system to go after the attorney general of this state, in which case you'll issue a statement that doesn't even name the president. And no matter what you think about Donald Trump, you know that not even being able to name him is an act of cowardice. And that's what we would see from Donald Trump's puppet on the right over here.
I do want to get Ms. Sliwa, but Mr. Cuomo, I'll give you a few seconds to respond to that.
Why are you letting him?
Why
are you letting this Muslim talk over me?
Political weaponization of the justice system is wrong. Both sides do it. It's wrong when Donald Trump does it. It's wrong when they did it to Comey. It's wrong when Comey did it to Hillary. It was wrong when it happened to Tish James.
Thank you, Mr. Cuomo. I want to give Mr. Sliwa a chance to answer this. Mr. Sliwa, your first official conversation with the president, what would you say to set the tone?
Well, first of all, there's high levels of testosterone in this room. I've had a love-hate relationship with Donald Trump that goes back over 30 years. But I know one thing. We have Andrew Cuomo. We have Zoran Mamdani. They want to take on Donald Trump. Look, you can be tough, but you can't be tough if it's going to cost people desperately needed federal funds. Zoran Mamdani, the president, has already said it's going to take $7 billion out of the budget right from the start if you're elected mayor. People are going to suffer in this city. People who need those federal funds.
What I would do is sit and negotiate.
I would say, look, Mr.
mayor.
President, we need that Gateway Tunnel. It moves millions of people from Washington, D.C. to Boston. But take away the Q train project. We don't need those 3 stations going from 96th Street to 125th. It's not a necessity. Sit with the president and whoever he delegates and try to negotiate. But if you try to get tough with Trump, the only people who are going to suffer from that are the people of New York City.
Okay, Mr. Sliwa, thank you. Brief response, Mr. Mamdani.
Mr. Trump is already suspending infrastructure grants to this city, and he's doing it in a blatant act of political retribution. And what it requires is leadership that will stand up to him. And I disagree with Mr. Sliwa. We do need to extend the 2nd Avenue subway to 125th Street. It was a promise made to Harlemites decades ago. Okay. It's time to actually fulfill it.
Quick question for each of you. Mr. Cuomo, you've been asked this before.
He mentioned my name. Don't I get a chance to respond?
Well, we've got a lot of ground to cover, Mr. Sliwa.
When was the last time you spoke with President Trump, Mr. Cuomo? You've been asked this before, and the last time you said you couldn't remember?
I believe it was during his assassination attempt.
So last year in 2024. Mr. Sliwa, when was the last time you spoke with President Trump?
Oh, many years ago, we were receiving awards. I was praising him for saving the annual Veterans Day parade. Those were the conversations that I had with him. Can I please respond? I was asked about the Q train.
Okay, real
quick.
Mr. Mamdani?
I am the mayor of mass transit. We do not need a Q train. I'm in the subways every day. We have more than a capable system of transporting people.
Thank you, Mr. Sleeman.
The infrastructure needs to be fixed in the system that we have.
Mr. Mamdani, have you ever spoken with
No more
President
mass
Trump?
transit.
No more trains.
Okay.
No more
There you
trains.
We got too much
Sally,
mass transit.
thank you.
Too many
Mr. Cuomo,
minorities
follow-up to
walking
that.
around.
President Trump has spoken positively about you and your candidacy,
His crew can't
even as
monitor
his
that
Justice
length,
Department,
right?
as we've noted, is reportedly investigating you for allegations you lied to Congress over your COVID record. Given that dynamic, how would you be able to stand up to this White House? How are you not compromised? And just take into account that New Yorkers are troubled by what they view as a compromised relationship the current outgoing mayor has with the president.
Yeah. First, you're wrong when you say there's any investigation
You're
of
wrong.
me. That's not true.
And I'm not saying that because you're a
I've heard
woman and I hate
absolutely
him.
nothing. Congress did a press release. They said they sent a letter to the Department of Justice, which they do routinely to generate press, and that's what that is. I fought Donald Trump. He investigated me repeatedly with the Department of Justice. The Department of Justice Inspector General said that it was actually politically motivated. That does not back me up. When I'm fighting for New York, I am not going to stop. And I'll tell you something else. If the Assemblyman is elected mayor, Donald Trump will take over New York City, and it will be Mayor Trump who runs New York City.
We have to move on. Just a very quick follow-up, yes or no. You're saying unequivocally the Justice Department is not investigating you, correct?
I've heard absolutely nothing.
They could be, and you might not have heard it. But okay, we'll move on. David?
Okay, thanks, Sally.
That is virtually impossible, by the way.
Okay.
So, Mr. Cuomo, you did put out an ad the day after the news first broke in the New York Times that you were under investigation, calling it a political investigation, saying they were coming after you as they had to, after other Democratic politicians.
It's cool that he's just
denied
debating
this
the
previously.
moderators now.
Republican Congress was. Yes, I believe they play politics with the justice system. Okay. I believe the Republican Congress does it. I believe Donald Trump does it. I believe the Democrats do it. And that's why I think people are sick and tired of the justice system and the politics.
If you think that there's no difference between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, then that's the candidate for you. If you think it's time to have a Democratic Party that actually stands up to Donald Trump and his billionaire-backed assault on working people.
Well, first
thank you, Mr. Mamdani.
You're not a
The
Democrat.
captioning doesn't work.
You're not a Democrat. You're a Democratic socialist.
We have
you didn't vote for Kamala Harris, right?
We have other ground to cover. We have other ground to cover.
That's an incendiary charge. I want to be very.
You may have a chance to address it, but we do.
I'll be very quick.
We have a lot of issues to get through with New Yorkers, Mr. Mamdani.
I'll be very quick.
You didn't say leave it blank in the Kamala
I'll be very
campaign?
quick. I said leave it blank in the presidential primary because primaries are a place to air dissent. And like many Americans, I was horrified by the Israeli genocide of Palestinians. And if you want to look for me on the ballot, you'll find me as the Democrat.
Mr. Mamdani, thank you. Gentlemen, we have to move on. This week, the world is reacting to President Trump's Israel-Hamas peace deal and the release of the hostages.
Would you glaze Trump?
Many are cautiously
Would
optimistic
you give Trump credit?
about a lasting peace.
I hate this shit.
Of course, the mayor has no direct role in foreign affairs.
Great
and
bar
we
from
certainly have a lot
Zoran.
of questions for you about city matters.
Talk about credit.
This war has been a major topic in the campaign. And there are criticisms about your positions in the past and how you envision leading on these issues
That's how I feel when there's credit.
So we have questions for all of you, but first for Mr. Mamdani, because something you said that's been generating headlines in the news today as we come into the debate yesterday on Fox News. You were asked if Hamas should lay down its weapons, key to the peace plan and ceasefire. And some say they found your answer confusing. You said, quote, I don't really have opinions about the future of Hamas.
It's not.
In
It's
Israel.
less confusing.
Beyond the question
It's more
of
confusing
justice,
to ask the
safety,
fucking New York mayor
and the fact
this
that
question.
anything has to abide by international law. And that applies to Hamas.
We're going to do that question.
That
When was the last
applies
time you talked to
the
Hamas?
Israeli military? So for the voters tuning in tonight, Mr. Mamdani, what do you believe about Hamas and how lasting peace will be achieved? We know it's a complicated matter, but we'd like you to keep your answer to a minute if you could.
Of course, I believe that they should lay down their arms. I'm proud to be one of the first elected officials in the state who called for a ceasefire. And calling for a ceasefire means ceasing fire. That means all parties have to cease fire and put down their weapons. And the reason that we call for that is not only for the end of the genocide, but also an unimpeded access of humanitarian aid. I, like many New Yorkers, am hopeful that this ceasefire will hold. I'm hopeful that it is durable. I'm hopeful that it is just. And for it to be just, we also have to ensure that it addresses the conditions that preceded this, conditions like occupation, like the siege, and apartheid. And that is what I'm hopeful for.
Yeah.
What now?
If I may,
Anti-Zoran haters?
from the
Excuse
river
me,
to the sea.
I'm being marginalized.
Cuomo's like
It's a debate of
shot.
three. Excuse me, Andrew. It's
Well,
a debate of three. Do we acknowledge that? Three people?
Mr. Sliwa, go ahead, and we'll give you a second. Go ahead, Mr. Sliwa.
Oh, man, Sliwa.
President of the United States should have been applauded by you, Zoran Mandami, and you, Andrew Cuomo, on the day that he brought together that international coalition that met in Egypt, that came from the Middle East and the Persian Gulf. I certainly applauded him for bringing peace to Gaza and trying to end the hostilities in the war between the Israelis and Hamas.
Yeah, he took
so there
care
can
of
be
Cuomo's
peace
entire
between
thing.
the Israelis and peace between the Palestinians. But you seem, Zoran, to be incapable of praising
Why?
our
He said
president.
both ceasefire.
And
Wait,
Andrew,
both praise
you were
ceasefire.
incapable of
No,
praising
gentlemen,
our president.
gentlemen, we have other-
Give credit where credit
Gentlemen,
is due. He's brought peace to Gaza.
Yeah, gentlemen, we want to hear everything you have to say. We have other questions on
Yeah,
the
we
matter.
need
Mr.
America who
Cuomo,
properly
please,
gives
brief
credit.
response, because
Yes.
we do have other questions
Yes.
on this issue that you may be able to
Yes,
address. Go ahead.
I did applaud President Trump and his administration. I think it was a great accomplishment. I hope the peace holds. The assemblyman will not denounce Hamas. The assemblyman will not denounce Hasan Piker, who said America deserved 9/11. The assemblyman just said in his response, well, it depends on occupation. That is code, meaning that Israel does not have a right to exist as a Jewish state, which he has never acknowledged. That is from the river to the sea. That's why he won't denounce globalize the Intifada, which means kill all Jews.
Let's give Mr. Mamdani a chance to respond to that.
I want to be very clear. The occupation is a reference to international law and the violation of it, which Mr. Cuomo has no regard for since he signed up to be Benjamin Netanyahu's legal defense team during the course of this genocide. And I find the comments that Hasan made on 9/11 to be objectionable and reprehensible. And I also think that part of the reason why Democrats are in the situation that we are in, of being a permanent minority in this country, is we are looking only to speak to journalists and streamers and Americans with whom we agree of every single thing that they say. We need to take the case to every person, and I'm happy to do that, which is why I was on Fox News yesterday talking about how I wish it was more like NASCAR so we could see all the billionaires who are sponsoring you right on your suit jacket.
Melissa has another
We're going to turn it to Sally, actually.
Yeah, actually, this kind of flows, and then we'll go back to Melissa. Mr. Mamdani, you told NBC's Meet the Press that you don't believe it's the role of the mayor to police speech. Your words about this war have comforted many New Yorkers, but they've troubled others.
I knew it was going to happen, and he actually
there
was
is your
pretty nice
recent
about
refusal,
it.
as we just discussed, to condemn the slogan "Globalize the Intifada," which many view as a call to arms.
But this is the real shit.
In 2017, you rapped lyrics praising the Holy Land Five. These are men who were convicted of supporting terrorism.
Focus.
How would you assure New Yorkers, especially Jewish residents who might be concerned about this, that you would be a mayor for all? You have 1 minute to answer this.
Thank you for this opportunity. When I am speaking about the responsibility of leading this city, I mean leading not just those who voted for me, leading not just those who vote, but leading every single person who calls the city home. And that includes Jewish New Yorkers. And I have been so thankful for the opportunity I've had to sit with so many Jewish New Yorkers over the course of the primary and through the general. And it's in those conversations that I learned that this phrase evokes many painful memories. Memories of bus attacks in Haifa, of restaurant attacks in Jerusalem. And I heard from a rabbi about their roommate who was killed on one of those buses. And in hearing that and the distance between that impact and the rationale that some use of saying it, of speaking about the Israeli occupation of Palestinian land, is why I said that I would discourage this language that I do not use. And what I'm looking to do as the first Muslim mayor of this city is to ensure that we bring every New Yorker together. Jewish New Yorkers, Muslim New Yorkers, every single person that calls this city home, that they understand they won't just be protected, but they will belong.
Mr. Sliwa, we will get to you. First, I'm going to ask a question of Mr. Cuomo. While you are a strong supporter of Israel, you have also been slow to develop a relationship with the city's Muslim community.
Thank you, Universal Power user, for this one to get the subs.
A terrorist sympathizer. How do you assure those New Yorkers, especially Muslims and Arabic New Yorkers, that you will be a mayor for all? You'll have 1 minute.
Yeah, well, first, I think the assemblyman created the perception himself. why wouldn't he condemn Hamas? Why wouldn't he condemn Hassan Piker? Why did it take us here tonight for the first time for him to say it? He still won't denounce, globalize the intifada, which means kill all Jews. Just say, I denounce it. He won't do it.
Older Jewish Americans are looking
and
up
his
right now.
divisiveness is
Can you please answer about your own relationship with the Muslim community? You did not visit mosques for many years. More recently, you have been.
Yeah, I don't think in any way the Assemblyman is representative of the Muslim community, which is a vital community in New York City, and I am very fond of, and I've been working with. I think he's playing his own politics. Many of his positions don't even follow the Muslim faith, so I see them as two totally separate.
He thinks it's a bad.
Yeah. You know, it took Andrew Cuomo being beaten by a Muslim candidate in the Democratic primary for him to set foot in a mosque. He had more than 10 years, and he couldn't name a single mosque at the last debate we had that he visited. And what Muslims want in this city is what every community wants and deserves. They want equality and they want respect. And it took me to get you to even see those Muslims as part of this city. And that, frankly, is something that is shameful and is why so many New Yorkers have lost faith in this politics.
Yeah, except,
you know,
that is totally
one more time, I'm going to kill
Muslim community for many
Name a single mosque you went to.
I'm not saying that.
Can you name a single mosque you went to in 10 years?
Before you were ever here. They were
before I was here.
Before you were even in state government. I worked with the Muslim community. Imams presided over State of the States. We worked in religious working groups, tolerance groups, anti-Semitic groups, etc.
All right, gentlemen. Mr. Sliwa, Rosarita has a specific question for you, but I'll give you a second
this is what disturbs me about you. You will be celebrating your birthday this weekend. In 1991, I was in the streets of Crown Heights with the Guardian Angels for 30 days and 30 nights when the first Democratic Socialist mayor of New York City, that's right, David Dinkins, was a proud member of the Democratic Socialists of America, abandoned the Jews for 3 days. They were left to their own means. And we protected them for 30 days and 30 nights. Then your favorite mayor, Bill de Blasio, in 2019, abandoned the Jews again when they were being attacked in Williamsburg, in Borough Park, and Crown Heights. And I had to bring the Guardian Angels in for 30 days, 30 nights. Jews don't trust that you are going to be there for them when they are victims of anti-Semitic attacks.
Okay. Brief response, Mr. Mamdani. We have a specific question for you from Rosarita, but Mr. Mamdani, please.
I agree, by the way.
One of the most meaningful experiences I've had over the course of this campaign has been the conversations I've had with Jewish New Yorkers. Jewish New Yorkers who've told me about the door that they've had to lock that they had kept open for 40 years. Jewish New Yorkers who've told me on the M57 about an apartment the speech therapist was trying to sell when a realtor told her, put the Jewish books off the table. Jewish New Yorkers who've told me about their fear in living in this city, and I will be a mayor who finally addresses that, not through the theatrics of the politics on the stage, but through action. I'll do that by ensuring that we have police officers outside of
the Jewish New Yorkers who feel for some reason Zoran Mayor is going to make them unsafe. They're not being.
There's no Jews who are like on the fence going like, well. Pro-Palestinian protests, and you've suggested that Mr. Mamdani uses languages that is anti-Semitic. How do you assure New Yorkers that you'll be the mayor for all?
Oh my God, bro. Jesus Christ.
I've been there for all people in all times for 46 years as leader of the Guardian Angels here and around the world. Whether it is a religious violation of people's rights to worship as they choose in a mosque, in a church, in a synagogue, or a shul, whether it's because of racial identity. Remember, in the summer of 2020, Asians were under constant attack because of the lockdown and pandemic. I don't remember Governor Cuomo coming to their aid. You were the governor then. I was out there going into all the neighborhoods, Flushing, Bayside. We were in down in Bensonhurst. We were in Chinatown itself, where Asians were being attacked indiscriminately because they were thought to be carrying COVID. We protected them then. Governor, you were not there for them. De Blasio was not there for them. We understand hate. And in order to counteract hate, you have to get the community involved along with the police to protect people when they're under siege. Jews are under attack now more than ever before. And I don't believe either of you have the capabilities of protecting them with increased anti-Semitism.
That is pure fiction. I passed the no hate in our state, the strongest hate crime law in the United States of America. We tolerate no hatred, no discrimination. We are from every place on this globe, and
Unless
we are
it's
proud
you
of
that's
it.
perpetrating it.
And we're tolerant, and we accept. If you notice, the Assemblyman still won't say he believes that Israel has the right to exist as a Jewish state. He is a divisive personality all across the board. NYPD are racist. Barack Obama is evil, liar, and he gave the finger to the Christopher Columbus statue.
By the way, Cuomo, your laws with no cash bail turn the haters right back in the street to violate and attack again and again and again.
Thank you.
You're the reason for that. No cash bail.
Thank you. You don't know what you're talking about.
Thank you. Go ahead.
There have been a number of absolutely unfounded lies that have been said by Andrew Cuomo. I would just like a moment to address them directly. I've said time and again that I recognize Israel's right to exist. I've said that I will not recognize any states. I said that I will not.
As a Jewish state.
If I would be allowed to finish, that I would not recognize any state's right to exist with a system of hierarchy on the basis of race, of religion. I have made that very clear. And part of that is because I'm an American who believes in the importance of equal rights being enshrined in every single country, whether we're speaking about Israel or whether we're speaking about Saudi Arabia. You can stand here and you can lie all you want, but New Yorkers know that.
We have the question. We want
to address some issues.
All right, and we have another polarizing issue that we would love to discuss with you candidates. And let's talk about the National Guard here in the city of New York. Now let's go back to Mr. President Donald Trump. One threat hanging over the city is the deployment of the National Guard troops, like he has done, as you all know, in other cities. The NYPD commissioner has rejected the idea as unnecessary, but the president ordered troops to hit the streets of New York. Now, how would you respond? Mr. Sliwa, you have a minute.
There's no need for the National Guard in New York. Kathy Hochul, the governor, when we had a crime crisis in the subways that I'm well familiar with, being down there all the time, unlike my two adversaries, she sent 750 National Guardsmen down into the subways in 2024. Remember the horrible case of Debrina Kawan. Does anybody even say her name anymore? That woman who was set on fire by that migrant. As a result of that, the worst crime I've ever seen committed in the subway system, the governor did the right thing. She sent an additional 250 National Guardsmen, giving us a total of 1,000 National Guardsmen in the subway system, while our mayor, Eric Adams, was telling us it was all a perception.
Laura Loomer.
So Governor Hochul has responded.
Oh, wow.
I would
She's
tell
trying to get me deported
the
nonstop.
President of the United States, since I'm familiar with cities all across America having guardian angels there, if you were going to send the National Guard, you don't need to send them to New York City.
I wasn't wrong.
There
He
are
did
other
say
cities
the guardian
that
angels
could
got it.
desperately use their help in dealing with their crime crisis.
Thank you, Mr. Sliwa. Mr. Mamdani, how would you respond?
You know, I agree with Police Commissioner Tish in that we do not need the National Guard here in New York City. We do not need them for the purpose of safety, because if it was safety that President Trump was so concerned about, he would send them to the 8 out of 10 states that have the highest levels of crime in this country, but he won't, because they're all run by Republicans. What New Yorkers need is a mayor who can stand up to Donald Trump and actually deliver on that safety. When Donald Trump sent ICE agents on people in Los Angeles, Andrew Cuomo said that New Yorkers need not overreact. That is the furthest answer that New Yorkers are looking for. They are looking for someone who will lead, someone who will say that they will have their back, someone who will actually fight for the people of this city. And that's who I am, because I'm not funded by the same donors that gave us Donald Trump's second term, which isn't something that Andrew Cuomo can say.
Thank you, Mr. Mamdani.
Yeah, first, the answer in the subways is not more National Guard. I put National Guard in the subways also. It's more NYPD is the answer. But the National Guard is not, he's not sending in the National Guard to do any real function. It's control, it's power. He's trying to say these Democrats don't know how to run these cities, and it's a political gesture by sending in the National Guard. He has said if the Assemblyman is elected, he will take over New York. Forget the National Guard.
But this is
he
the
has
question.
said, I'm going to take the funds.
The question is, if they order the troops to come here, what would you do?
Well, I went through this with him. He sent the National Guard to 20 cities when I was governor. You know what city he didn't send them to? New York. Why? Because I said to him, don't you dare, we don't need it, and he backed down, and he will again.
So that proves a good relationship
Wait a
with
second.
the president.
The president is going to back down to you, Andrew Cuomo. I know You think you're the toughest guy alive.
Curtis. Get his ass, Curtis.
But let me tell you something.
Get his
you
ass,
lost
Curtis.
your own
Curtis
primary,
low-key
right?
kind of likes Zoran, by the way. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
Why
And you
didn't
have a
send
difficulty
national guard?
understanding
like we're the same
that
age. You're
what
not
the
a man.
term
You don't
no
patrol the
is.
streets
You're
like me.
not going to stand up
I
to
think
Donald
he
Trump.
hates
I agree with
Cuomo
Curtis.
more than
You're
he
not
hates
going to
Zoran.
stand
Absolutely.
up to Donald Trump.
Like, he's like,
and he
listen,
can't stand
at
up
his
to
heart,
Donald
he's
Trump.
a New
who
Yorker,
knocked
and
him
so
right
is
out of his
Zoran.
place.
Andrew is
If you
not.
negotiate with him, you don't
Okay.
fight with him
Sliwa,
because
thank you.
only the people of New York City will lose.
We
yeah.
do have a
Stand up
follow-up.
to negotiate.
We have a follow-up.
I'd like to see a show of hands. Are there any circumstances where any of you would allow the NYPD to cooperate with the National Guard if Trump sent them to New York?
9/11.
Show of hands. Yes? No takers. Okay. Moving on. If history is a guide, National Guard troops in the city could trigger protests. And we have questions for each of you about how you would handle that. So, Mr. Sliwa, you have been arrested for protesting migrant housing and for trying to serve Mayor Bill de Blasio with court papers. How would your NYPD handle protests? And would you continue participating in protests as mayor? You have 1 minute.
Well, I have been arrested oftentimes in civil disobedience. That is a great American right. But demonstrations have a time and a place. And it used to be before Bill de Blasio, I know he was your favorite mayor, Joan Mondami, that you'd have to get a permit. There's a time period you were in a structured area. You get a sound permit. It could be turned around in a day. If there was going to be civil disobedience, you discussed it with the police department. And obviously, you had an opportunity of expressing your anger or your outrage at whatever it was that motivated you to sit down in the street, to block traffic or block an egress. Now we have rampaging groups that go running through the streets, that enter all kinds of facilities and violate other people's rights. And there's no one who's willing to stop it. When I'm the mayor, there are rules and regulations. Everybody has the right to demonstrate. But you can't violate other people's rights, or you yourself must be arrested.
He's such a funny dude.
And
He's saying I'm not going to stand up to
remove
Trump.
the
I don't
face
know if
covering.
he's saying I'm going to stand up.
Remove those face coverings.
He doesn't care about anything.
Why
He's
are
just
you
like very
afraid of identifying
issue-specific.
who
He's
you
like,
are as a
no
demonstrator?
more subway trains.
Unless maybe
Too much
you're
subway.
an agent provocateur and you've been sent in here to cause chaos.
Thank you.
You can protest, just
The next
not on the
question goes to you,
subway.
Mr. Mamdani. You were arrested for
No
blocking
areas of
traffic in a
egress.
pro-Palestinian protest, and you participated in a sit-in at Grand Central. Protesters offered block streets, bridges, and hubs like Grand Central. How much of that would you allow as mayor, and what's your line in having the NYPD arrest protesters? You have a minute.
Protest is a part of what makes this city's history what it is. It is a part of the First Amendment. We deserve to have a mayor who stands up for that First Amendment, especially as we have a president that's looking to shred it at each and every opportunity. And we will continue to have protests in this city, as we should, no matter who is the mayor. And the line will be on the question of breaking the law. What we have today, however, is an attempt to intimidate so many who are looking to use that freedom of expression to share their opinions about the city and the world around them. And to be frank with you, what New Yorkers are looking for is someone who can show leadership in City Hall. Because when they don't see that leadership, that's when so many take to the streets. And if you had a leader like Andrew Cuomo, who was telling people not to overreact when they see ICE agents abducting girls as young as 6 years old to deport them, many New Yorkers will take to the streets. We deserve to have a leader who will actually be following through on the values of the city. That's the leader that I'll be.
Mr. Mandani, just a quick follow-up. If you're elected, would you still participate in protests?
No, if I'm elected, I'll be the mayor, and I'll be leading the city from City Hall.
But no participation in protests, right?
The important thing is to lead from City Hall. That's what I'll be doing.
Okay.
Yeah. If I may respond, because I believe my name was invoked.
Yeah. A very brief response, and then I have a question for you.
I dealt with ICE. I stood up with ICE. I had a war with ICE here in New York when I was governor. And I stood them down, and they moved out. What the assemblyman is saying is he doesn't believe in law and order. He believes in defunding the police, disarming the police, disbanding the police. That's who he is. Abolish jails.
Sorry, I have a question for you. Okay, 15 seconds.
Very quickly.
We have to,
and then we do just 15 seconds because we have a question for Mr. Cuomo.
Mr. Cuomo lies again and again and again. I am not running to defund the police. I am running to actually work with the police to deliver public safety. Andrew Cuomo says that he has stood up to ICE. He has not said a word about the abductions that are happening right now.
He's referring to a previous comment you made, and we will get back back to this. But Mr. Cuomo, a question for you.
It's a comment he made. Is the operative
I said
language.
That. Yes,
yeah,
I understand. I said that. As governor, you put the National Guard on standby during the George Floyd protests. You didn't deploy them. As mayor, talk about how you would balance the right to protest with maintaining order in the streets.
The right to protest. The right to protest is a sacred right. There is no doubt about that. But the law is the law also. And you have New Yorkers now who are afraid in this city. They're afraid of Donald Trump coming. They're afraid of that anarchy. And they're afraid of the anarchy in this city itself. We have to provide public safety that makes New Yorkers feel safe. Demonstration is one thing. Violating the law is something else. Blocking public transit is something else. Stopping students from going to class is something else. Harassment, intimidation, that's a hate crime. That's illegal. Enforce the law. Respect the police. They're not racists, as the assemblyman calls them. They're not a threat to public safety, as he says.
At this in general.
They're not anti-queer.
It's already too contentious for him, but
like
he's also
to protect
lost
New Yorkers, work with them, fortify them.
Whatever
that's ironic that you say that now.
I'm sorry,
Andrew
Mr.
Cuomo, because when you were governor for 8 years, your parole board released 43 cop killers back into the street. Your father, when he was governor, released none. I knew Mario Cuomo. You know Mario Cuomo, Andrew Cuomo. You raised don't say you're pro-Cuomo.
Do you want to respond briefly to the comments that Mr. Cuomo raised about things you've said about police? You can do a brief response to that.
I have been clear time and time again that as much as Andrew Cuomo wants to bring up tweets from 2020, which is around the same time that he was sending seniors to their death in nursing homes, I am looking to work with police officers, not to defund the NYPD, looking to ensure that officers can actually do one job when they're signing up to join that department.
But he's 2019.
He was specifically referring to the comments you made. We will come back to that, but we're out of time.
Why are you bringing up all the grandparents I killed?
We're moving on. Thank you. Despite record low crime numbers, polls show that crime remains a top concern for New York City voters. The three of you have very different approaches to crime fighting and how to manage the NYPD. We want to get into your plans. So we'll start with this question. It's a two-part question, but it's short. How will you make the city safer? And how will you change the NYPD? You'll have 1 minute. We begin with Mr. Cuomo.
I would add 5,000.
He's really going to win with that one, the Hasan pipe
condemnation.
I
think you could run next time. Your name's going to be so
They took $1 billion out of the police. The NYPD is
no
now
one
down
that
at
watches
one of the
this
lowest
shit
levels
knows
in
who the
modern
fuck I am.
political I would add 5,000 police.
When they Google my name, they're going to find like a bunch of New York Times articles that are positive. So they're not going to be like, what's this guy's deal?
Yeah, and again, and you have to add additional police officers because the attrition rate is so high. Part of that is going to be saying to the NYPD, I respect you. I don't think you're wicked, as the assemblyman said. I don't think you're corrupt. I don't think you're racist. I value you. I will have your back. I'll be a mayor to work with you. That's how you're going to get the police to apply for the jobs. And then we have to work on the relationship between the community and the police. The police can't police the community. They have to police with the community.
You're up next, Mr. Sliwa.
This is amazing. I'm standing here with my two adversaries, both of whom have threatened to defund the police. You, Andrew Cuomo, during the summer of 2020, said if you don't reform,
I came as resort and a brain-broken older lady brought you up one time.
And you certainly said that to Hasan.
That's kind of aura.
We need 7,000 police. We only have 32,500.
I create
the problem
fear in
in
the hearts
recruiting
of
police,
elderly
which
New
neither
York
of
ladies.
you are addressing, is that their insurance was stripped from them. The state, you did nothing when you were governor, and here in the city, 2021, the city council and Eric Adams did nothing. They don't have qualified immunity, which you've benefited from, Andrew Cuomo, with the 13 lawsuits filed against you for sexual harassment. Tom DiNapoli says we're paying out $60 million. Why? Because you had your qualified immunity as governor, and yet People have stood by
Quick
as
response,
police
Mr.
have
Cuomo.
lost their insurance
Bro,
in all
he's hitting
civil
him harder
services.
than law.
That's
If it
why
had been
you can't
Curtis
get
against Cuomo,
recruits
Creed would've
in
won.
because they're not insured. I will return their qualified
Mr.
immunity
Cuomo, quick
because they
response,
need to be
please.
protected like other
Yeah.
civil servants.
That is not New York State. It's New York City on the qualified insurance, on
Qualified.
qualified immunity. It's not insurance at all.
You are entitled to
It's
free
qual-
legal
it's-
counsel, which is what he's referring to.
Yes.
You have spent.
Yes, but it's
Some-
New York City that has revoked qualified immunity. It's not insurance. It's qualified immunity. It has nothing to do with insurance.
So that
Thank
protected you in all these lawsuits.
And yes, the lawsuits, because there was a report filed. I said it was political. It turned out to be political, and that's why
All
you had
13
legal
women
fees.
were lying?
Just say-
Come on, Andrew. All
Let's just say
13
that-
women were lying?
After 5 years.
Curtis is
Some
like,
of
A
the
come
state
on.
cases
trooper,
have
too?
still
Yeah,
been
after
open
5
and
years,
remain
5
open.
DAs,
true.
5 years of
I'm going to
litigation.
move on,
I
Mr.
was
He's
dropped
a
Mamdani.
cop rapist. That's why I call
Mr.
Andrew Cuomo
Mamdani,
cop
how will
rapist.
you
once
make?
in a while.
Okay,
Yeah.
Mr. Mamdani,
Yeah.
how will you make the city safer, and how will you change the
13.
NYPD?
Thank you. This is the concern for so many New Yorkers, and I'm proud to have a comprehensive plan to bring new ideas to this city. If you want more of the same, vote for Andrew Cuomo. If you want an actual approach to lower crime, look at our Department of Community Safety. That is something that has been hailed by experts as addressing so many of the pieces of why New Yorkers are not feeling safe today. We will ensure that no longer are police officers asked to do the job of both policing and responding to the mental health crisis. We will have dedicated teams of mental health outreach workers in the top 100 subway stations with the highest levels of the mental health crisis and homelessness. We will ensure that cops can finally go back to the response times they used to have in 2020, closer to 11 minutes, as opposed to the closer to 16 minutes today, because they won't be asked to respond to the 200,000 mental health calls that are coming in through 911 every year. This is evidence-based. It's been successful elsewhere in the country. It's time we deliver it right here in New York City. It's time for
Thank
a
you,
change.
Mr. Mamdani.
Zora Mamdani, we already had it. It was called the Homeless Outreach
I'm
Unit
sorry, this
of
is not
cops
free
and
for all. We
mental
have
health
another
care
question for
officials.
Mr.
And Bill
Mamdani.
de
I'm just gonna keep
Blasio
talking.
funded them by
Mr.
$1 billion
Thank
out
you,
of
Mr.
the
Sliwa.
budget.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Mamdani, we're going to talk about disciplining police officers. The civilian watchdog that investigates police misconduct regularly recommends discipline for cops accused of wrongdoing, but the police commissioner often overrides them. You want to change that policy so that the board has final say. Please explain to viewers in 30 seconds why you believe the police commissioner should no longer have that final say.
What I've said is that I think it's time to remove much of the politics out of the question of accountability. We have the Civilian Complaint Review Board, which, as you said, studies, assesses, and investigates into complaints of abuse and the violation of the law. And oftentimes, those recommendations are then subject to political pressures and not followed through on. I think New Yorkers deserve a system where they know it won't then be assessed once again, that there's actually more to the recommendation in the investigation that's being done by the CCRB.
Okay, we're wrapping up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mamdani. Mr. Cuomo, do you believe changes are needed for how officers are disciplined? And are there any powers that you would give up as mayor? You have 30 seconds.
Yeah, I would not remove the police commissioner from the CCRB. I'd leave it with the police commissioner. I think Commissioner Tisch is doing a very good job. I would trust her. The difference between me and the assemblyman is he doesn't like the police. That's why he won't hire more police when everyone else says we need more police. He wants to use social workers on domestic violence calls, which are very dangerous. And he's told you what he thinks. He thinks the police are racist, wicked, corrupt, and a threat to public safety.
Thank you.
Those are his words.
Very quick. Mr. Mamdani, very quick.
Look, Andrew Cuomo is a politician of the past, and all he can speak about are the tweets of the past in 2020. Those are tweets which I have apologized for to New Yorkers and police officers directly, and they are not what I am actually running on.
No,
but you're
you haven't.
incapable of actually speaking about the platform that we have here, which is one that will keep New Yorkers safe.
Can we just quickly ask you, because I think what some people feel they haven't heard
mistake.
from you, we hear you saying that you don't believe that anymore and you've apologized. People have not heard you sort of describe the evolution of your thought, how you got from there to here.
You know, growing up in this city, I would think often about safety and justice and the ways in which that relationship has been irrevocably harmed. When I learned about the exonerated five, when I learned about Sean Bell, when I learned about Eric Garner, when I learned about Michael Brown. And then in 2020, when I wrote these tweets, learning about the death of George Floyd. And that was a moment where it felt as if the distance between these two ideals had never been further. And in becoming an assembly member and serving and representing more than 100,000 people in Queens, learning that to deliver justice means to also deliver safety. And that means leading a city where you recognize the bravery of the men and women who joined the NYPD and put their lives on the line. It means representing the Muslims who were illegally surveilled in my district and the black and brown New Yorkers who have been victims of police brutality.
So, Mr. Sliwa, you've been out there, you've been on the trains, and I would like to know if you believe changes are needed of how officers are disciplined.
Let me just suggest, Zoran, what you've suggested.
Zoran, Curtis.
Zoran.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Appreciate
Let me just suggest what you have proposed with this new police outreach unit will endanger women and children in domestic violence situations. I know I've been involved in so many of them with the Guardian Angels. They will be killed.
I've been involved in many domestic
Number two,
violence.
in dealing with emotionally disturbed
he did a
person
hate crime on camera
that
on
I have
Fox
dealt
News
with
like a
for all
couple
my
years
years
ago.
as a Guardian
On the Sean
Angel.
Hannity show.
You need
They
trained
just beat on a
professionals.
random American
Yes,
of like
you can have mental health workers
Latin
with
American
them,
background.
but that
Yeah.
has been
Yeah,
suggested.
they were like, oh,
it
that's
was
illegal.
done before
They
by
beat
the
the
homeless
shit out of him
outreach
on
unit,
camera
and
on
the
the
guy
Sean
you
Hannity
thought
show.
was the best
And
thing
then it
with
came out
de
later that
Blasio
he was just an
disbanded.
American
Mr. Sliwa,
citizen.
thank you. Brief response?
To be very clear, the Department of Community Safety is not about responding to calls of domestic violence. We are speaking about mental health crisis and the homelessness crisis. These are the focuses of the work that they will do.
All right. We have other questions for that a little later in the debate, but we want to just change the pace a little bit, candidates, switching gears to the high cost
He
of
should have
living
defended you.
in New York City. To kick us off, we have a few
comment that was an L, not on a personal level of politics.
New Yorkers
Wait,
wrestle
he
with
did. He
daily.
said
So we want to know
shouldn't be
how much you spend a
stopping
week
ourselves
on
from talking
groceries.
to people like
We'll begin with
Hasan
you, Mr.
Piker.
Cuomo.
He did do that.
Depends how many times my daughters come over.
He's running for mayor of New York. He's not going to be like,
probably
listen, as a New Yorker,
Hassan Piker
Mr.
was
Sliwa?
based.
Oh, I'd say about
Imagine in the deeper sense of how
$175
America's
with a
consequence
gallon
for
of
its
milk,
actions.
now $5 and always rising up. Loaf of bread.
Who do you want him to say?
Simple
Be like,
loaf
that
of bread.
comment was
It used to be
awesome. I would
99
like to do that as
Mr.
well. Is that what you
$3
think?
now.
I retract my
The price
retweet
is
of that comment.
Mr. Sliwa,
It's
thank
too
you.
costly.
It's a brief answer. Thank you. Mr. Mamdani.
I actually agree with Curtis on that. It is too costly. Now that eggs are down to less than $4, though, my average spend every week is about $125, $150.
All right. Do you carry credit card debt or do you pay it off every month? Mr. Mamdani?
Also,
I pay
I
it off
low-key
every
was a
Mr. Cuomo.
was a bullet
Paid off.
that he took,
Mr. Sliwa.
I don't have a credit
which
card. I have a
allowed
debit
him
card.
not to condemn Hamas.
And for the
Which
record,
is so
what
funny.
is your monthly rent or mortgage,
my
Mr.
9/11
Sliwa?
comment is reprehensible.
About
as opposed to Hamas,
$3,900.
which is the most honest form of resistance.
Subsidized.
Mr. Mamdani, what is your monthly rent or mortgage?
$2,300.
Oh, I
Mr.
should
Cuomo.
stop giving them talking
Yes,
points.
Hassan should put down his
that a
phone.
poor person's supposed to have. Mine is about $7,800.
We are actually getting to
We're
that.
gonna cover that subject.
I
Sally?
appreciate that.
Thank you. We're going to talk a little bit more about the runaway rent in this city. Mr. Mamdani, you're pledging to freeze rent for nearly 1 million rent-stabilized apartments. That really affects less than half of all rentals in the city. What is your plan for those who aren't in stabilized apartments but are struggling to pay the rent? What are you going to do for them?
Well, I'm proud to say that I will freeze the rent for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants, and I will also build 200,000 truly affordable homes across the 5 boroughs over the next 10 years to ensure that tenants, whether rent-stabilized or market rate, can actually have more housing such that they are not being priced out of this city. And finally, I'm also going to make it easier for the private sector to build housing in this city, because what we see today is that it's not labor, it's not materials, it's the weight that is often costing so much to actually build the housing we need in this city.
Thank you. And a follow-up for you, Mr. Mamdani. The cost of maintaining a building change year to year for landlords. The Rent Guidelines Board is legally required to consider those costs when deciding whether to freeze rents. So how can you promise a rent freeze today before ever seeing that data next year?
You know, we've seen the data time and again. It's
But next
data
year's data.
It's been data that's been overruled by mayors again and again. The last Rent Guidelines Board study showed that profits were up 12% for landlords of those units. And what did they do? They raised the rent, adding to more than 12% under Eric Adams' administration. What I am speaking about is actually reflecting the needs of these New Yorkers and the state of the market today. These are New Yorkers who have a median household income of $60,000. We do not need to be pushing them further out of the city. We need to keep them in their homes.
Aren't you saying in that answer that you are going to prejudge? You will not have seen the data for next year, and you're making a determination based on data you haven't seen.
I've seen the data year after year of the fact that salaries are stagnating,
Based
costs
on the
are up,
current
New Yorkers can't actually afford their apartments. And I will also take action to actually ensure that the landlords of those buildings can better handle their costs by taking on their insurance, their property taxes, and their water bills.
And you haven't seen next year's data yet, but we're going to go to
I do have a question for you on this subject. You have proposed something that you're calling Zoran's Law. You think that Mr. Mamdani earns too much to live in his rent-stabilized apartment, though I should note that there are no income tests for rent-stabilized apartments. But critics say your plan would force people to pay too much of their income towards the rent. So if you think Mr. Mamdani is gaming the system, what about the other New Yorkers, thousands of them just like him, who earn similar salaries, who are living in similar apartments?
Okay, just to follow up on what Sally was saying, because she's right. This is not a new plan that the Assemblyman is talking about. It's Bill de Blasio's plan. It was called Freeze the Rent.
Oh,
Bill
so
de Blasio says
it's happened before.
The mayor can't say legally he's going to freeze the rent. There's a rent guidelines board. There are certain considerations that have to be looked at. You're right, Sally.
Oh, so it's doable, and it's been done before. Thank you. So it's not communism.
Freeze the rent only postpones the rent, because then you have to have an increase to cover the costs. Otherwise, the building is going to go bankrupt.
No.
And it does nothing for the majority of renters who aren't in these rent-stabilized units. There's nothing for NYCHA. There's nothing for homeowners. There's nothing for people in black, brown communities who are getting priced out. I was the HUD secretary. I built affordable housing all across this nation. I built affordable housing in this city when I was in my 20s. I know how to get it done.
How'd you get that job?
On the rent-stabilized units.
How'd you get that fucking job?
Those are the
in your 20s without any experience.
And we
You're out
should
of time. I'm sorry, Mr.
keep
Cuomo.
them for the
We didn't get an answer
most
to the
rent
question.
burden.
We have to move on.
But I have a question for you.
No, sorry, he invoked me for much of that question. Just a very brief response
He's
here.
very brief.
You know, you've heard it from Andrew Cuomo that the number one crisis in this city, the housing crisis, the answer is to evict my wife and I. He thinks you address this crisis by unleashing my landlord's ability to raise my rent. If you think that the problem in this city is that my rent is too low, vote for him. If you know the problem in this city is that your rent is too high, vote for me.
If I understand it,
Sons of millionaires need subsidized
Zoran's Law
housing.
would not evict Mr. Mamdani.
It would not evict it.
It would apply to people applying for.
Oh my God!
But the tenant advocates.
It would affect. It would evict no one.
This
It would
does
be
not
an
affect.
income limitation on the rappers.
I have a question for Mrs.
This is
Sliwa.
like
Rosarina?
a spat in the schoolyard. Let me
No,
suggest.
Mrs.
Can I
Lee,
please
Rosarina
ask
has
the
a
question?
specific question for you on this.
Yeah, well, I wanted
to
to talk about affordability and obviously address that issue.
So you've proposed, Mr. Sliwa, plans that would make a point of talking about the struggle of renters and property owners. Describe your plan to help renters and landlords.
Well, first off, we have 6,000 available apartments that the mayor controls in NYCHA, and they've been empty for years. That you address, number one. Then we talk about senior citizens who are living here. My whole goal is to improve and not to move. I'm concerned about the seniors, especially those that own homes. If they're 65 and make less than $250,000, no property tax, because the property tax is way too high. We need to cut it in half to keep people who are here. And then in terms of rentals, we have affordable housing that can be built in these huge skyscrapers. You see them all throughout Manhattan and in northern Brooklyn and in Long Island City, which we have 25 Empire State Buildings full of commercial space that will never be occupied for office space. We should be converting them into affordable apartments. They're in dense areas. The infrastructure can support it. I'm the only candidate here who's against the city of yes that would destroy residential
I have to interrupt you because we have a
Republican.
programming moment right now.
Like,
We're about
I think-
halfway through the mayoral debate.
Okay.
Channel 4 and Telemundo 47
So
will
much
return
to talk
regular
about here.
programming.
Holy fuck. Okay, so this is the first half. This is the first half of the debate.
God damn.
Zoran fucking cooked. I mean, he cooked. He did a great job overall. I think there's like some wishy-washy stuff there. It's just like, I get why people get so fucking annoyed when they're like, they talked way too much about Jewish people. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, but I think, I mean, it gets it out where people go, okay, enough.
Yeah,
enough. And also to like talk about Jewish people, then like go back to affordable housing. And you're like, yeah, that's probably more important for
are they
New
back?
York City.
Did they not take a break? What's going on? I thought they were supposed to, right?
MetroCard or
Never mind.
OmniPay.
Uses OmniPay?
Yeah, OmniPay, yeah. MetroCard, I mean, I have one, but, I know I'm hanging on to the last moment.
So you're on the subways, Mr. Sliwa. What do you use? I'm just curious. If you don't
OmniCard. In fact, I got a whole batch.
Okay.
I'm in the subways. I'm in the buses. I'm in the express buses.
Okay.
The only candidate who rides mass transit every day.
When you need to get somewhere fast and you can't take the train, do you hail a taxi? Do you use rideshare? Mr. Sliwa, what do you do?
I try to avoid yellow cabs. As you know, I was shot in the back of a yellow cab in 1992 by the Gottis
You
and
got hit by a
Gambinos.
yellow cab, too.
But I find my way around. If I have to, I Uber if I can't get there by mass transit.
What do you do, Mr. Mamdani, if you can't take the train?
I would either take a cab or ride a bike.
Mr. Cuomo?
I would take a cab, Uber.
Okay. All right. Thanks, gentlemen.
We
Sally?
got some limos
Thank you,
in there.
David. Let's talk about free buses. Mr. Mamdani, this is a centerpiece of your campaign. Can you explain how you will make buses free? You have 30 seconds to answer.
Absolutely. We will make buses free by replacing the revenue that the MTA currently gets from buses. This is revenue that's around $700 million or so. That's less money than Andrew Cuomo gave to Elon Musk in $959 million in tax credits when he was the governor. And the reason that we will do so is that making buses free doesn't just provide economic relief, but also public safety. Because what we've seen is that it decreases assaults on bus drivers by 38.9%. New Yorkers deserve more than the slowest buses in the country. I know that because I was on the M57 not too long ago, and its average speed is 4.9 miles an hour.
We're at time, though, but the question is how you'll make them free.
We will fund the revenue that would have otherwise been brought in from fares. And that's something that we would do in partnership with Albany. And I've put forward two proposals. The first is to raise taxes on the top 1% of New Yorkers by 2%. That would raise $4 billion. The second is to raise the state's top corporate tax rate to match that of New Jersey, which would raise $5 billion.
We're going to move along, but I just want to point out to viewers that Governor Hochul has opposed raising the income tax. But Melissa, we'll move on to your question.
Could I address that on the buses? Because half the people don't pay their bus fare to begin with, Zorhan. And so it's a complete disaster. If you have free bus fare, and the Citizens Budget Commission said just last year, 2024, $1 billion of fare evasion in all different forms. This MTA system will collapse. There's not enough money out there to make up for fare evasion. Pay your fare. If you don't pay your fare, they have fare programs for the poor and the indigent. But everybody should be forced to pay their fare.
Mr. Cuomo, you had both praise and some criticism from Mr. Mamdani's free bus pilots. You're sort of in the middle on this issue. What's your plan to make subways and buses more affordable?
I think free buses is a mistake. It costs about $700 million.
Thank you for sponsoring the Piker Broadcasting Service chatters. 3 mega legs. Thank you for the 50 big ones.
It's been done before in other cities. It was a disaster. They stopped. They basically became mobile, homeless, gathering places. What I say is free buses for working families who can't afford it, and free subways for working families. But
wait, what?
Don't subsidize rich people on a bus. And
how are you going to?
It's been tried and it's failed.
Has that been his pitch?
Mr. Mamdani, can you just respond quickly on the point about the mobile homeless gathering places?
You know, this is something that we heard when we were fighting to make buses free in Albany when we delivered the first fare-free bus lines in New York City history. And what we saw is when we made one bus route free in each borough of New York City, there was no increase in homelessness on those buses. There was no increase in fare evasion in the surrounding area. What there was an increase in ridership of up to 38%.
Thank you, Mr. Mamdani.
Candidates, maybe we can dig deeper on this and get a sense of how all of you would pay for your big ideas. Mr. Mamdani, we'll start with you. We've obviously been talking about free buses. You've talked about free childcare, city-run grocery stores.
I gave up because I realized
you're proposing about $10 billion in
this is
new
the community one.
And as you've indicated, you want to pay for it with tax increases. Sally pointed out, Governor Hochul said no to raising income tax on millionaires. So tell New Yorkers tonight how you're going to pay for all of this in 1 minute.
Kathy Hochul
Look, a lot of people have called even my campaign a non-starter when we first began. And now I stand before you proud to be the Democratic nominee who got the most votes in city primary history. And I believe we will see the same thing with our push to ensure that we are taxing the wealthiest and the most profitable corporations the fair amount that they should pay. Now, there are those who will say that because it will be hard, you should give up. We saw what giving up looked like when Andrew Cuomo was the governor. He gave up on fighting for working-class New Yorkers and instead caved in to his billionaire donors. And what did we get? We have the fastest and most frequent helicopter service to the Hamptons, and we have the slowest and more expensive bus service across the 5 boroughs.
But again, Mr. Mamdani, I know Governor Hochul indicated this week there may be some open windows, but more or less income tax on millionaires is off the table, according to the governor.
Look, I've said very clearly, making buses fast and free costs about $700 million a year. Making universal child care a reality costs about $5 or $6 billion a year. If you raise the state's top corporate tax rate to match that of New Jersey, you'd be raising $5 billion in and of itself.
I have a couple of follow-ups. Mr. Sleeper, you're next, but I have a couple of follow-ups.
I would just add one additional thing. We have also put forward a plan to save money here in New York City with $1 billion in savings through procurement reform, through following the independent budget office's assessment about hiring more fiscal auditors, and in actually collecting the fines and fees from bad landlords across the city.
Just a quick couple of follow-ups. If you could find some of the funding, but not all of it, which of your priorities would come first? What would be the first among equals that you would try to get done?
Well, freezing the rent doesn't require any fiscal infusion, so that will be something we'll be pursuing immediately. And universal childcare, after housing, is the second cost. Childcare is the second cost pushing New Yorkers out of this city. $22,500 a year is the estimate we've seen.
Okay.
That will be a priority for us.
And I just want to know if you could get the money and funding elsewhere, would you drop the call for the tax increase?
Absolutely. The most important thing is funding these agenda items. I think these are the two most important and straightforward, direct ways to do so. But if the money comes from elsewhere, the most important thing is funding.
Melissa has a question.
Mr. Sliwa, you've been talking about cutting taxes and spending. So what is your plan, and how would you pay for your programs like 7,000 more cops?
Cuomo's going to tank, I think, after this. It was so dumb.
Boy, your fantasies.
And
I do
mean legitimately, like bringing my name up as like a big line of attack.
It's a fantasy. Let's deal with the reality.
How unserious it is, because no one knows who the fuck I am.
You already have a plan in Boston.
So if like those are the most impactful moments that he had, it's him
in the future. This is a great plan.
It's him defending
in
his
which
rape
universities and others who have bought up properties
the moderator, you actually have this
that are now taken from the real estate market and taken from property tax.
He's offered nothing that makes you go, oh,
we could raise
cool,
$1 billion from Columbia University, NYU, that are in the real estate business, and Madison Square Garden. Your friends, Andrew Cuomo, Jimmy Dolan, who pays no property taxes. That's how you raise $1 billion to get 700 police officers trained, vetted, and out into the streets in the 5 boroughs. And then the police will be on the subways, and they will be patrolling the old-fashioned way where they're needed, going up and down the moving subway cars where people want to see the visual protection, especially women who are being assaulted, perved. And like we saw this morning on 86th Street, a woman with a gun to her head, an armed robbery because we don't have enough
Cuomo,
cops.
I have a question for you in this topic, and let's talk about history, because as governor, you raised and cut taxes. Now you're proposing some tax relief. What's the price tag for your proposals, and where will you get the money for example, 5,000 new police officers? You have a minute to answer.
I think Sally's question was very well taken. The Assemblyman's whole plan is based on a myth. He's going to raise taxes. Albany's going to raise taxes statewide on corporations, but the money's only going to go to New York City. That could never happen. It's not just that the governor wouldn't support it. It's impossible. He said he's going to raise the taxes the same as New Jersey, corporate tax. No, it would be double the tax. You would see New Yorkers on 995 fleeing to Florida. We would be alone. So you have to be realistic with revenue. You have a $115 billion budget. You have to go through that city budget and find savings. I started the state, which is double the budget of the city, at a $10 billion deficit. I closed it and added services. And we can do the same with New York City.
New York is already more expensive than these other places. People still choose to live there because it's fucking New York City. It's bullshit.
There would be whatever additional spending would be revenue neutral.
People go to Florida when they're ready to go to Florida.
It's impossible. You got to cut taxes for people to stay here.
Thank you.
Corporations are not going to stay here. They're being lured.
People try to do that with Austin, and they fucking run back to California.
You got to cut the property tax, income tax for those who are 19 to 28 who have skill levels if they go to school here.
Thank you, Mr. Sliwa.
Andrew Cuomo thinks it's all right to spend $60 million to fund his legal defense from accusations of more than a dozen women of sexual harassment. But if I say we should spend the same amount of money on delivering cheaper groceries in this city through a pilot program, that is unfathomable.
Quick, David, I have a right to respond to that.
Yes, quickly.
First, I did not bring those lawsuits. That was brought by a report by the Attorney General, which I said was political.
Well, those
that's what generated
the
legal fees.
Women, and some of them have still been making their way through the courts
it's political,
this year.
And those harlots are lying. Come on.
Not all of them.
Yeah.
This is a great debate performance.
What the Assemblyman doesn't say is all this money that he
Curtis
wants to
was smart
pass.
to bring up just
the one thing he did do is he
13
voted
to
for a
remind
pay raise
people.
for himself They're the highest paid
We have to cover
legislators in the United States.
I did ask the state controller's office
record.
this week. I did ask the state controller's office this week. The total was above 60 million. But just those sexual harassment cases to defend Governor Cuomo and his staff was about $21
Sorry, it was the
million
sexual
dollars.
harassment and
I just want to
nursing home
clarify
cases.
because you said 60, but on those cases it was 21.
Okay. Thank you. We have to talk about quality of life in the city.
Coach Bell, you see,
Let's
it
turn
wasn't
everyday
that
life
much.
in the city and some issues a mayor can directly impact.
3
We start
million
with a
a
couple
woman.
of questions about 311. The number New Yorkers call or text for non-emergency help. First off, have you ever called 311, and if so, for what?
You could do
Mr.
that like if you're
Mamdani?
putting out like
I called 311
luggage,
for issues with my heating in my apartment. And I've spoken to New Yorkers time and time
This is
again
bread and butter.
who are frustrated by
He's
the fact that
Mr.
they can
311.
track their Uber
He's the
Eats
type of
block
motherfucker
by
who will be
block,
on the
but when
other
they call
side.
311 for them to come to their apartment, it's just a question of hoping and praying that they do. There's no actual appointment. That's something that we would change.
All right, Mr. Sliwa, have you ever called 311?
You know, there used to be that song 911 is a joke by Public Enemy. 311 is a joke. You can call it over and over and over again, and
Have
you
you-
never get
have you
a
ever? Have you-
response.
have you?
The analytics are when the operators talk to you,
Mr.
as I
Sliwa,
talk to them.
have you called?
Yes, I've called them many times and gotten
Okay.
no
I have
response.
65
All
cats
citizens
in my
I talk to
apartment.
in
He's
subways
definitely
and
calling them
streets
for things they
never
do
get
not
good
Thank you, Mr.
responses
Sliwa.
from
Looking for a short
311.
answer. Mr. Cuomo?
I've heard a lot of complaints about 311, so I actually made a call to 311 myself to see if the complaints were
That's the
bona
only
fide.
time he's ever made it.
And I was dropped twice. Then they were going to send someone to find help a homeless woman in distress, and no one showed up.
You're all expressing frustration. Last year, 311 received 38 million contacts from New Yorkers from
God
calls
damn.
to the website. Wanted to know if you had a sense across the 5 boroughs what the top 2 categories of complaints were. What do you think they were, Mr. Sliwa?
Potholes, constantly potholes. People's undercarriages ripped out, ball
Another one?
bearings,
Second one?
alignments.
Second one, top 2?
Rats.
picking up.
Rats. Okay.
Oh, the city is flooded with rats.
Mr. Cuomo, what do you think the top
Shouts
2
out
complaints
Eric
were?
Adams.
Homeless and trash rats.
All right, Mr. Mamdani?
I think it was housing and noise.
Okay, so the answer is noise and illegal parking. And we're going to stick with quality of life. Rosarina?
That's right. And let's talk about noise candidates because
Ding, ding,
they
ding.
fall
It was
into
rats
these
is
2
crazy.
categories.
That's
First of all,
called
is the
311 if I
residential
saw a
one.
rat.
That's the neighbors and the loud music. And the second one is
There's a
the
picture
street
of you.
or sidewalk, everything with the loud
Meme.
construction and workers outside.
Before you started
So,
working out?
Mr.
My head's
Cuomo,
tiny.
as mayor, what can you do to help the city that never sleeps get a little bit of rest, Mr. Cuomo?
Yeah, look, I think if the 311
this?
system worked
What is
well,
this line of
if
questioning?
there was actually contact
As a New
with
Yorker,
people,
I'm like,
I think
oh,
New
tell me
Yorkers
what we're doing to
would
fix
get it.
this.
I think New Yorkers would
Do we have
be
to be
responsive.
whimsical?
I think we have
with
to
the
change
question?
the ethos in this city, the ethic in this city. Right now, it's toxic, it's divisive.
How do you see New York as the Big
everyone's
Apple?
angry at everyone. I think when we have public safety that's functional again, and New Yorkers are part of that system, I think they would be more cooperative than you think.
Thank you very much.
There's no proposal in there.
Mr. Sliwa, how would you quiet a little bit the city that never sleeps?
In the outer boroughs, I see problems all the time, quality of life issues. 18-wheel tractor trailers, RVs parked everywhere. Garbage that's not picked up and collected. In the city, we've seen trash cans taken away by the sanitation department, Jessica Tisch, when she was the commissioner. The quality of life has diminished noticeably. So naturally, people are going to revert to 311. But it's important that a mayor be able to provide services to all the people. And they believe if quality of life is diminished, the next stop is sell your house and leave the city. And my goal is to improve and not move.
Mr. Mamdani.
But these guys see every
What we've
public
seen is one of the biggest sources of
amenity as
noise
like a
in the city is
homeless
from
shelter.
congestion.
And so
And
it's
with
just- we
the
can't do any of
implementation
it.
of
Yeah,
congestion
it's so
pricing,
fucking
we've actually
annoying.
seen
Like
noise
even the Fast
complaints
and Free
drop
buses.
in the congestion zone. And so I would continue to find ways to ensure that we have reduced congestion across the city. And one of the ways is by making the slowest buses in America ones that are fast and free, so that New Yorkers can not only live a life of excellent quality of life, but also be able to get around this city without having to worry if they have $2.90 or soon to be $3 in their pocket, which is already out of reach for 1 in 5 New Yorkers.
We have here the author of Congestion Pricing, and we have the apprentice of Congestion Pricing.
Okay, we might
I'm
need
the only candidate who's opposed to congestion pricing.
Thank you.
It has
Thank you.
led to
We might
need to-
storefronts
we might need to
closing
place-
because they don't
Why
have
are
enough
you owning
food
that?
for
We need to
drivers.
move on, otherwise we might have to
Because
place a
Soresi
call
has
to
worked
311 about
spectacularly,
candidates
right?
going
Like
over
they-
there a lot of time. Okay, so we're going to move
No
on
one's
to
there, don't worry.
We're going to move on to illegal parking plaques in many neighborhoods. Recently, Councilmember Lincoln Ressler released a study that found 450 vehicles parked illegally during the day in downtown Brooklyn, many with fake or government placards.
Talking
That's
about
just
this real
one
stuff, the
snapshot
idea
of the
that-
city,
that
but
they
you
talked
hear
about
similar complaints
Israel
everywhere. So
before
how would
this.
you fix
It
this
was even
specific
crazier.
situation? You'll have 30
Yeah,
seconds,
this
Mr.
is-
Sliwa
this
will
is
begin
the
with you.
day-to-day
Well,
for New
obviously,
Yorkers.
placards have been abused consistently. You have people who've created fake placards. Not only that, you have people with fake license plates, paper plates. There's all violations against the Department of Transportation rules and regulations of where you can park a vehicle. There's just no enforcement. And that's because we don't have police. We have these e-bikes going up and down. We have the motorbikes. They're not following rules and regulations. They should be licensed. They should have a way of being identified. This way, enforcement
Sliwa,
can
your
take place
time is
because
up.
people are terrified
Mr.
walking out into the streets.
Mr.
in their neighborhood.
Mamdani, your plan for illegal parking?
We have to showcase that accountability is true, whether for New Yorkers who are just living in this city or those who are working for this city. And the violation of traffic laws are violations no matter who is doing it, and to show that that accountability is something my city government's actually going to pursue.
Okay, Mr. Cuomo.
On the quality of life, you're right, is very, very important. On the placards, I would make it simple. I would recall all the city placards and reissue only those that are bona fide, period, on day one. On the quality of life issues, the worst thing that could happen is if the Assemblyman's proposal for legalizing prostitution went through. That would be terrible for the quality of life. He also doesn't want to enforce misdemeanors.
We're getting to that,
That's
Mr.
assault, larceny, etc. That would
We're
be
going to have time to address that.
I want to be very clear. Not only have I never called for the legalization of prostitution, I'm not calling for that today either. And I also have never said anything about not enforcing misdemeanors. This is just yet another figment of Andrew Cuomo's imagination.
The DSA, which you give your part of your salary to, that's their position, abolish jails, no new carceral facilities, don't enforce misdemeanors. And you're on the bill in Albany as a sponsor to decriminalize prostitution.
The difference between myself and Andrew Cuomo, of which there are many, is that there is no one that is actually telling me what to do other than the 8.5 million people who call this city home. If you want my policies, you'll find them on my website.
Who told you to legalize prostitution?
We
actually have a question.
Andrew, you can't escape this. You signed the law doing away with loitering for prostitution. That was the law put forward by Jesse Ramos.
Gentlemen,
you started the prostitution in East Elmhurst, and Jackson Heights, and Flushing.
Mr. Sliwa, we have...
And you want to add to it, which diminishes the quality of life.
Mr. Sliwa, when I talk over you, nobody's hearing you, and we actually have a question on that. So we'll let Rosarina ask.
And for this question, candidates, we want to come to Queens, where we know that prostitution has been an ongoing complaint. Mayor Adams formed a task force and ordered sweeps by the NYPD. But the situation continues, especially around the very popular Roosevelt Avenue. As mayor, Mr. Mamdani, how would you handle this situation? You have 30 seconds.
I want to first be clear that I am not, and nor have I ever called for the legalization of prostitution. And if you are happy with what's happening on Roosevelt Avenue, then you should vote for Andrew Cuomo, because his policy is to continue the exact same ones we've seen under Eric Adams. My policy is to actually take on sex trafficking, to have a zero tolerance for violence against women, and to follow the advice of district attorneys that we have here in New York City.
And you know,
the current
Andrew
Manhattan
Cuomo
DA, the former
has a lot
Manhattan
of
DA, the
tolerance
current
for-
Brooklyn DA, the
That's
former
what I bring it
Manhattan
back
DA
to.
having said
Yeah.
that prosecuting women for prostitution is something that actually leads to less safety.
Mr.
And what we need to do is provide an economy
Mr.
of
Mamdani,
opportunity.
just a quick clarification. So no legalization, how about decriminalization?
I do not think that we should be prosecuting women who are struggling, who are currently being thrown in jail, and then being offered job opportunities. I think we should be actually providing those kinds of opportunities at the first point of interaction.
Smart way to bring up decriminalization.
Look, Bill
he has
de
a very
Blasio,
good way of
the Assemblyman
liberalizing
is a mini
these
me
positions.
BDB, okay? He's Bill de Blasio like.
He really presents like the opposite does
He proposed
this.
legalizing prostitution. He didn't get it, and he just told the cops, don't arrest any more prostitutes. There is a bill in Albany that he signed that says the prostitution, that a woman who is a prostitute, that would be decriminalized. That is what the bill says. And that's what he said, if you listen very carefully. That would take Roosevelt Avenue and explode it, because it would make it legal for prostitutes.
But real quick, how would you handle this situation?
You have to enforce the law. It's illegal. I went to Roosevelt Avenue. I talked to the store owners. I talked to the neighbors. I walked down Roosevelt Avenue with prostitutes there at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Your turn, Mr. Sliwa.
I've dealt with this back in the 80s and 90s in Hell's Kitchen in Chelsea when they were overrun with open air
the worst person to talk about
prostitution
this
and
because
Times
he's
Square.
literally
You
cop
don't go
rapist,
after the
Andrew
women.
Cuomo.
Yeah.
Women are the victims here. You lock up the Johns, you shame the Johns. You let everybody know about the Johns. The
Even
madams
Curtis
and
has
the
a
pimps
tolerant
need to be
approach.
prosecuted to the full extent of the law. And these absentee landlords who knowingly rent their
Curtis Sliwa,
rooms,
only
their
acceptable
apartments
Republican in
out for
America,
use
I
of
swear to God.
prostitution. The Department of Building should come in, padlock the building, seize the building. Because many of these landlords live in Delray, Florida. They did back in the 80s and 90s when we did it in Chelsea and Times Square and Hell's Kitchen. And they're doing it again, and there's no enforcement. That's why the prostitution
We're going to go to
flourished in those
Sally now.
neighborhoods.
Thank you, David. We're going to talk a bit about
Curtis
experience
Nordic
and beliefs.
model
We've covered a lot of
Sliwa,
ground
yeah.
tonight,
The
but we
Nordic
want to
model
probe
of
a bit
tackling
deeper into each of your
prostitution.
mindsets and how you'll approach governing as mayor. Mr. Cuomo, you have touted your experience on the campaign trail time and again, but you pretty squarely lost the Democratic primary to Mr. Mamdani, forcing you, a lifelong Democrat, to run as an independent.
That's your guy.
When you announced that decision, you said, quote, when you get knocked down, learn the lesson and pick
Curtis
yourself
is the one
back
who go,
up.
who the fuck
What
is
lesson
Hasan
did you
Piker?
learn, and what do you feel it said about you, something you did wrong, something that you need to change about yourself?
Yeah, I think in the primary campaign, I did not do enough on social media, which is a very effective medium now.
This is always the mistake. They always think it's social media. This is so fucking stupid.
During the campaign.
I mean, let him fail.
And that is changed.
Yeah, people need
now.
to see more of you on social media.
I've
That's
also,
why.
Increased
That's what'll do
my
it.
activity.
Yeah, let's pull up some of those
significantly.
banger tweets you got going on.
My agenda is exactly the same. I am the Democrat, although I'm not on the Democratic line. He is a Democratic socialist, called Barack Obama evil and a liar. Didn't vote for Kamala Harris.
He is on the line.
Fight and deliver is I will fight for people, I will fight the bureaucracy, and I will deliver results. New Yorkers need the mayor to get something done. This is all words and theories. I am a manager who can actually
This is a question about self-reflection. Is the thing you're reflecting on the
the
most that you need to be on social media more?
You know,
Is there any other
like
deeper
you lost
lesson?
the primary,
Between
dog.
the two campaigns, social media, more accessibility.
Okay.
I just have to say, it's been an hour and 20 minutes of this debate, and we haven't heard Governor Cuomo say the word affordability. That's why he lost the primary. That's why he'll lose the general election. And you can lie all you want, but the truth is, I voted for Kamala Harris. I'm the only candidate on this stage to have the endorsement of Kamala Harris, and I'm not the one who's funded by Bill Ackman, who called Kamala Harris unqualified to be the vice president of this country.
Okay, may I respond?
Yes, brief response, please.
There are a lot of New Yorkers who support
Also,
me.
I don't think New Yorkers
and
care
there are a
about
lot of
Kamala
Jewish
Harris.
New Yorkers
I
who
don't think
support
so, no.
me.
Yeah, I think New
because
Yorkers are
they
done with
think
Kamala
you're
Harris.
anti-Semitic.
New
So
York-
it's
New
not
York
about
voted for
Trump
her
or
the other day.
Republican.
Wasn't that one?
It's about you.
Do you think he's anti-Semitic, Mr. Cuomo?
I don't make those judgments about people. Are you a racist? Are you an anti-Semite? I know there are many Jewish people who believe he's anti-Semitic.
Okay, but
I
do you?
believe not condemning the globalized Intifada, what he has said about Hamas.
But Mr.
I can
Cuomo,
see where they
I covered
are
your.
inflamed.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I covered your speech in
Pussy.
an Upper West Side synagogue where you said anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. There is no difference, and you were talking about Mr. Mamdani. Is that not an allegation?
No, I make that statement all the time. I wasn't
but you're
referring
not
to
saying-
Mamdani.
Okay, all right. Mr. Mamdani, a brief response, and then we have to move on.
I have denounced Hamas again and again, and it will never be enough for Andrew Cuomo because what he is willing to say, even though not on this stage, is to call me the first Muslim on the precipice of leading this city, a terrorist sympathizer, is to send mailers that artificially lengthen my beard, is to say to New Yorkers that they should be fearful.
Okay, Mr.
What I will do is deliver
Melissa has a specific question
Mr.
for you.
Mamdani, you are the Democratic nominee, and you're also a member, as we've been discussing, of a political organization that may be less familiar to New Yorkers, the Democratic Socialists of America, which believes in dismantling capitalism. New York City is the global headquarters of the finance industry. So how would you be the mayor of Wall Street and the DSA? You have 1 minute.
I would be the mayor of this entire city. And that means ensuring that the wealth that we generate in this city is also wealth that every single New Yorker can actually feel in their pockets. Because what we have today is a system that has generated the most wealth in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, where 1 in 4 of our neighbors are living in poverty. That's unacceptable. We can't look at 500,000 kids hungry every single night as just the cost of doing business in this city. That's something we have to actually change. And I'm going to do that by fighting for my neighbors in Queens that I've come to know, who are not only the ones who own teapots and toy stores, who own diners and dry cleaners, but also the ones who work there. Because right now, all of them are being pushed out of this city by corporate greed, by private equity, and by a politics that refuses to fight for them. I will finally deliver that.
Just a quick follow-up, Mr. Mamdani. A lot of Hispanic that flee socialism and are a little bit scared to hear your policies.
God.
What would you tell them?
Well, I would first say that I wouldn't be here without the support of Latino New Yorkers, because it was the majority of their support that helped to make me the Democratic nominee. And what democratic socialism means is a belief in the dignity of each and every New Yorker and the responsibility city government has to deliver that
Venezuela.
dignity. That's why I'm speaking
like,
about childcare, because it's
on
pricing
New
out
York
New Yorkers
City?
from the city.
Like,
That's why I'm speaking about freezing the rent, because housing isn't a human right in the way that we practice our politics in this city. And that's why I'm talking about making buses fast and free, because 1 in 5 New Yorkers are being priced out of public transit today.
So, Mr. Sliwa, I would like to talk to you because you were here with us 4 years ago in the same stage for the general election debate, and you lost it. Why do you believe New York is ready to elect a Republican this time around?
First off, did I not warn you 4 years ago that Eric Adams would be corrupt and we would have chaos? Did I not? Of course I did. And I get praised for that. Now I'm trying to get people to vote for me, not just on the Republican line, but also my wife, Nancy, who is the best thing that has ever happened to me, created the first ever independent Protect Animals line, which calls for no-kill shelters and putting animal abusers in jail. But the other thing that differentiates me from both of my adversaries is that I am opposed to the city of yes, which will destroy the residential neighborhoods. Both of them are for the city of yes. So when you vote for me, whether on the Republican line or the Protect Animals line, turn your ballot over and vote no on all those initiative and referendums. Imagine, they've said, how can you, Curtis, a Republican, work with a Democratic majority in the council? Adrian Adams is in agreement with me. The Democratic city council people are in agreement with me. No to the city of yes, which will take your homes and provide you instead with lithium-ion battery warehouses next to your house, which are like mini Chernobyls. I'm the only candidate who is opposed to the city of yes.
Thank you.
I have a quick follow to that, Mr. Sliwa. How do you bring down costs if you don't build more housing?
Oh, it's very simple to build housing. You just look in New York City. We have so many dense areas where you no longer can use the commercial space. They used to be office space. And you just convert it into residential housing. You don't need to go into the outer boroughs. You don't need to use wetlands and parklands, which they seek to do. If you build a new building, it takes 5 years. If you convert an
All right, Mr. Sliwa, thank you. We want to change the pace
here
a little bit. I want to change the pace and just get a sense of what you think about political leadership. We're curious about who you admire. Who is the best modern-day U.S. president? Mr. Cuomo?
Modern day? Well, I'm partial. I was Bill Clinton's Housing and Urban Development Secretary. We built affordable housing all across the United States.
So Bill Clinton?
Empowerment zones. I would say Bill Clinton.
Okay. Mr. Mamdani?
I would say FDR.
Mr. Sliwa?
He's modern day?
Modern.
Well, I'd say FDR also, if that's modern day.
Mr. Sliwa?
A man that ended up being loved by Democrats and Republicans alike, the greatest governor we've ever had in my lifetime, George Pataki. 3 terms, no chaos, no corruption.
I was asking.
And he actually beat
President.
the better
President.
your father.
This governor and this
modern day
president.
U.S. president.
Who's
who you thought the best modern
best president in our lifetime?
Yeah.
Or I would say the best president in our lifetime that I've experienced. I would go back to Ronald Reagan.
Ronald Reagan. Okay.
Yeah.
How about the best New York City mayor, Mr. Slade?
Classic take from him. He won't say fucking
best New York City mayor, Mr.
Rudy Giuliani, who endorsed me last week.
Okay.
And I'd have a little bit of Michael Bloomberg thrown in because he liked
Mr.
delegate responsibility.
I think the best New York City mayor of all time is Fiorello LaGuardia.
Mr. Cuomo.
It was Bill de Blasio last debate.
No, I've always said Fiorello is the best mayor of all time.
Who's yours, Mr. Cuomo?
Is it of all time or modern time?
Best New York City mayor in Europe.
Of all time, it is Fiorello LaGuardia.
We agree.
Who's closer to LaGuardia between you and fucking Zoran?
Exactly.
I wonder.
How about
I wonder
political
who's closer
leader,
to LaGuardia?
dead or alive, you most admire? Mr. Mamdani?
I would say I admire Bernie Sanders.
Mr. Cuomo?
My father.
Mr. Sliwa?
Yeah.
I said it already, George Pataki, who is loved by Democrats and Republicans and the greatest mayor in our lifetime.
All right.
Greatest governor in our
I just
lifetime.
have one more before Sally starts to ask you about schools. A show of hands. Who supports Kathy Hochul for re-election?
It's a decision that should be made after this general election.
So no decision. Mr. Cuomo,
wow.
You handpicked her as your lieutenant governor. No thought?
You have to know who's running.
Yeah. Okay, so.
And I would add that I do think that Kathy Hochul, our governor, has been doing a good job in not only
Do you
serving
support her
and
for
delivering,
re-election?
not only delivering for New Yorkers, but also standing
Right.
up to Donald Trump.
Just what? Do you support her for re-election?
Then endorse her.
I'm focusing on November.
Why don't you endorse
and I
her?
appreciate her support
All right,
and I
thanks,
appreciate
candidates.
her work.
But
Thanks,
you don't
candidates.
endorse her.
How about a shout out
All
for
right,
Lee
we're gonna
Stefanik
turn
to take out Kathy Hochul?
No.
So you have a
Okay.
Republican
All right.
Mayor Curtis, a Republican Governor
Thank you, gentlemen.
Stefanik,
Thank you.
like Giuliani
We want to
and
talk about
Pataki,
schools.
who saved this city.
We want to
and
talk about
state.
schools. Sally?
Okay. Thank you, David. Let's turn to education. There are a number of issues facing public
Curtis has
schools.
too many opinions
One that's
to
been
stay on.
controversial in the campaign is the Gifted and Talented program, which offers accelerated instruction to elementary school children. Mr. Mamdani, you have said that you want to phase out the Gifted and Talented program, while Mr. Cuomo and Mr. Sliwa want to expand it. Mr. Sliwa, we will start with you. What is your plan for the program? You have 1 minute.
Gifted and talented.
Yes, Gifted and Talented.
I have 2 younger sons with Melinda Katz, the Queens DA. They both attempted to get into Gifted and Talented as 4-year-olds. They failed. It did not present a problem with their future education. We don't have enough slots. Right now, they're 1,900. We need to have at least 5,000 slots around the city. What they have not done at the Department of Education is make these tests available in Black and Hispanic communities. So, for instance, you have 77,000 children who are 4 years old. Only 10,000 have taken the test. Only 2,000 are accepted. Why not offer the test to all 77,000? And even if a gifted and talented class only has 3 or 4 in a minority school, give these children an opportunity to excel too. That would make it fair for everybody.
Thank you. Mr. Cuomo, how does your plan differ from Mr. Sliwa's? You also have 1 minute.
Oh, my God.
I think it's more of us than Cuomo.
I support mayoral control. I think it would be a terrible mistake to roll back mayoral control. That's probably been the most dramatic educational reform in 40 years. We go back to the old system that had local school boards, which were corrupt, patronage mills, etc. So who runs the system is number one. I would expand gifted and talented programs, accessibility. I'd offer preparatory courses to any student, parent that wanted to take them. I'd double the number of specialized high schools from 9 to 18. And I would keep the SAT as it is.
Thank you. And Mr. Mamdani.
Can I add one thing? There's been no discussion about vocational high schools, which save so many young men and women. We need to expand vocational training for those who are not going to achieve academic excellence. We're going to keep going
here with Mr. Mamdani. Why should the Gifted and Talented program be phased out, in your opinion? You have a minute to answer.
So I want to be very clear. I have spoken solely of gifted and talented for kindergartners. I do not believe that kindergartners should be subject to a singular assessment. I have not spoken of any gifted and talented programs older than for kindergarten. I'm solely speaking about kindergarten. And I believe that we should be delivering the best education across the country here in this city. We will do that by following through on the proposals I've put forward to hire 1,000 more teachers every single year through our Community to Classroom program, one that will ensure that we're providing each student, whether they be in high school or someone who is an adult looking to become a teacher, with $12,000 in tuition subsidies so that they can start to fulfill the 7,000 to 9,000 additional teachers we need so that we can actually deliver on the Class Size Reduction Act, which I was proud to pass in Albany, that will ensure that children and teachers actually have a manageable ratio in that classroom so that they can learn. Because today, that learning is being rendered impossible by the number of kids in that same classroom. It's time to make sure that that number is lower.
But you don't believe the mayor should run the system?
I've been critical of mayoral control because of the ways in which it's been used to take away the voice of parents, of educators, of students. And I think it's important that those same voices be a part of how we lead the system.
So are you for or against mayoral control?
I've been critical of it. I'm against mayoral control. And I think that there's an importance of developing something that actually enshrines all of those voices together.
Mr. Cuomo, you also tried to curtail it when Mayor de Blasio was mayor. But we can go.
Did you hear what she said?
No.
I was saying you proposed a curtailment of mayoral control when Mayor de Blasio was mayor during
There's been multiple modifications of mayoral control over the years.
Some proposed curtailment at your hand. So if you are such a champion of it tonight,
No,
I
never proposed reversing mayoral control.
No, shortening the duration of time he would have control of schools.
Yes, for renewal. The renewal
Mr. Mamdani,
period.
how much control of schools, Mr. Mamdani, how much control of schools would you be giving up? Is it just a sharing arrangement? I know you want to share with the districts and with parents, or would you be giving up full control? And is that an accountability problem if the buck doesn't stop with you?
I think the mayor needs to retain the accountability so that New Yorkers know exactly who they can come to when they have critiques. And I think we also have to develop a system where we don't have what we saw just recently, where you have hours and hours of parents and teachers and students testifying only to be overruled without any consideration by the panel on
Thank you.
education.
Mr. Mamdani, I have to move on. Switching now, it's a question for all three of you, switching to students with learning challenges. Parents of students with dyslexia, ADHD, and autism are very well aware of the fact that the school system in New York City is not doing enough to meet their children's educational needs. How will you help these parents and students? We know that Mayor Adams has expanded evaluations specifically for children with dyslexia.
Demanding
it was an issue close to his heart, but what would you do more broadly, Mr. Mamdani?
You know, I think some of the initiatives that Mayor Adams has launched, especially with this chancellor, have been showing positive
Everyone
signs,
in here took
especially for literacy and for
Tylenol
preparedness,
by the handful
especially as
when
we're
they were growing up.
a national crisis on reading and mathematical comprehension. And I think those are programs that should be furthered, should be invested in, all while also ensuring that we're giving teachers greater flexibility in the curriculum that they're actually teaching. Because what I've heard from many of those teachers is that too often the curriculum that's being procured in the $10 billion a year in DOE contracts is one that has little relation to the classroom.
Thank you, Mr. Mamdani. Mr. Sliwa, you have 30 seconds.
Yes. We have $41,000 that we're spending on each student now. By fourth grade, 2/3 of these children cannot read, write, or do math at grade level. We should be ashamed of ourselves for that. 100,000 less students than we had last year. 1/3 are truants. We have 200 schools with 200 students or less, and Michael Mulgrew determines which schools stay open. Eric Adams is not exhibiting mayoral control.
They should
the
bring
mayor
Eric
should
Adams up
run
for one question.
the Board of Education, the old Board of Education that is now
He's
the
gonna
Department
also
of
demand that he
Education.
condemn
The
me.
bureaucracy. You have 13
Sliwa.
deputy chancellors. You have 50 department
I had
heads
asked
that
about-
suck up all the money.
I was
and
asking
teachers
about
are still
students
reaching
with
into their
learning
pocket
differences.
to pay
We're
for
gonna move on
badly
to
needed
Mr.
supplies
Cuomo.
for the children in the class. The money should be going to the
Mr. Sliwa,
teachers
thank you.
and the children and young adults, and it's not.
Mr. Cuomo, what is your specific plan to deal with the challenges of students who have learning differences?
We are losing young families. When the child becomes of school age, they leave the city, they go to the suburbs, they go to New Jersey. They're not going to sacrifice their child on what they think is a secondary education system. The core competency, reading and math, below 50% is a disgrace. The gifted and talented programs gives people hope. I do believe Mayor Adams has made progress on the evaluations and services for children who require special needs and assistance, but obviously we have to do more.
So we have another question about improving schools. And in the last year, The schools enroll more than 36,000 migrant students, many learning English for the first time. From class size to bilingual teachers, that puts a big strain in the system. Mr. Cuomo, what can you do to help migrant students, but also the staff? You have 30 seconds.
Well, first, I think it was wrong of the state to put so many migrants in New York City. New York City had the overwhelming majority of migrants.
But they're already here.
Close to about 80%. The state should have put them all across the state, Nassau, Suffolk, upstate, so other governments could have also...
Well, they were bused here from Texas, right?
And we have a
yes,
situation
but if
right
they're
now,
bused
they're
from Texas,
here.
you could have brought some to Nassau, 20 miles,
Yeah, but they're here
Westchester.
right now, and we're asking about the current problem.
Yes, well, that's how the problem was created.
Okay, we understand
The
that.
state put them here. The state
He's also
gave
bad
the
at
city
just like
the bill.
answering regular questions.
It has now
Like,
increased
it
the
doesn't
challenge
help
in our
that-
education
this is a
system.
normal question
The
that
state
isn't
is
even
going to have
antagonistic.
to help financially.
So you didn't answer the question, Mr. Mamdani.
It's even the modern president.
You know, when
he's
I
like,
spoke
"What do you
about our
mean
community to
modern?"
classroom program, the importance of it is not just bringing in 1,000 more
very
teachers
bad.
every year. It's also that we would bring in a number of more bilingual educators. Because what we've heard from a number of adults who have taught in other countries, now live in New York City, is the process by which they get their certification approved to teach here is one that is onerous and one that is actually pricing many of them out. That's why this is a program that will directly address that, to increase that bilingual capacity in our school system so that we can teach every single child, no matter when they got here,
But
the public education
Mr.
they
Mamdani,
deserve.
this certification has been offered and it hasn't been successful. So how can you make more teachers to be, like they want to do this?
Part of what I've heard is that the tuition costs as part of the same certification exams are onerous for many of these adults looking to switch careers. That's why this program is built upon providing $12,000 in tuition assistance that would lead to 1,000 more teachers every year.
Crazy that he's so buttoned up on
We have
so
not
many
just
different
migrant
issues
children,
that pertain
we have
to the
the
position.
children of the homeless, over 120,000. We haven't yet discussed charter schools, parochial schools that are closing. Normally, parochial schools would have been able to take some of these children. We need to expand the number of charter schools that are doing an amazing job, especially in the inner cities. And why not make that available to migrant children and to the homeless children who are coming from shelters all across the city who need the special teaching skills that have lifted children
That's
in the
crazy.
charter
If
schools.
Zoran said
We
that,
need to
people would yell at
give
him and
choice
be like, "Oh, you
because
want
that's our
homeless kids
most
to be
precious
around, like,
resource,
gifted
our
kids or
children.
whatever
So
the
allow
fuck?"
me to now
But
move
Curtis
on
Leo
into the
gets to say
sanctuary.
that because he's a Stalinist.
Thank you, Mr. Cuomo. So allow me now to enter into the sanctuary
No, I realize like he is a
and let's talk
he is a
about
socialist,
also
but of the
undocumented
Stalin
immigrants.
variety.
26
Like,
federal
socially
plaza has
conservative
become
socialist.
a flagship in federal immigration crackdown. We reported that asylum seekers are showing up for like those routine appointments, not facing any criminal challenges, and they end up being deported. So by the show of hands, we would like to know if you believe that any of you could do something to stop this.
Okay.
So, Mr. Cuomo, you have a minute to
The
explain
berets
us
are
what
red.
would you do?
It's true.
The law is the law. And I would have an attorney assigned to every person who is undergoing any review by the federal government or any legal proceeding, and put the full weight of the city government behind it, and make sure they are legally protected.
Mr. Sliwa, what's your plan?
Look, going after the criminals, that's the job of Immigration and Naturalization Service, ICE. But when they have to perform under a quota, because I speak to many of the men and women who serve this country, it's putting too much pressure to go outside of courthouses, to go Home Depot shape-ups, or in the backs of restaurants and hospitality businesses, which have hired these migrants, and they are essential workers now. I can tell you, I have 3 sons. None of them are going to do that work. Some Americans will, but most won't. We need to protect the migrants who are workers, who are essential workers, and use ICE to go after the drug dealers, the gangbangers,
So what are you gonna do?
the sexual
What are you gonna do?
predators, and those who are sex trafficking and involved in
He doesn't want to stand up to
narco-terrorism.
Trump.
Mr. Mamdani.
He didn't say
Now,
how
I'd
he's
be
going to do it.
proud to be the first
said, "I
immigrant
want us
mayor
to
of the city in generations. And it's at 26 Federal Plaza that I've seen what used to be moments when New Yorkers would be getting their citizenship turn into moments of tragedy, where judges are asking New Yorkers who are there for a routine immigration check-in whether they're prepared to leave in the very same clothes that they arrived to that courthouse. I agree that we need more legal representation. I also think we need to actually be able to stand up to Donald Trump, because I heard from pastor in East Flatbush, Pastor Galbraith, who told me how he accompanied a member of his congregation to 26 Federal Plaza. He sat there as a judge was determining her fate. They managed to convince the judge to replace the deportation order with a TPS order, but they knew that ICE would not care about that change, and they had to sprint her out of the building, smuggling her into the elevator in order to get her back to Brooklyn.
Thank you.
Candidates want to talk about New York City's economy and change the pace a little bit. Everyone supports growing New York City's economy. The mayor is our chief salesman to the business world. So we want to mix it up, test your persuasive power. So we're calling it an elevator pitch. We'll start with you, Mr. Mamdani. In this scenario, imagine you're talking to the CEO of a big tech company deciding to move its headquarters to New York City or to Dallas. The CEO is concerned New York just raised its corporate taxes and employees will pay more for everything. Look into the camera and make your pitch to that CEO to come here and not there. Do it in 30 seconds.
New York City has something that Dallas or no other city across this country could actually offer. And that is the quality of life. That is the arts and the culture. That is the people that make the city so special. And I, as the mayor of this city, will deliver that quality of life, will deliver the safety that is the cornerstone of an affordability agenda, and will ensure that companies choose to come to this city and also choose to stay in this city. Because so much of what drives the tech sector is a hunger for innovation, a unrepenting desire to actually innovate, and those are the very things that are going to characterize my city government in this.
But what do you say to the CEO about the corporate taxes and also the staggering costs for the workers?
We are going to make this city more affordable so that workers who want to work at those companies can actually be able to do so. And we're going to ensure that this city continues to be one where we see businesses opening.
Workers are going to be much more. Workers are going to be more productive when they have
reverse scenario
affordable
for you.
housing.
The CEO of a similar company with 1,000 good jobs tells you she's very close to moving her headquarters out of New York City.
Literally don't
she
work
cites
because
everything
you
from
can't actually
taxes
bring
to the
in
crushing
good
cost
talent
of living
places like
for her
that.
employees in New York City. How do you convince that CEO to stay? Please look into the camera and make your elevator pitch. You have 30 seconds.
We know
not rape you.
The
I
other
promise.
companies in New York City.
Cuomo.
I'm sorry.
Oh my God, Curtis.
The question is to me in this camera?
Yes, the question is how you would convince the CEO of a company with 1,000 good jobs who's looking to move out of New York City because of the high cost of living for her employees and taxes, how you would convince her to stay in New York City.
In 15 seconds?
30.
Okay.
30
Oh my God.
He's so fucking old!
I get it. I understand your frustration. I understand that the far left has been raising taxes and making businesses feel like the enemy. We get it. That's gone. The DSA, the socialist orientation, we're not socialists. It didn't work in Venezuela, didn't work in Cuba, didn't work here.
Take a fucking prompt,
we know that we have to
dude.
work with business.
Take a
we want to
prompt,
be your
dude.
partner.
No.
We want to have taxes that help us grow our city, but are competitive for you.
We're at time.
And we want to partner to grow your business and our city together.
Mr. Sliwa, let's talk about business because let's assume the big tech company that we pitched to Mr. Mamdani earlier has decided to move to New York, and it's 1,000 good paying jobs, and the CEO wants to be based in Astoria, Queens. But there's a loud pushback of residents who don't want the noise and the traffic. How can you convince the residents to accept the new neighbor? You're speaking to a very powerful community. How can you convince them?
But we saw that with Amazon. Amazon wanted to come in, and AOC led the charge and local elected officials to say no to Amazon. That was a big mistake. I would say this. Our companies are being recruited away by the day. We have young people who are going to school here who could fill their needs in these high-tech industries who also are being lured away. We need to cut their income taxes for 5 years. Tell them if you go to school here, graduate here, no income taxes for 5 years. It's an income tax holiday. And the most important thing, we have to be able to assure the executives that this will be a city where we don't lock up toothpaste any longer, but lock up the criminals who make it intolerable to have a good quality of life.
We need to move on to a subject that is
worried about locking up the
Socialists of
toothpaste.
America that stopped Amazon and cost us 25,000 jobs. So
Thank
it's
you,
real
Mr.
life.
Cuomo. We need to move on to a crisis that is very important to a lot of voters, and that is people struggling with mental health problems.
Oh,
Roughly
shit. What the
500
fuck?
times
Well,
a day,
yeah,
someone
is he
calls
Semitic? What's going
911
on?
about an emotionally disturbed person. And in a limited number of
true,
those
actually.
cases,
Yeah.
when the person is
Lot of
not
nut
believed to be
jobs.
violent, social workers are dispatched instead of police. Mr. Mamdani, you want to do that on a much larger scale. So we want to know, how will this work? When will you send police versus social workers? You have 1 minute.
You know, we have a program here in New York City called Be Heard that is attempting to do this kind of work. But we've had a mayor who has ensured that it's been unsuccessful, to the extent that even when there was an assessment of about 60% of calls that could have been addressed by Be Heard instead of the NYPD, Be Heard was not actually responsive to it. And that's because we haven't had the political will to deliver on what is a crisis that affects so many
Someone in
New
the chat brought it
Yorkers,
up,
which is the
but
mental health crisis. What my plan will do,
Crisis
an
nurses
innovative
don't
plan
use
of the Department
guns
of Community
in the fucking
Safety,
ER.
will
You know
take
what I
what has
mean?
worked
Like, there are
elsewhere
plenty
in the
of
country,
moments where they
a
work with
program in
people,
Eugene, Oregon,
yeah,
where they took
experiencing mental health episodes.
24,000 911 mental health calls out of the police department. They were able to respond to all but 311 without police assistance. When there is a concern for safety or of violence, absolutely, you would have the police there. But what we are doing today is actually ensuring that every single call is going to the police and not allowing them to do the work that they signed up to do.
How will you determine whether there is a concern for safety or violence? What is the line between the calls in which police will be dispatched and the calls to which social workers will be dispatched?
The line is also going to be one focused on violence and the threat of violence. And I also trust the operators who will be receiving those calls to make that determination, as they do every day today for so many emergency services.
And just 2 really quick points, please. There has been a lot of discussion that you would send social workers to domestic violence calls, which police are concerned about. So you're saying no, okay. And then the other question is, how can you be sure that a situation that does not sound violent when someone calls 911 does not become violent in the moment?
Oh my God, what if this hypothetical scenario, it's actually Andrew Cuomo, but now he's like mutant rape
the
powers.
experts that have shown us
Like,
this can work
I hate these
when you're
fucking
willing to
hypotheticals.
ensure
Yeah.
that you're trusting
Yeah, oh yeah,
the
what if
mental
the
health
guy is
experts who
really
have been
violent?
doing this work elsewhere in the country, where they call for the police when they need the police, but their initial impulse when there's no violence in that call is to actually address the mental health at the heart.
Yeah, what if they're
Okay,
lying?
Mr. Sliwa, you have
What if they wanna
encountered
be
plenty of
violent?
these types of situations in your decades of work with the
Zoran,
Guardian
why
Angels.
won't you
So
shoot homeless
do you
people?
see this approach
Answer the
working?
question.
You're
We
not
want
a
you to
police
say you wanna
officer,
kill
but
homeless
you've
people.
helped
Please,
out in
Zoran.
situations.
Zoran. Boy, another fantasy that's not reality. Eugene, Oregon. Have you ever been to Eugene? I've been to Eugene. Come on, this is New York City. We have so many emotionally disturbed persons that are in need of help.
Up here, man.
I will tell you this,
New
Andrew,
York is
you
literally
closed the mental
safer
health
than
beds
most
that were
other
taking care
fucking
of them.
cities in the goddamn country. I hate these
I
narratives.
know. Well, this is the guy,
down to
he's patrolling the
4,000
streets
because of
looking
your
for
cuts,
it.
which force these people to live in the streets,
hate
in the
this
parks,
fucking
and the
argument.
subways.
Of coururse.
These people need to
You
be
haven't
removed.
been to Eugene,
they
they're
need
much
mental
kinder
health
there.
care. We need to make
Our
our
nutties are
shelters
extra
safe.
crazy.
I've been in 1/3 of the 300 shelters run by the Department of Homeless Services. It's Darwinian there, survival of the fittest. If we can make our shelter system safe, we can get men and women
he
who are
cooks here.
homeless in there,
I mean, he's not
especially
wrong.
veterans
Yeah.
who we're
Shelters
not
are
giving any
notoriously
attention
violent.
to, who we put out in Ward's Island at 10 o'clock at night, release during the day, don't give any training, have them roam about, and obviously when you have nothing to do, you end up getting into trouble. This is a disastrous, homeless, and emotionally disturbed
Dude, it's
plan
so
that we have in New York
funny.
City.
Because
And I'm the
normally
mayor that
people
can
don't
change
act
it because
like
I deal
their
with them
city
every
is
day in the
Gotham
streets,
City.
in the parks,
But
and the
he's
subways.
from New York, and he
Mr.
still
Cuomo,
acts
do you
like
think
it's
that the
Gotham
NYPD
City.
handles
because he
these
thinks he's
calls for
Batman.
emotionally disturbed people in distress well? Is there room for something in the middle?
Yeah,
Let me
I
at
think,
him. I'll touch all
the
of them.
Assemblyman
I'll
deals
sort
in
him out.
theory. There's an advantage when you actually have experience. I've run homeless programs. I ran the homeless programs for the federal
I'm gonna run
government.
it
I
just
worked in
like-
cities all across the nation.
Just like the elderly.
When you get a call
Push
on
them
a
into
telephone
camps.
about a mentally
Let
ill
God
person
sort it out.
who may be violent,
That was one
it
of
is
the
a very
bingo
dangerous
sound of Cuomo
situation.
voice.
And
Oh, I've
I
been
think
doing
you
it
should have a
nonstop.
mental
Yeah.
health worker
Cuomo's racist,
accompanied
sure.
with
Bingo.
a police officer, because these can be explosive situations. I have been in situations
They
that
can be. Anything
seemed
can be
apparently
anything.
calm and fine, and then erupted into violence very quickly, and it got very dangerous very quickly. So I would have a
Same
social
when the police
worker
get involved.
with a police officer and get the people off the streets, That's the humane thing,
when
and
the
get
cop
them the
is there,
care
it's a
they
guarantee
need.
it's going to escalate.
Not the
It's like, we're going to get all the crazy people off the streets, and then it'll be no longer be a problem.
We have supportive housing now, which is what we use, and forensic beds for people who need them.
Now, let me get this straight. A police officer is there first. He has to wait for the arrival of a mental health care worker.
No, I would send them as a team.
As a team. But that's not realistic. You're dealing with fantasy also.
All right.
The police officers are going to be the first one on the scene, and they're always going to have to deal with it first and foremost.
He's going to be the guy who beats the shit out of the homeless person before the cops get there.
What he has experience doing is cutting funding for the very programs that prevented homelessness here in New York City. As the governor, he cut funding for the Advantage program, which was putting New Yorkers who had otherwise been in shelters, otherwise been homeless, into apartments. I met one of those New Yorkers,
Mr. Cuomo,
and she told me how that pushed her out on the street.
Thank you, Mr. Mamdani. Brief response, Mr.
He's
Cuomo.
talking about a program 14 years ago that was a pilot program that had a work requirement. It was very controversial. It was $65 million.
You're talking about Advantage, just so we know
the
what you're
Advantage
talking
program.
about? Okay.
It was 14 years ago, $65 million. I added billions to the homeless budget. Funded the homeless budget larger than any governor in history.
Okay.
He
okay,
cut
thank
that
you. We want to talk
program.
about.
He
all right.
cut that
Mr.
program.
Mamdani,
Homelessness skyrocketed
Mr.
after
Mamdani, we have aired
It
this.
was 14 years ago.
All right.
It was during the Bloomberg administration. And yes, okay.
Okay. I want to ask you about climate change. As New York City confronts the impact of climate change, one issue already on the desk of the next mayor is Local Law 97. Passed in 2019, the law requires large buildings to gradually reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 2030.
A democratic socialist,
that may require very expensive
and
upgrades
then a reactionary
to buildings,
rapist fascist
which some landlords
on
and
stage.
co-op owners say they just simply can't afford. We're wondering how each of you would enforce
That's
the
why
law.
it's 2v1.
You have 30 seconds. Mr. Cuomo.
Local Law 97, I support. Implementing the law is going to be the key because it has to be done in a way that isn't so disruptive to businesses and residences that they just give up and pay the fine and don't even try to comply, which is what is going to happen now. It will be cheaper for them to pay the fine than comply. And that obviously will accomplish nothing. So, yes, I support the law. Yes, we have to implement it, but we have to implement it in a way that is feasible.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Cuomo. Mr. Sliwa?
Local 97 will destroy those people who have invested in co-ops and condos. There's 100,000. It's forcing them to electrify. Now, you, Andrew Cuomo, took Indian Point offline, 25% of our electrical capacity with no replacement, which has caused skyrocketing electricity bills. And now we're going to force condo and co-op owners to electrify. Maintenance fees will go up 30%. These people will be leaving their condos and co-ops. They need relief. When I'm mayor, I slow that process down. We need our co-op owners and condo owners to stay here in New York City and not flee.
Indian Point? Yeah. Indian Point was started before me. It was a very dangerous situation. We have nuclear facilities upstate, and my proposal on what I did is run cables from the nuclear facilities upstate to bring the power to downstate. Indian Point had 20 million people in the kill zone.
Thank you, Mr. Cuomo. Mr. Mamdani, Local Law 97, how would you enforce the law as mayor?
I support the law, and I would also make it easier for condo and co-op owners to comply with the law, because what I've heard from so many is that it's cheaper to pay the fine than to actually get into compliance. And I think the city has a role here in procurement at a large scale of so much of what is necessary in these infrastructure investments. We've seen it be done in the Clean Energy Challenge within NYCHA. It's time to do it right here in New York City to assist those condo and co-op owners in meeting the standards we desperately need to hit.
Okay, gentlemen, New York City loves its parades, and the mayor is often front and center. You have all said that you want to be mayor for all New Yorkers. So will you march in all the parades that mayors have traditionally marched in? Will you march on the Israel parade? Or are there any that you would boycott? Mr. Sliwa?
Oh, that's
I
literally...
think a mayor has a responsibility, whenever possible, to march in parades, to celebrate whatever that parade is performing as. I've been a Grand Marshal of the Pulaski Day Parade. I was proud to celebrate my Polish heritage.
Are there any that you would boycott, though? I just need to move this along.
Excuse me?
Would you boycott any of the city's parades?
No, I would not boycott any parades.
Mr.
It's the mayor's
Cuomo,
responsibility to be available to all racial, ethnic, and religious groups.
No, I wouldn't unless they discriminated.
Okay. Mr. Mamdani?
There are many parades that I would not be attending because I'd be focusing on the work of leading this city.
Which parades?
A number of them. I've already missed a number of those parades because I've been trying to speak to as many New Yorkers as possible.
Okay.
I don't have the list of all the parades I've missed.
Wow, that's a
All right.
lot.
Are there-
The
let
mayor
me
should
ask
be
you
going to
this.
all parades.
Let me ask you this. Are there any parades that don't exist that you think
As
should?
mayor, I will be at the.
Mr. Mamdani?
I haven't thought much about parades, to be honest with you.
Mr. Cuomo?
I have not thought. I don't even know what parade doesn't exist, frankly.
Could be for anything. Mr. Sliwa?
Every parade has the right to
What the
exist
fuck
in New
is
York
this
City. I would ask you,
question? Thank you.
Mr. Mondale, would you protect the Christopher Columbus statues that exist here in the city?
Israel, they want
I'm telling
them
you,
to
my
bring it
focus
up.
is on affordability. I'm not thinking about
Well, you're not
statues.
answering the
All right.
question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're not answering
yeah,
the
who
question.
cares what the answer to the
finger
fucking question
to the
is?
Columbus Day statue.
That issue's come up.
That's what we
earlier
call
in the
it,
debate. All right,
disgraziado.
Listen, we're in the last couple of minutes, and we
You
thought
know what
we'd
that
have
means?
some questions. We thought we'd have some questions that maybe give a glimpse into your life, your personality, away from the political podium. What's your go-to
could they
breakfast
know
order
about
at the bodega?
Oh, Andrew
Mr.
Cuomo
Sliwa?
sucks on this.
Oh, eggs and cheese on a roll. No salt, please.
Mr. Cuomo?
Same thing. No salt also.
What?
Mr. Mamdani?
Egg and cheese on a roll with jalapenos.
No.
Have you ever purchased anything in a cannabis shop? And if so, what did you buy, Mr. Mamdani?
First of all,
I have. I have purchased marijuana at a legal cannabis shop.
Okay. Mr. Cuomo?
No.
Mr. Sliwa?
When I was shot 5 times, I've had Crohn's disease. I did use medical marijuana. Yes.
Okay. In a dream scenario, we know it's not
Hilarious.
possible, but the
Hilarious.
Mets are
When I was
playing Game
shot
7 of the
5
World
times,
Series
what
on the
does that
same night as the Knicks are playing Game 7 of the NBA Championship, and you can only go to one. Which one will it be,
Was
Mr.
it Knicks
Sliwa?
or?
Again, which baseball team?
This is the Mets, Game 7, Knicks, Game 7. Even
I'm not going to the Mets game. I'm a Yankee fan. True baseball fans either like one or the other. I'm going to the Knicks game. That's my team, the Knicks.
Mr. Cuomo?
I'm going to go half and half. I can make it back and forth.
All right.
No,
Mr. Mamdani?
God.
This is what New Yorkers are sick of. Just pick a team.
What's
Come
your
on.
answer?
I'd be there for the Knicks.
Okay. Well, there's a lot of ground covered. We'll leave it on
God,
that light
Andrew
note. Thank you,
Cuomo's
candidates,
such a
for a spirited
horrible,
debate. We thank you as well.
horrible
we hope you got a lot out of
politician. How
it.
is
New York
that
City viewers, New York City
possible?
voters.
Yeah,
the
just
New York
lots
City
of
Campaign
quibbling the
Finance
whole-
Board, we thank heartily, and we urge you to check out their website, nycvotes.org. From all of us here, we certainly thank you for
what a
watching, and remember,
fucking
go vote.
shit show that was.
Tuesday, November 4th. Have a good night.
All right, some thoughts on what we just watched.
I think Zoran got it. I think Curtis was shocking in his ability to share thoughts that wasn't being covered.
To be fair, he's done this a lot.
Yeah.
And by that I mean this is his 11th mayoral run?
Yeah.
In a row. He's always the Republican ticket guy.
Cuomo put forward no vision. He just quibbled how that was politics.
What was really good about what Zoran was doing is not only would he actually attack Cuomo, but he would do so within the confines of a clear-cut policy agenda that he was advancing, where he'd be like, I'm going to do this, as opposed to what Cuomo did. So it was a double bind in that regard. It was very good.
Yeah. He moved on from attacking Cuomo in the second half. He was like, I think I made my points. And part of me always wants it to come back. Especially when they were talking about sex workers, I wanted them to bring it back to Cuomo. But I guess at a certain point, it's you're either bothered by Cuomo's past or not, and you got to present a vision.
Yeah.
And Zoran presented the most of a vision.
But like I said, out of all of the people on stage that did not say anything mean about my 9/11 comments, I have to be a Curtis Sliwa supporter.
Yeah.
I apologize, Zoran. I'll hit you up later. My mistake. I thought you were a real one for I was the Turkish Connect, because every New York mayor has to have a Turkish guy.
Yeah, that's true.
And sorry, it's not going to happen for me any longer. Someone made 5K on Cuomo mentioning you. I think that was fake. I don't think that was an actual. Bet.
Okay, so you're Zoran.
I do have a poly market bet though for being arrested before October 31st.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why, and people have actually put money into it.
That's
I don't know
bad system. That's not good.
I don't know what they know that I don't know, that this is even a point of contention somehow. But
have you come to terms with the fact that anyone who likes you, at some point, if they get confronted on a question on a political level, they have to say that was a shit thing for him to say? Have you come to terms with that? That
Yeah, I don't give a
no politician in America can
no, I
go.
don't give a shit.
He was talking in a grand poetic.
No, I think like it's been.
He didn't say the people in the tower specifically deserved it.
Yeah. No, I don't have any expectation that any politician is going to defend that statement on its face, and I don't expect them to. But I think it's like this is not even like a Jeremiah Wright style situation for Obama or like a Sister Soldier situation, because like instead of getting first of all, it's me. I'm so irrelevant in the grand scheme of things that like it
Not
makes
even irrelevant,
no,
but what you're doing, you're not running a church, you're not a politician, and per your point, it was like old 2020 bringing up tweets. It was very like an old school thing.
Yeah, it's like a statement from 2019 about like blowback that I misworded, but I don't expect any politician to like endorse that statement.
And it's the second beat. People would have to truly, the people who would care, who would be bothered and not misunderstand and in bad faith take your comment, don't know who you are. They're older. They'd have to look you up. They're not going to.
Yeah.
So it's just nothing. It's nothing.
Yeah.
I think it's a plus.
No, it's a nothing. It's a nothing burger. It's a nothing statement, and I think it's like the reason. I think Cuomo's team is doing that because they're extremely online. Like it's a like there are people in his corner that are like obviously extremely online, because like Paul Bless said it best, where he said, why is Cuomo doing this? Who is telling him to talk about Hasan Piker 3 weeks before an election in which he's down 20 points? To me, the main factor in why Mamdani is beating his ass is that he convincingly talks about loving the city and wanting to improve it, and is transparent to anyone who isn't ideologically blinded that Cuomo sees it as a stepping stone to something else he hasn't figured out yet. And it's so obvious, because like the only thing that does is just like elevate my profile in the eyes of people who had not heard about me from a deeply negative politician, like a politician with like really, really bad, like it's.
They said, why did you lose? And he said, it's the social media. I mean, that means there's nothing else that he took from it. There's nothing else that he learned from it other than I have to pour more money into Gen Z running the Twitter. Like that's insane. It's embarrassing that you've had no more development thought to that answer. None of his answers were good. None of them were inspiring. None of them any vision. And he had so much to answer for. Yeah. And I do think that if you've been in politics a long time, it should be hard to keep running. It should be hard, because I don't think it's good to have these politics for 40, 50 fucking years. You should have a record that you answer to, and he couldn't answer to it. And I think that the worse your record is, the harder it should be to get reelected. That's the sign of a healthy system where new things enter.
Yeah. And this is a time unlike any other where people are very clearly demanding that. Like they want that change. They want a fighter. They want someone who comes across as more earnest, comes across closer to the average voter. And Andrew Cuomo is everything. He is everything that people despise about American politics, like the institutional rot.
And he's compromised. I mean, he's compromised in that. And Trump will hold that over his head. And like, I would have hit that more.
Yeah. That's true. And I would have even hit like the fact that he said that he would be Benjamin Netanyahu's lawyer, like on the Israel stuff. Cause like he put like, talk about horrible political instincts, like being immoral and having the worst political instincts were like at a time when the overwhelming majority of the Democratic Party's base had actually, was actually demanding to decouple from Israel. And Andrew Cuomo was like, this is my opportunity to be Benjamin Netanyahu's fucking lawyer. So I think he did bring that up, the Netanyahu's lawyer line. But like,
but he would only bring it up so much, because it's just like you got to move on from this.
The parts
that
parade
question was insane,
I know,
dude.
The parts that I really appreciated, for the record, the parts that I really appreciated in the beginning was when he was talking about like the context of the occupation. I thought that was like unheard of from any American politician.
Yeah.
The fact that he said like, we're not looking at the context of like how October 7 happened, like something along those lines. That is not only a truthful reflection of events, but it's also unheard of. I've never heard someone I've never heard someone say that in any setting whatsoever, like calling it an apartheid. Like because it's true. It's crazy that it's like it's so difficult to
think, I want to say, like, to my fellow Jewish New Yorkers, just this thing of like demanding the prioritization of the mayoral candidate's views on Israel and demanding that be frontline and center, it's almost become like a joke. The fact that it's so much. And if you're saying like, hey, we'll talk about schools, we'll talk about subways, we'll talk about childcare after we talk about this issue that's important to me. It's not going to engender a love of the Jewish people.
Yeah. You know what's really interesting about this? Because I looked at the polling numbers like recently, right? I looked at the polling numbers recently, and it said Jewish New Yorkers still was like 60% sympathize with Israel strongly or somewhat, as opposed to Palestinians, and then it's like 30% strongly sympathize with the Palestinians, right? Something like that.
Yeah.
And yet Zoran won in the Democratic primary the majority Jewish vote. Mm-hmm. And what's interesting to me about that is like that. For me, that is the proof that's the proof of concept. Yeah. That for two reasons. One, regardless of how American Jews feel about Israel, it's not their highest priority. That's number one. And number two is that American Jews, New York Jews, they clearly looked at everything that Zoran was representing and they were like, I want fast and free buses.
Yeah.
I don't really like what he's saying about Israel. I love Israel, but like, I want fast and free buses more than...
The more time you spend on the subway, the less you think about Israel. Yeah. I promise you that.
So I think that's really important because it's a testament to the argument that I present all the time whenever fucking Democrats come to me and ask me like what to do about this sort of stuff, or the media, whenever they're like, trying to conduct an autopsy on what went wrong. I'm like, be issue first.
Yeah.
Be very specific, be issue first, and be definable by the policies that you are advocating for.
Yeah.
And Zoran did that.
He did that while holding a strong line. Like instead, I think a lot of politicians, even who are critical of Israel, they try to like they get wrapped up in the conversation. They try to do some kind of balancing. Zoran came up with a very clear line of how he states this.
Yeah,
he doesn't believe in the right where there's inequality. And then he goes back every single time, almost obnoxiously so. But it reminds people at home, going like, yeah, that's what I care about.
Yeah.
Why would you fucking care about what the potential mayor for New York tells Hamas to do?
Yeah,
that's fucking nuts.
Yeah, it's incredibly dumb to like constantly bludgeon over the head of a dude running for New York mayor to be like, oh, what do you think Hamas should disarm? Do you think this? Do you think that? It's like, dude, these are utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things.
You could be a mayor who condemns Hamas, and it doesn't mean Jews in New York are going to be any safer because you've created a fucked up a system with. I mean, it's just they're separate things, and he's held his ground.
I like,
and they trained him. I mean, honestly, he got Colbert trained him a little, and then he got to this, and he had his answers ready.
Yeah,
I mean, it was and Cuomo presented nothing else.
And I do think that, like I said before, he is very good at liberalizing otherwise like left flank talking points and left flank positions. Zoran is.
He doesn't even
like
play into
do you think Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state, where he goes, Israel has a right to exist as a state for equal parties with equal representation for all people that live there.
Because you can't disagree with that. You can't go, no.
Liberals can't turn around and be like, how dare you say that? No, it has to be a Jewish ethno state. Then you come across like a fucking asshole.
Yeah.
So I think he does a very good job of like repackaging that shit. And I do think that it's Cuomo over for sure after this. Like this.
You feeling really confident?
I am more worried about fucking Curtis Lewa. Like,
I get so scared to get confident about fucking anything, but I do feel good.
Yeah, no, it was a great showing for Zoran. I think he did a very good job of like showcasing his positions. I think he did a very good job of showcasing his positions. He did a very good job of what he's about, what he's advocating for. All the other stuff, I think, all the other attacks that he was going to endure, his associations with a dangerous criminal, Hasan Hamasabi Piker, or his statements about Israel and whatnot, I think he handled very well overall. But like you asked initially, no, my expectation is much worse, because like I thought there was a chance he could just like fuck me. Like I thought he was gonna be like, oh yeah, I condemn Hasan Piker.
Yeah, I learned about it. I cut off all connection to this person.
Yeah, like just fucking.
I unsubbed from the stream.
Straight up
I
lied on camera.
This is a preview of more and more millennial candidates. It's going to be a debate about tweets. It's going to be a debate about tweets from a certain era.
It's also stupid because like when Andrew Cuomo brings that up, like I think even if other candidates bring that up in a similar vein, because like I work with a lot of candidates, and I promote a lot of candidates. Like I have a community full of people ready to go for door knocking and stuff like that, and they were all over the Zoran campaign as well.
Yeah,
and that negative association stuff is never going to work for someone like myself because I'm a polarizing figure for sure. But like people know what my political positions are, no matter how hard like someone tries to bastardize them. And you either, if you know who I am, you either fucking despise me, which, you know, there's a smaller group of people who despise me than love me, but they're very loud. Or you're gonna be like, yeah, he's a progressive guy. I like what he's about. I like that he's a fighter. And that's all this is. So the broad majority of the public has no fucking clue who I am.
Yeah.
You know? So it's very dumb to try and hammer on that point, because like I'm not like if Zoran had retaliated and been like, you just went on the Impulsive podcast, like if we're talking about podcasts, like you went on the podcast that got
did he really?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And you know, shout out to, look, I love Mike. Mike is my good friend. I'm not I don't really know Logan at all, but like
if someone brought up like the Suicide Forest.
But like, yeah, he's a much more notable figure is what I'm saying. Like Logan Paul is known by way more people than someone like myself, right?
Yeah.
So for him to try to bring that shit up is so stupid. You know?
But it just fails. I mean, it's what Democrats did with Trump, and it failed so spectacularly. It's just trying to focus on the associations and not presenting a vision. It's too easy. It feels good in the moment, and you think you got the momentum because the people who really hate it, the people who really hate you or really hate Zoran, they're going to be really loud, and you're going to get this reinforcement of like, this is working. But it's just a small select of people who are riding on their hatred of someone.
Yeah, look,
you have to present a vision.
Like he just went on the fucking Impulsive podcast. You know what I mean? Like,
and that's the thing. Zoran didn't go after because he had so much. He didn't have to go after because there's assault allegations.
Yeah.
So and he has such little on Zoran. He has to go over someone he worked with a couple times and is friendly and likes. It's
last tweet in this thread. What is this? Fox News graphic before Zoran interview. I don't think we should have billionaires. The last tweet in this thread. Oh yeah, here. Meanwhile, yeah. While Zoran was on Fox News, Andrew Cuomo was doing the Logan Paul, Mike Malek, Impulsive podcast, and if he wanted to, he could just easily turn around and be like, "Yeah, you went on the podcast of a dude who went to the Japanese suicide forest and also literally promoted Donald Trump."
Yeah,
and played a role in Donald Trump becoming president. Again, like I said, I love Mike. Mike is the homie. He's the man.
I don't know Mike, so I don't give a fuck.
He's a great dude. I love him personally. I think he's a good dude. Having said that, if we're playing politics and like smear associations, like Andrew Cuomo has so many more like attackable lines.
Yeah, and you guys, I mean, this generation, there's so much media on them that everyone has a one thing. Everyone has a one thing you cling. It's just not. It's going to prove less and less effective as time goes on.
Grok loves you, lol. What is this? Grok does love me. No, Zoran Mamdani didn't say fuck Hasan. He gay as fuck. In the October 16th New York City mayoral debate, he condemned Hasan Piker's 9/11 comments as objectionable and reprehensible. The phrase appears to be satirical exaggeration.
Yeah.
My favorite part was when Zoran said fuck Hasan. He gay as fuck, says Tim Pool.
Yep.
This is what you do when you have nothing to hold on to.
Absolutely.
In this debate, you have no dog in this fight. You have no stake. So you're just like an extremely online guy. And this is what you. What is this? Also, look who endorsed him. No.
I saw that today.
No.
Amy Schumer rhymes with Cuomo.
Oh, it's over. It's over for Cuomo. It's so Cuomo over, dude.
That's someone with their finger on the pulse.
Yeah.
That was sad. Not surprising. I'm sure it's
it's so done. It's so fucking done.
Do you feel like when Zoran wins? I mean, you've had people where you support them and then they do something that you find objectionable. Do you struggle with being honest about it?
I mean, there are currently prominent national politicians that I do talk to regular frequency that I sometimes am very critical of.
Yeah.
And it is what it is. Obviously, like the worst example is I never had a direct contact with Fetterman, but like, what
has he done?
Good one.
But you supported him when he was like,
I did. Yeah. I even
that's
like
an easier one.
I even overlooked like the Israel stuff that he was signaling even before, but I thought that was like a defensive posture so he doesn't get like ass blasted by the DMFI, Democratic Majority for Israel. But like as far as like AOC here, everyone is already saying it in the chat. Like AOC is a great example. Like sometimes AOC does stuff that I don't fully agree with.
Yeah.
There are very few politicians that I find myself completely in alignment. But I see politicians as servants of the public. Like they are supposed to be almost like an empty vessel that we demand they make changes through.
Yeah.
So in that regard, if I call balls and strikes, there are even Democratic politicians that I otherwise do not align with ideologically at all. But when they do good things, I give them, proper credit. Like Chris Van Hollen is a great example of this. I think he's done a lot in terms of like progressive politics, like really pushing the needle on immigrant rights and like extracting Kilmar Barrera Garcia from El Salvador. That was a huge move.
Yeah.
And ultimately, that's just the way I see it. So if Zoran fucks up, like, yeah, of course I'll criticize him. I mean, I'll be like, you son of a bitch. I knew you were.
You'll come back and be like, these comments are made were reprehensible.
I'm gonna DM him being like, you talk shit about 9/11, bro. You kidding me? No, it's just like, it makes sense that there's gonna be stuff that they do because they have to work within the confines of like being the mayor of New York, or work within the confines and like all the external pressure that exists on that role, all the other forces of capital that are going to be coming after him. And the same goes for AOC and Bernie Sanders as well. I've been very critical of Bernie Sanders. I love Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders is, I think, a very important political figure in contemporary American politics. But I think his liberal Zionism was completely unacceptable. And even to this day, like his the way he communicates about like saying but Hamas, even when talking about like the genocide, it's like that's ridiculous.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous, not because like I expect him to praise the Al-Qassam Brigade or something and be like, today is the day that Yahya Sinwar was martyred 1 year ago, and he changed humanity. Like, that's not my expectation. I'm just like, be truthful, be honest.
Yeah.
Like be honest about like the conditions that led to October 7. And it's disappointing, but having said that, I see the full extent of what they represent and what they advocate for, and where they move where they move the conversation to in American politics.
I think people feel the same way about you and the 9/11 comment.
I don't think it's that big of.
No, I don't think it is. But I'm saying, no.
First of all, you're a comedian.
Please, I'm a comedian. My God,
you made a Holocaust joke.
I mean, listen.
But Candace Owens laughed at it.
That's what I'm hoping for the next debate, where a comedian, Gianmarco Soresi, opened the rally. And opened the rally with, oh my God, there's like 6 million people here. Sorry, I might be exaggerating. I'm Jewish. Like
the Zoran not believe that 6 million Jews were killed during the Holocaust.
But people understand it, and I think the older people get, and the people who engage with people in the way that they know they put out hours and hours and hours will go, I don't give a fuck that they knew the person who said that one thing on the one stream 10 years ago. I don't get, because we lived through the heat of the tweet. The tweet meltdown, screenshot your life's over, and we were like, that was silly.
Yeah.
And so it's not going to work.
For the newbies, offer clarification on the 9/11 comment. I mean, I've done it so many times, but it's blowback. That's it. There's already academic consensus on the matter. It's America's it's America's foreign policy in the region that directly was responsible for 9/11. And there's not even any sort of I don't think there's any sort of debate on this matter at this point. And we've consistently kept doing it as well. So
yeah.
But that's it. That's all it was. in terms of like what America was deserving. But like I said, I think this is a generational thing regardless. Like if you are, yeah, the accusation, the false accusation in that regard is when people say like, oh, you think Americans deserve to die in 9/11, which is not what I implied at all.
Of course, but that's always going to be the game. It's to be like, are you saying that these people deserve to suffer?
Yeah. It's just like a super cynical approach, but it makes sense. And it was, to
me, it's like if someone said you reap what you sow, and someone said, so you're justifying every consequence that everyone's ever faced in the world. Yeah. It's like no, it's about how the world does function.
Yeah, ultimately, it's incredibly stupid. It's not all that consequential.
I think someone should have stuck by his side harder. He should have said, "Come on, play the clip. Can we play the clip? Let's get the full context."
Yeah. Your 2-minute interview with THR just dropped. Okay, well, we got to go because our podcast is about to start. We're doing Fear and with Gianmarco.
Fuck yeah.
It's fucking happening. He's a podcaster. He's
Hello.
Mr. Podcast. So get excited for that. And I will see you tomorrow. That's crazy. She's a thief.
You steal my shit.
She's a thief. It's fine.
I tried once. I almost threw up. I tried one.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
It's bad.
Yeah. Hi.
But yeah, we are. I will see you guys tomorrow as always. Love you all, everybody.
First Twitch stream. Fuck yeah.
How'd you like it?
It was good.
We'll talk more about it on the pod.
Yeah, we will. See you guys.
All right. Okay. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. That's crazy. That's crazy. Anyway, love you guys. Bye.
All the chatter's trickling in. I'll sell people hay. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The stun lock to the stun lock to the topic that's just begun. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop, great names take on race. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, and Anya out your door. The H3 Crowder debate,